the shorefront, could he see all the way in a straight line across to the beaches of France? And that's an amazing thing to
Wow.
behold. Yeah, it's the
Yeah.
same thing with the black swan. In case you're not familiar with that, that image was taken from down very close to the surface, within a foot, I think. Same thing with Ranty Flat Earth when he was Ranty Rant when he was a flat earther before he went back to being a bowler and made a fortune from covering I think it was the Johnny Depp trial or whatever. Anyway, same thing with him. All the way across from Blackpool to Barron-Furness, which was about, I think, about 18, 20 miles, something like that. Yeah, only when you get down to 1 foot below on the right conditions can you see all the way across, like you're looking through straight, direct line of sight through a tunnel. So yeah, these are all amazing considerations, and I actually think when we come to terms with that in our own brain, that we'll be able to. I don't mean to sound like Anthony here, but we'll be able to come to terms with what the green flash is about, which is a great mystery for science and a great sort of phenomena that we can all appreciate. Go on YouTube if you haven't seen it yourself. So yeah. But Druss obviously has gone to feed the cats, so we'll have to wait for another time. Anyway, God, I hope your surgery. I don't like all the thoughts of all these surgeries. I don't mean it like that. But have you looked into alternative treatments at all? Hernias, different alternative thoughts on hernias, as far as I remember, and how you can sort of treat them yourself via differing methods, or is it too late for that? Is it a dire straits sort of thing, emergency situation? Anyway, you don't. Yeah, he's gone as well. You don't have to answer. Okay.
Hey Pete, what do you think of the afterlife? What do you think the afterlife is?
Finally. That guy. I was having a problem.
Hi Gio. I just said it to my brother yesterday.
Sorry, it's
come
kind of
to
a topic
realize,
change, but I just was curious
yeah,
what you think.
I think we're just having an experience here, man. I think we're still in Genesis 2, we should live forever outside of time. How we gauge time via the passage of the sun, but the sun is an unnatural sort of system in play. We're in a divided world, so I think, yeah, I think we just go back to being what we really are, and then we take an adventure elsewhere. That's the way I think. A bit vague there, but I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, I think we're just having an adventure in division here. We ventured into Genesis 2, having an adventure into the material world, and just experiencing a divided state for the purposes of, well, ultimate reunification in the material form. But beyond that, I've seen lots of near-death experience videos, Geo. So I don't know. We're eternal beings. I don't know. I don't know.
Nice. And what do you think about reincarnating back into another human body?
I think we probably get to do that ourselves. I think once the lights go out, we come to realize the whole truth of the situation, exactly the reason why we came in here. Then we probably volunteer to go back in ourselves because we should have got lots of things right the first time, and we're dying, we're gasping for another try to prove ourselves in that sense. You know what I mean? I think it's maybe something like that.
Yeah. So do you think that there's like lessons to learn or some kind of process to go through to get to a point to where you don't incarnate anymore? Like, is there a completion to that cycle in your mind?
Yes, I think so. I think there is. I think you always have the choice, and that's to come into realization now. I guess this is what Flat Earth and beyond helps, as well as coming to terms with our own being, our connection to Source, and knowing, having love in our hearts, always doing what is inspired by love for oneself and one's fellow man as well. And once you realize that, there's no going wrong. I don't think there's any need to come back. You know what I mean? Because you sort of you made that connection, and you do what you do according to that yeah, thought in your heart. What do you think? Have you any thoughts? What do you think yourself?
Well, yeah, I agree with a lot of what you said.
Okay.
Yep. Like there's an idea that there's basically like karmic processes that we have to go through and choose to go through in order to transcend ourselves in some way. and that we each go through different layers of those karmic processes throughout multiple lifetimes and multiple cycles to kind of refine that process, turn lead into gold spiritually.
Yeah.
So I see a process like that. There's a process of give and take and falling into certain temptations, and then having the reaction and the result of that, and then ultimately the integration of compassion and understanding for what harm it caused to others, along the way, and what was the impulse to carry it out, and then the resulted compassion from that, and then transcendence of that pattern.
It's so difficult, isn't it? I mean, here's the thing, Gio. When we come away from material heliocentric Big Bangism, we're given these definitive aspects, and we incorporate them for the most part for most of our lives. But yeah, we're given these vast swathes of time and space. And coming to flat Earth, I don't know how fucking far. Excuse me, I don't know how far back history goes. I don't know when this thing could have been created, like a few centuries ago. You know what I mean? As a sort of a holodeck experience for all of us. So that's more that vaguity and uncertainty, because all of that certitude is done away with. You know what I mean? So there's so many other possibilities. I have a friend, Jack, who's a Vedic practitioner, and I would say good friend. I've talked to him in passing and many times, but yeah, I don't like that. I don't like that thought. And no matter what you do in this life, that you have multiple lives to go, to get your karma level straight. Even if it's true, I don't like to follow it because it's a horrifying thought in a sense, it's almost disabling, I think. But the way I look at it, and I did say it to Jack, is that I think everything has to be decoded within a proper context, and this is what flat earth is the psyop, right, the term itself. But yeah, this is what stationary surface, flat earth in general, brings back to the table. It changes the context for everything and for all of the thinking, for all of the religious texts, for all of the different philosophies handed down to us, because it puts them in a different context. So I think in a sense we are at a pivotal time, and maybe there's an onus on all of us to try our very best to work out what's going on now within this context, which is provided to us at this time specifically. I mean, the internet, look what we're doing here. Many people have met great friends over the internet. There's some fantastic discussions, some beautiful people to be relating with across the earth. And this was impossible even 20, 30, 40 years ago, you know what I mean? So I think we are in pivotal times, and things need to be done right now as the individual. And that's what I'm saying with flat earth. The proper, a different context is given for all of our thinking, and follow the clues. That's what I say, Gio. Follow the clues, bud. I think they're laid out for us from the very outset. I think they are.
Nice. Now, do you think the creator created the globe lie? And if so, what was the purpose of creating that?
Contrast. It's like there's no love where we are. I was thinking about this yesterday. We ate from the tree of knowledge of good and evil, and now like gods we are becoming. So we have to have this understanding of good and evil to make the contrast. So yes, there is no lie without the truth. There is no good without evil. There's no love without hate, etc. So I think it is for the contrast, and there's no greater contrast. It's Geo, although. I know, yes. It's not just that the heliocentrism is a lie. This is just my own thinking, right? It's not that or the Big Bangism is a lie. Of course, it is a literal lie, but it's a reference to something, a greater truth. It's there to be decoded. It's a symbolic, it's a metaphor, is the way I look at it. And I think because all of us are in Underland, where everything is inverted, twisted on its head, we must take everything that's presented to us, and especially in terms of the greater mental sort of nature of the universe, thinking, and invert everything that they've given us. For instance, let me just give you the luminiferous ether, which was so predominant in terms of a thought going back a century or whatever, but it was applied to the spinning ball or heliocentric model, the greater system, and it was also stationary, right? So it was almost endless in extent, and it was stationary as well. So I revert it, mirror it, and bring it back to what I think might be going on, which is that the ether itself is enclosed and it's in motion. You know what I mean? So to take the lie, to turn it on its head, and then to decode it. This is what I think the blue marble, for instance, is about. The truth is in there. It's like a really fiendish puzzle, and the way to get to the truth of our reality in terms of our own bearing is to take all the different component parts, all both component pieces apart, and then just apply it to our new contextual thinking. So yeah, I think that in that sense, the devil and God are one, and the Book of Job is a great clue for us as well. And even in terms of the story, what the history of it, the Book of Job is said to predate the Book of Genesis, was given to us by Moses. So yes, again, a game of clues and a game of contrast. So we got to take the lie, invert it, mirror it, and we will broach the truth so much more coherently. Yeah.
Do you think the real answer is in here?
Yes, I do. In here, it's in here, earth, heart, anagrammatical, ether as well. In here, Merle, you got to point to yourself. That's what I think. Center of all knowing. You're the experiencer. That spark of light, divine connection. So yes, in here. Actually, in here and out there. So it's only by looking at out there can you figure out in here. It's only when we know where we are, or at least where we're not anyway, that we can come to find out who, what, when, why we are. So yes, in here, heart, earth, yeah.
Because I don't like the thought of following clues and going into a maze, and then once you're inside the maze, all the trails go cold and it's a dead end. And you're just in the maze.
What's the alternative
So,
then? Have you lost faith in any conclusion being able to be formed in this realm, Merle, in your own incarnation here?
if I'm being honest with everything we're presented, all the knowledge, all the myths, all the story, all the occult as well, even that's been hidden from us, even then, for me, it leads to another path that says keep going, and trust. It is a leap of faith, but the true reality, that's what's been hidden. The true reality, for some reason, it's the most important thing there is. That's just my opinion, but it feels like that. It feels it's that significant.
Yeah, that's why I
Maybe
like. I was gonna say I like the analogy of like compasses. You know what I mean? How there's like you take a compass and it's always gonna point towards the north or whatever. You know what I mean, or whatever, right? And it's like in the same way, there's like a moral compass, and if you stick to the to the math, you know, you stick to the direction, you're good, right?
Well, it's
Even
like
if
there's something calling us, There's almost like there's something better than this. I don't, and that's not me saying disrespectful or to take everything the material world itself for granted. No, appreciate it, love it, experience all you can in life. But I think we're being presented with a higher calling. And I'm all right with that. Like, if we've got to dig deeper to go higher, then so be it.
yeah, on some quasi-luminous shit.
The whole time, bro. I even said it to Mum years ago. I got to go to the North Pole, Mum. I don't know. Just got to go.
I say you have been talking about the tree at the center as well, right? And I know we sort of lose a lot of people in general chats, but I know you have put a lot of thought into this, and Quasi-Luminous had a lot of fucking fantastic things to say, and I wonder what happened to him actually. Was he another actor on the stage? I say, wasn't he supposed to lead a 2019 expedition up north? Old Satan himself.
I think he went a little psycho and went nuts, I guess. I don't know what exactly happened to him, but I know one of the last videos was like him getting arrested or something like that.
Oh shit! I don't know. I don't like to hear that now.
Yeah, no, but I mean that was years and years ago, and that might have been for something silly. Like I really don't know. But I tell you, Pete, I do really, I like my idea with the tree, in the sense that, like, I look at it like the stars or the leaves of the tree, and that's why you have like meteor showers like in the fall, generally, if I'm not mistaken, because like that. And if you notice, like the tree is the most universal thing on Earth. Like if you go to like, it doesn't matter where you go, you're gonna find like a pine tree, a maple tree. You know what I mean? Like they're all there.
Yeah,
So like
absolutely, bud.
like the tree, and it's like the most perfect like golden ratio object. And I just think like, to me that just I just love to think of the idea that there's like you have Earth, and then you have this huge tree, almost like a willow tree, and the leaves are the stars. I just, for some reason, I love that idea, and and it's just as scientifically viable as fucking dark matter and the rest of the shit show. So fuck them.
Yeah,
Prove
exactly.
it in.
And we've all seen the video "No Forest and Flat Earth." So you know what I have to say? What if the whole of the Earth is a cut tree? Well, I think in terms of the tree of life, but yeah, what if the Earth is a stump? And of course, you know about the dodo and what I say that represents. Is
See,
that
but
possible?
I reject that whole no trees in the forest. Like I reject that whole thing. I think it's almost like an allusion to kind of what we're getting at, that there's something to do with the tree concept, but they tried to get us off base with that bullshit. That's how I feel.
Well, I'm not. How I'm not going to. Well, in the book of Ezekiel, God gives the order to the angels to cut down all the trees, giant trees. So I mean, there is reference there, and I challenge anyone go on Google Earth and go to an island like Ireland or a smaller island if you want, and just go along the coast, go about a mile or two off with the camera view, and just skim briefly around the coast and tell me you're not on a fucking tree stump. Dare anyone. But if we're in a fractal reality expressing, yeah, is it possible that the whole of the surface of the earth is a tree stump as it juts above the water? I should think it's possible. But again, within the realms of fantasy,
See,
this
but
is
you
all
know what though?
fantastical talk.
Right, but the tree stump is like a symbol of like it's something that's dead, and
Yes.
the earth is not, dead. Therefore, to me, it's like it's not a tree stump. It's like it couldn't. It's not dead. That's the problem. Is people try to claim, they try to take life away from the concept of the earth. Like I look at it like the tides and all that shit are like the earth breathing. And we have evidence, for that, because our own chests rise and fall with every breath.
It's not dead, but you could say that it's a fallen state and it's as good as dead from the prior state.
Ah,
Um,
hell no. I don't think so. I think that they want us to think that it's like that, so that um so that we don't recognize like our own, or whatever you want to use, like, our own spark of like this is our time on the face of the earth, and it's just as righteous as it's always been, and it's just as healthy as it's always been, but they want you to think that it's not, that it's sick, that it needs your help, that fucking, you got to save it, like, and I just don't buy it. You know what I mean? I think everything is just, they want that because it's like the way they sell you shit. They sell you things, like even like the way they use the golden ratio in marketing. Like cigarettes are made to the golden ratio, the box of cigarettes, and like everything is made to the golden ratio. So you live in a world that is not, that's like square, that we've kind of manufactured onto the earth. And then what they do is, nature has the golden ratio in it, but everything we live in doesn't have the golden ratio. So if you're in a city or something like that, the only influence of a golden ratio is that pack of cigarettes, is that thing that they market to you using the golden ratio, trying to assuage some kind of subconscious whatever. And I just think, like, we live at a time where everybody lives at a time when the earth is just fine. But they want to sell you something, so they got to get you to think that you need something and that everything is like lacking and like needs to be changed and addressed and everything has a problem, which I just think is like, part of their shit show.
Well, we're not talking along the same lines as them who give their general information out. When we think about the story of Jesus and representing zeitgeist, sort of stuff, representing the Son of Man, Jesus was a carpenter, and a carpenter makes a living out of felled trees. So another interesting thing is that a felled tree will, some people will rot away from the center out. Maybe you heard me saying this before. Ship's navigator, Jim, he's dead now, but he thought the idea of station flat Earth ridiculous. He was a 25-year ship's navigator, and he said that all tides surge from the north. The way I look at it, in the tree analogy, is that yes, we are in the stump, and the hollow is rotting away at the center. It's inundated with water, and whatever is jutting through from the other side, Isa, is giving us all of these different motions. Motions of Polaris. I'd love to talk about Polaris. How the fuck has Polaris moved? The ballers now tell me that Polaris around the central axis point moves 1.5 degrees on a nightly basis in a circle, which is 1.5 times the size of the moon's diameter. That's madness, as opposed to being fixed at the center. But if we have this sort of idea in place, and we got an inundation, cause all the tides surging from the north tells me that we're in a whirlpool. So whatever's spinning around is giving us the tides, but it's also generating the skylights, because everything seems to have this sort of consistent motion or associated motion with it anyway, which is 15 degrees per hour, or that sort of pattern followed. But I know it's pretty specific here, but yes, I certainly wouldn't rule out. I do think we're in a wondrous realm, and we're capable of reuniting. I think Jesus said 1 out of 1,000 or 2 out of 10,000, but figure it out or something like that. It's not so easy to figure out, but I think we all have the ability to come to recognize that there is something else, something greater to be strived for, because we are here in this divided state. But I know that's pretty specific as well. I think the sun is. I said, what do you think the sun is? If the stars are all the flowers, what is the sun?
Well, so it's like I used to think of it like this. It's like that. I think of the sun as like a reflection from like the original source from like the North Pole. So like as opposed to being like a physical object, it's like like you ever have like a light source and then you take a mirror and you project it on a wall. You could project it on a wall and then like kind of walk it around the wall. You can move that light source. So it's like, you're like that's how I see it. Like almost like I used to always see it like an upside down wine. Like if let's say there was like a dome concept, you'd have like an upside down wine glass with like a tight spiral all the way kind of engraved into it all the way out.
Yeah.
And like the sun would just be riding that that cutout of a spiral throughout the year. So it circles in and it circles back out. And it can move faster or whatever because it's just a reflection. It's not a physical object. So it's easier to move. That's how I look at it.
I just think there's so much more than just what we're observing. Just as written, like we see a cloud rising in the west. You say, oh, once a shower is coming, and so it happens, right? And then you see the south wind blowing. You say, oh, there'll be a scorching heat, and it happens. And then it's like, you hypocrites. You know how to interpret the appearance of earth and sky, but why do you not know how to interpret the present time? I don't know. I just think there's just more to just trying to argue these points with some people sometimes.
I always like there's like a I don't know if you ever listened to like Michael Tsarian, but I got the idea from him and I just like it. It's like because there's infinite things to know, right? You can never know everything. Like knowing everything is not the key to enlightenment. So like knowing all of these arguments, knowing all of the whatever, the angular diameter of whatever, like I mean, it's awesome and it's cool that we can do it, but it's like, it's not the, like, not the end all be all. Like, my opinion is like, the litmus test is, can you have manners while you're confronted with an idea that you reject? You know what I mean? Like, how do you behave in the presence of someone who, I mean, some people like, I mean, I always looked at it like I give people 10 minutes you're going to get my manners. And then if you're out of line, I'm going to fucking stomp on you. You know what I mean? But you have 10 minutes. And if you don't show that you have manners, you need to fuck off. But if you have manners and you have everything like that, you're good to go. And you could be a baller, you could be a concaver, you could be whatever you want. If you fucking behave correctly, that's the litmus test. If you're just like an outright combative type of person, like, you're a glober. I don't care what your cosmology is. You got glober tendencies, and you're acting like a materialistic shitbag, nihilist. And if I see that, that's what I don't like. And I don't care what side of the spectrum of the shape of the Earth is on. If you don't have any fucking manners regarding the conversation, you know what I mean? You need to get,
But
fuck off.
how do you feel about a Glober then who has manners and he will talk to you
No,
for an
awesome.
hour? You're going to call him a Glober?
Well, I mean, like, but the thing is that if somebody is proper, like, it's like, take like any of the Globers that we respect out here, they're happily referred to as a Glober. They don't give a fuck because it's in the context of an actual dichotomy that we're discussing. The shape of the Earth, is it alternative or is it the way that they tell us? So you're in a debate, and you're going to take a position in a debate. But like, ultimately, like, I mean, like, take like, I come in here, actually, I love it when Riding with Eggshells is in here. I think I like talking to certain ballers that like have something interesting to say and have something interesting to teach you, to learn about. And, we may disagree on certain points, but like, it's because we're assessing the information together instead of, instead of fighting, like, it's like some people won't be friends with somebody because they're a Glober, which, like, I get it. Like, maybe you shouldn't have kids with somebody who's completely opposite to you. You know what I mean? Like, but at the same time, like, we're on the internet. This is supposed to be a good time. I don't know. If you're not having fun,
At the same,
flatter.
yeah, I remember challenging. I think it was on Geo's channel here, challenging. I think it was definitely Eggshells, and who else? It might have been Dawn as well, just to play the best role of a station flat earther as you could, and fucking hell, they were pretty much unbeatable because they know all the arguments, they know where they're coming from, but the problem is that they come in and reset down each new day, and it's like, okay, I'm thinking to myself, how am I supposed to proceed with this, knowing that they're probably flat earthers before I am, you know what I mean? So if they're polite or mannerly, that's one thing, fair enough, but fuck it, at some point you have to call it an end to it, you know?
Well, right, but that's where the shape of like, look at it like this, man. Outside of the moon landing, I'm sure this was this was still a hot topic. It wasn't like this conversation has almost been taken away from humanity because of the space programs. And what a damn shame that is, because no one is interested in the study of the cosmos anymore because we figured it out. You know what I mean? And it's only when you start to question it does it become really much more interesting. Because now you're like, okay, wait a minute. Like, I'm looking at the sun right now come through this light, and it's like, are these straight light rays, or, you know what I mean? Like, because they look like they've got an angle to them. I don't know. It's like, it's just interesting shit, or, there's no reason to fight about it, I guess. You know what I mean? But if you're going to be like yesterday, we were talking, me and Jeremy were trying to get one guy to just accept like a basic axiom of science. And instead of doing that, they want to talk about, well, if you're in a vacuum and you're next to the sun, it's like, what the fuck are we even talking about? Like, we're just talking about a simple yes or no question. And at that point, Pete, that's where I think the greatest litmus test of all for our day is you just ask somebody, can men get pregnant? And when they, and by their response, you'll tell whether or not it's even, worthwhile talking to them.
Yeah, I saw Professor Jake do that on one of his streams where he talks about it's not about man or woman, it's about this and that. And it's like, man, if that's your that, I don't know. To me, I'm like, man, you just lost all credibility if you're going to argue the fact that a man can have a baby. That just it goes beyond the argument at that point, because now you're just dealing with
Well, like, yo, why are you going to discuss like the intricacies of light with someone who can't even know what gender has kids? It's fucking retarded.
unfortunately, that's just what we're dealing with nowadays. And like you're right. There's arguments that, I mean, for playing devil's advocate, if I'm going to argue with something that has been mathematically proven, that has been taught, experiments, and we could manipulate them and come up to the same result, and this is what's factual in that belief. Well, it's really hard to argue someone that is believing these mathematics to begin with, because it would make sense in their point of view, but does it make sense in the logic of it? Well, hold on, now you're telling me, again, going back to that 13 miles away or 0.6 miles away, it's just like they stretch it to where it's now becoming this impossible, weird argument that you get nowhere at, because it's a dead point.
Well, I said so. So along the same lines, the reason why you would not entertain anyone else if they said that yes, a man can become pregnant is because it's retarded, isn't it? It's impossible. It goes against everything that everyone on earth knows. No, only females or women can become pregnant. But isn't it the same thing then when it comes to the decision to have the Earth's surface moving? There's not one person, I think we can all agree, who's ever stood on the surface of the Earth and appreciated its motion. To every single one of us in history, it has to have appeared the same way, which is a stationary surface with things moving around it. So in the same way, then, can we rule out? My question is in the same. Can't we rule out anyone who, as we rule out the people who say that men can become pregnant? Anyone who comes along and says they live on a moving surface, can we not rule them out completely as well? Not bother with them?
Well, right, you can, but you got to remember they're coming from a place of like complete MK Ultra fucking domination. So it's like you have to have mercy to some extent, I think. Like, you know what I mean? Whereas like the because I mean, honestly, their argument. I mean, think of how stupid this is, Pete. Their argument is we can tell we're moving because you can't tell we're moving. Do you know what I mean? So, like, I mean, of course, in this, like, that's why we're all like, quote unquote, flat earthers, is because of those stupid.
Well, that's a big straw, man.
Right? Like, well, fair enough, but like, it's like the idea that like, straight means like level means curved, and like, and straight man, like to me, these are all just as ridiculous as saying that women can get pregnant.
Yeah.
But when you look at their model, you know what I mean? Like, I mean, in their worldview, it makes sense. At the same time, like for those, like at the same time, this is why I like, Confexus put it well. This whole shit is the return to the senses. It's the return to you realizing that you can make a decision over what you directly experience, and taking control of that, taking control of yourself. That's why even I got into the law shit, because that's the other level of it. Is like the idea where it's complete. Like how deep does your own sovereignty go? You know what I mean? And then where does that meet God? You know what I mean? In a certain way, because you don't have sovereignty. You know what I mean? Doesn't God own everything? You know what I mean? It becomes another conversation. But like in reality, you have to learn that, your own return to the senses, and being able to trust that. Like, I see the sun, all of us see the sun moving stars go across the sky. When we go to the beach, we experience the earth as flat and level. We don't experience like we're moving. Why do we reject these empirical fucking evidences? It's like, I mean, if I may, there was a great analogy we were talking about, and one guy was getting all ramped up and everyone got muted a little while back. We were talking about, let's say you're in a room that's sealed off, and there's a cup of coffee, and and you're sitting there having your cup of coffee, and and then you're treating the environment as like there's no way for you to detect movement. Now, if I say like I think that I'm not in a plane because I don't detect movement, I can't, my coffee's still, everything, throwing a ball up and down, everything's fucking going great. If somebody then comes in and says, well, actually, you're on a plane and it's special relativity, that whatever, I could say, wow, that's an interesting idea, but I'm going to still operate as though I'm not moving, as though everything matters, because that idea is completely fucking irrelevant to my reality. So, and then on top of it, they come in and they want to condemn you for treating the experience that you're having, drinking a cup of coffee in a room, not on, thinking you're not on a plane, with no evidence to suggest that you're on a plane, and they want to condemn you for treating everything as though you're not on a plane. And that for me is fucking just too much of an offense. Because if I live in a
Yeah, well, I
society-
think it's an. You've rattled on long enough now, but
let me finish.
I think it's an. I think it's an. I think it's an offence that you. I think it's an offence that you actually then ignore other empirical evidence. Right? There is other empirical evidence other than just what we witnessed with our own eyes. And you seem quite happy. You seem quite happy to ignore that and throw that out and not take that into account.
Let me make a point.
And to me, that's just as dishonest.
Listen to how the whole mood changed by Paul coming in shouting. Very good.
Real
Very
quick,
nice.
Pete. So check it out. I live in a society where a man can cut his dick off and call himself a woman, and people have to respect that like it's some fucking honorable thing. And yet I can't fucking change my opinion about what I experienced, dude. Are you offended by that?
No, that's not addressing my argument at all. You totally
you're
ignored
offended.
what I actually said.
You're offended. You're saying you're offended because I think it's ludicrous that someone would tell me that I'm wrong for actually just believing what I'm experiencing, which is a flat emotionless
that's not my argument. That's not my argument at all.
What is your empirical data?
You're just creating a massive big story.
What's your empirical data?
Well, instead of talking at me, why don't you actually fucking listen to what I'm saying?
Emotional cycle of a psychopath. But like,
I think you're butthurt because you won't let me actually say what my argument is.
Okay, fair enough. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. Right? My argument is that I said I was offended at the fact that you ignore all of the empirical evidence that goes against the notion that you're not actually just considering all the empirical evidence. You're again. I was nearly there. Nearly finished, but no. You said you were going to listen to me. But that was just lip service, was it? Okay.
Kind of, yeah. So because I don't give a shit about what you have to say. I
don't give a shit what you say either. I couldn't care less what you say either.
All right, then we're in the middle
I'm allowed to have a say as well, man. You know, I'm allowed to have a. Wow, triggered a bit, right? All I'm saying is that there's other evidence other than just what we can witness with our own eyes. Sure, I experienced the Earth as... the irony is rich that you keep on interrupting. I experienced the Earth as level and flat from my senses as well. But that's not the only... That's not the only empirical evidence, is it?
Okay, so what changes?
What empirical evidence am I missing? What
Paul's trained in Jim Panda's ESA.
Stationary flag, Paul. Yeah, let me just repeat the question. What brings you?
I mean, there's other evidence other than what we witness with our own senses, isn't there?
Come on, Paul.
He did ask a question. What was your empirical evidence? Can you address that?
Well, there's all the empirical evidence that we can get from actually measurements like Foucault's pendulum, ring laser gyroscopes, other gyroscopes, gyro compasses, all sorts of other measurements with theodolites and stuff like that. There's all of that sort of empirical evidence that we can rely on, as well as the empirical evidence from our measly senses that really aren't that sensible at all.
You lose.
Oh, just because you say I lose, you're just going to ignore all of that and not actually address any of the things that I just said. You're just going to blurt out, "You lose."
No one gives a shit.
That's a
What's
great
the experience? What's the experience that tells me that?
Someone actually does give a shit. You're just claiming that no one gives a shit, but people do actually give a shit.
You're really angry, dude. You need to come.
Yeah, laugh it off, big boy.
But yeah, laugh it off, fuzzball. Laugh it off, fuzzball.
Great argument. Laugh. Say you lose and then laugh. That's a fantastic argument.
You should get angrier. It's helping you out. It's really helping you.
I really shouldn't lower myself to that level, right?
No, you should just get angrier because it's really working for you.
All right. So when we say that these instruments that we're using to calculate as empirical evidence, what happens when these when that is then challenged to say, well, it could be something different.
Well, you got it wrong for a start. They don't calculate as empirical evidence. They measure as empirical evidence, right? Measure. You got
Yeah.
that?
Okay,
That's
I get
what a
you're saying.
measurement is.
I get what you're saying. Okay.
You gonna finish up
From
on
another
that,
star. Is that empirical?
I didn't hear a word you said. You cut out.
Yeah, you
I'm
kinda
sorry.
did.
I said, is it empirical evidence when it comes to distances to a star that we are quote unquote measuring from one star to another? When one star is 5 light years away or 20 light years away or 100 light years away, those differences, is that what you would consider empirical evidence?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I mean, just you're honest with yourself. Okay. Well, again, these are I would argue that measurements to say that they're empirical evidence would mean that we can physically go from point A to point B, and then and even still it's not always accurate, even on here on Earth on the ground of it, and that's what I would consider empirical. Like if you stood 10 feet away from, what I'm saying is if you stood 10 feet away from me, we can both measure that distance to and from. But if I'm looking up at one point and I only have one calculated mathematical measurement, but you can't do it back to me, I would thus argue that then can't be considered empirical. Does that make sense?
So what you're doing is you're actually changing the definition of what empirical means so you can exclude some evidence. That's what you're actually doing right now.
Okay. Yeah, I guess you're define empirical evidence.
You've already decided what evidence and measurements you've taken against.
Yeah, but let him define empirical evidence, Pete. Let him define it.
Because I gave you my understanding of what empirical evidence is. What's your understanding of it, or the definition? Maybe I'm maybe I'm wrong.
Well, empirical, that's just what you can verify by observation or experience, right?
Okay. So with that being said, can you truly
can we observe the stars? Can we take measurements of the stars? Yes, we can. That would then count as empirical evidence by that very definition.
Okay. All right. That's where we end. That's fine. Again, here we are.
Hold on one second. So what was my
nowhere in anything that I look up does it say that empirical means you have to go there.
No, you already have a definition attached to a star. When you use the word, you use it glibly. Remember, we don't know what they are, so you have to be careful.
I'm using the word glibly? I think you're trying to use the word glibly. You're trying to glibly redefine it to exclude certain classes of empirical evidence.
Okay, for existence. For existence, or for quick. They just came out with a new report, right? The latest and the greatest. James Webb has now new calculations for the distances of things in the sky. I would argue that empirical evidence would mean or come to say that you cannot change that value. It is fact. It's no longer greater distance or a less distance. But the second that the brains, in the lab coats are now saying, oh wait, we could be wrong here, because now we're finding a greater distance than we once knew. It totally reminds me of back when the sun was 1 million miles and now it's 93 million miles. Once upon a time, that was empirical evidence, perhaps, but I'm arguing that if it can be changed or calculated that you were wrong at one point, not you, but whoever measured it originally, then that would take away the empirical evidence element to it. You understand what I'm saying?
Again, you are wrong, because what you're doing again is trying to define the word empirical to mean accurate. That's not what it means at all, right? Empirical just means that it's data gathered by observation or experience. Okay, so whether that data gathered supports a certain calculation or measurement, right? Nothing in science says that we can't change what we measure or calculate or experience given better data or more accurate data that comes along, more empirical data that supports a change in our point of view. All right, that's not what the definition of empirical is. Empirical doesn't mean that we're not allowed to change something.
You have the definition wrong. That's your problem, but that's all right.
No, I don't think I do. I don't think I actually do have the definition wrong. Definition of empirical is that which we can experience or observe.
I'll read it right now. Based on, concerned with, or verified by observation or experience, rather than...
Oh, wow, that's just what I said.
Dude, you cut me off the first time.
Yeah, try not to interrupt. Let him finish, man.
I mean,
but they were interrupting. Not these same guys, to be fair. But
Arma,
earlier he was being interrupted.
Arma, Gio just told you not to. I'm reading the definition.
No, because I'm trying to tell Gio that.
As you cut me off again, as you're trying to tell Gio, the owner.
No, the person who actually cut
Arma,
me
don't
off.
worry about it. Nobody cares what you think either.
Well, I don't care what you think. But anyway, Gio, earlier they were cutting what's his name? The other guy
in a
off.
Conversation, not right reading the definition. I asked, can I read a definition of empirical? He cut me off in the very first sentence, so I'll start again. Based on, concern with, or verifiable by observation or experience rather than theory or pure logic. They provide considerable empirical evidence to support their argument. Synonyms: observe, seen, factual, actual, real, verifiable, firsthand, and more. Now, I'm reading this not because I think like I can go, you're wrong. I didn't know the definition. I'm just reading it as a definition. He's partly right, but he needs to include all the other factors too. Verifiable.
The point is,
all the other factors, the essential part of that is verifiable by observation or experience. That's
we were talking about.
Stop interrupting.
We were having a conversation before you guys interrupted our conversation, actually. What we were talking about was the idea that you have like a room with a cup of coffee in it. And the idea is that people are condemning other people for treating it as though that room is not on an airplane. And like, you guys are coming in, we're in a room with a cup of coffee. There's no fucking way to detect that we're moving or anything. And yet, and I'm treating it like it's not moving. And then here comes these dipshits who were like, you're on an airplane, actually. And it's like, okay, even if I'm on an airplane, it's irrelevant information to the way that I have to treat my environment. So, and then you're like, oh, you don't believe you're on an airplane, do you? And it's like, well, it's not that. It's just that it's irrelevant. And they're like, you're a liar. It's completely relevant. And like, my point is that if you're going to condemn somebody for treating the world as though it's flat, stationary, and motionless, and other than topography, there's not much, it's pretty much fucking level, then, you know what I mean? I think it's silly. That was the point. And this guy got all butthurt about it and ended our conversation. Because we were talking about the trees and the stars and all kinds of beautiful things.
Yeah, but you're treating it like it's empirical or some shit.
In that very same example, you're talking about people on a plane, which is a couple of hundred, and admittedly there is a few hundred, couple of thousand people that think the same way as you, and you're trying to say that the rest of the world, a couple of billion people, are the ones in the wrong.
Well, didn't Pythagoras kind of face that too? Did Pythagoras face that problem too?
I don't know. And you were
historically,
Pythagoras. I've never talked to Pythagoras. So in your same logic, I don't know. I can't answer that.
Right. They killed Pythagoras because he thought the world was a certain shape too, and everyone knew better.
And you were saying,
I would
witness it.
It's your fucking, he's the guy who gave you everything that you guys accept as your theories. But the point is, at one time, the people didn't like his ideas, and they condemned him.
Logic getting
right. They condemned him. They condemned him because he thought the earth was a different shape. So you're kind of like the people who killed Pythagoras, because you're going to say, well, we're more people than you are, and your ideas aren't what all of us believe, right?
And I don't think he's right about the numbers. I would challenge him where he got his numbers from, because I doubt that several billion people know anything about this topic.
All I want to state again is that the second that those numbers are now different and there's different measurements and you have different calculations, I would argue, well, then originally it wasn't empirical evidence, because under my understanding of what empirical means, is that you can't find another calculation,
Hold on
another
now.
distance. But maybe
Are
I'm
you
wrong.
a gyroscope? Do you experience fucking shift? You know what I mean? Are you a gyroscope? No. You're a fucking person who doesn't experience any of that and watches the stars move across the sky. To operate as though I'm a gyroscope, I experience fucking drift. You're retarded.
You own a cherry orchard?
That would be empirical evidence from a gyroscope, right? And I hope the other guys aren't muted or anything. They should be like.
Well, I'm not
I say
muted.
if you have a mechanical
I'm not
gyroscope,
muted.
you can measure it yourself. Go out and get one. You can get one from an airplane.
Right, but I'm not a gyroscope, so it's not empirical evidence to me, right?
And
No
you
one's
own
claiming
it.
you are a gyroscope.
Right, and that's what I'm saying. Just because a gyroscope drifts, like you're saying, it doesn't mean that I experience fucking movement.
Why would you expect to experience that? That is the fucked up thing.
What are you? You're retarded. This is you guys coming in and being like, "No, your room with a cup of coffee is actually speeding on an airplane." And I swear to God, bro.
No.
No one's used that argument. I haven't used that argument.
All I'm saying is, why would you expect to experience rotating 360 degrees in 24 hours? You'd have to have some hypersensitive sensors to experience.
Right, that's stupid. That's a bunch of coping mechanism for your MK Ultra programming.
No.
Someone take over. I'm busy for 5 minutes.
How about how the coffee is going to still be level in the cup no matter how high you go?
How does
It never slants, because when you're going around the curve, it's always. But then that goes back to, well, level is to the center, yada yada yada. I guess go down that road.
It's not really a road to go down. That's just the model. I mean,
in all theorizing, you must have a solid. This is the basis of science, right? It's expanding upon what we can all experience, what we can all think based on our experiences. The very foundational principles of the ball, every one of them, go against our everyday experience. And I'd be happy if Paul could give me an example of where I'm wrong. From the curved water to the antipodal positions to the earth in motion, which is probably primary. All of these are assumptions that we cannot verify, we cannot experience.
Do you want 360 degrees of them, or just a couple?
For instance, what if a plane was made where there was a pool in it, right? A big enough plane to have a whole Olympic-sized pool in it. Would the waters change its, as it went around this globe? Would it curve or around it, or would it just be always level in the plane? I think I would argue that it would always stay level because it's on a plane ground beneath it, regardless. But I guess that's not.
You're absolutely correct, because how long is this airplane? Is it like 20, 30 meters long, or?
I'm saying it's big enough to hold an Olympic-sized pool of water, and it's and in that and yeah, let's say it's that big. Let's say it's like an Airbus, right? Just huge, maybe even bigger. Who knows? For the story of it.
Let's say it's an A340-600, one of the longest airplanes in the world. I think that's about 33 meters. So that's 1/3 of 1 arc degree of the curvature.
Or beginning, or one side from the left side from the front side of the plane to the back side of the plane. Is it curving? I don't think so. It's going to be level.
Let's go north-south.
I agree, it'll be level, but level is a curve, of course.
Here we go. Get the popcorn out.
Well, that's what you were waiting to hear, wasn't it?
Yeah, because that argument's always funny to me. Like, the water's curved. It always makes me, honestly, I get a good giggle out of it, because it's one of those things.
Well, you know the model. You know the model so well. What kind of curvature would you expect from our model in a swimming pool of that size?
I would say that in your argument, it would be so slight that we would never be able to see it. And then
yeah, you got it.
But again, if your reality is that it's flat, but the story is that it's curved, where does that leave you as a human with your eyes, ears, and nose and mouth and fingers? Like your senses are now they're deceiving you. You know what I mean?
No,
Like
Just
not
another
deceiving you.
insignificant
It's just
animal.
they're just not sensitive enough to pick that up, like that subtleness.
Yeah. Like you can go sit in a park and get really settled and still, but the Earth's moving underneath you, right? You're moving through space, even though you're sitting
No,
in a
it's not
park,
moving underneath you.
isn't it? Isn't the whole place moving,
No.
even though I'm sitting in a park?
Yeah, it's all moving, but it's not moving underneath you, Merle, because that implies that you're stationary while the Earth's rotating somehow underneath your feet. No,
Yeah, it
you're
is.
rotating along with
with
the
that,
Earth.
if you're
No,
sitting
the
at
inner
rest,
core is rotating also. The fluid,
Merle,
you know,
Merle, I
that's
love you,
moving
man.
also.
Sitting in a park, you're not one of the birds flying around, all right?
No, but there's stuff moving underneath you too, right? Lava, the inner core, you know, your molten lava inner core, big ball mass,
All swirling around me,
rotate.
Rakia,
Yeah,
it's
underneath
one of
me,
the
underneath your
above me.
feet,
Shit that you don't even get
Yeah.
on the surface.
and then you have
Telling globers not to look to the stars. You're thinking way too shit below shit.
are you not going to address that? I mean, you have big
I just
swirling
did.
masses of lava spinning at incredible speeds underneath you also.
Yeah, you know, I just did that. We
Like
can look
lava
to something
highways.
closer to the moon, and you guys go, "Oh, you can't look
Oh, here's
to."
Jazza. Jazza, your volume is very low, bud.
Yeah,
so
I
when
didn't hear you. I
Sorry,
didn't hear you.
I'm just saying you can't. You guys say you can't look to the sky to say what the Earth is. You can't say what's 12,000, 6,000, 3,000 kilometers under the Earth to say what the Earth is. So don't use
We
that.
don't.
Is
We
that
don't.
Jazza?
Yeah.
Jazza, is that you, my helicopter man?
It's been a long time, bro.
It's been a long time, man. Yeah, I should have recognized your fucking attitude. Fucking right, dude. Good to fucking hear you, bro. Good to hear you, dude.
It's been a long time.
Oh,
Yeah,
by the way,
man,
the
yes, sir.
by the way, the person that said that Pythagoras was killed because he thought the world was a different shape is totally bullshitting you. Pythagoras
Fuck that
wasn't
guy.
killed for that
Fuck
reason.
that guy.
He was killed because he disagreed with a democratic society.
Right, and you know what? Because there was more people than him, they killed him, right?
But they didn't kill him because he had a different
but
idea
they
about
did.
the shape of
They
the
what? But
Earth.
they did have a consensus against him, though, right?
was anybody
Yeah,
ever
but it wasn't
murdered?
about the shape of the Earth, though.
Well, whatever. They fucking decided. A whole bunch of other people decided that Pythagoras got to go because his fucking ideas or whatever the fucking
Yeah,
shit.
but why did you make up the bullshit that it was about the shape of the Earth?
Well, I mean, did it say it's not about the shape of the Earth? What was it about?
Yeah, it actually said
Yeah,
it's
what?
about him rejecting a democratic society.
And probably all the bullshit that came with it, like their cosmology, right?
That there's cherry
No,
picking, I said.
doesn't say anything about that.
Well, didn't his cosmology? Didn't his cosmology fucking like set the precedent for your cosmology?
Yeah. The first to suggest yours was a ball, Pythagoras.
Are you gonna say no right now, dude? Are you just historically illiterate or what?
I mean, it's factual that people were killed on their views of this,
Right, and my
of
point is
everything.
right, and that's my.
Just went and
But can
Googled
this guy
it
get
and
it?
then
This
came
guy
back with
doesn't
an
get it
argument.
though. This guy don't get it. Is the point? And my point is that because of their fucking because of their numbers and their consensus against this guy, who we all now recognize as a potential genius, right? Like the point is that just because the masses of the people thought that they needed to kill that guy, they killed that guy. And my point is that that's what happens to smart people, and that's what's happening to flat earthers who get this shit when the penny drops, and then they got to talk to people who can't fucking relate to normal historical facts. Do you know what I mean? Like they can't even make it a fucking analogy because their brain has been so carterized by fucking the destruction of their imagination. You know what I mean, or something like that. I don't know.
But Isa, we've been talking for years.
What are you rambling about?
Why have only 3 or 4 flat earthers been
My point is this, Jazza. If I live in a world that, a guy could cut his nuts off and call himself Mrs. fucking Smith, then fucking I certainly should be allowed to be a flat earther, especially if I can change my mind back, right?
I never thought of it that way. You are completely correct. My hat's off to you, good sir.
Yeah, well, that's what fascinated me is the gentleman before you jumped in saying something, because I was talking about how if you're in a room where you're having a cup of coffee and there's no detection of fucking any kind of movement or anything and everything is stationary, and then someone comes in the room and says, well, actually, you're on a plane. You know what I mean? I might look to them and be like, well, I don't know if that really matters to me because I still just have to deal with what's in front of me. And they're like, no, you're rejecting science. And I'm like, I'm not rejecting science. I'm just proposing that it's useless information to me because it's flat and motionless and my coffee isn't moving. And then they're like, no, you need to be condemned and you're an idiot because you don't know you're actually on a plane. And I'm like, prove I'm on a plane. And they're like, well, here's this piece of paper with some fucking numbers from my gyroscope. Like, go fuck yourself.
Well, you sound triggered.
A little bit, because if
Yeah,
you
why are you
fucking
so angry
do you
about that?
accept that a dude can chop his nuts off and call himself Mrs. Smith and just act like it's all good, but I can't be a flat earther?
What's that got to do with the argument at hand?
Talking about well, first off, we were having a fucking bunch of flat earthers were having some fucking awesome conversation, and somebody butted in because they were offended.
Oh, so this isn't here for anyone to join the conversation on this server. It's specifically reserved for flat earthers, is it?
And know about history and shit, and be relevant. And be
Well, I am making
Otherwise,
sense.
we don't give a shit. I don't give a shit. I told you before. I said we were having a conversation about fucking like the stars being like, the leaves of the trees of fucking life and shit. And here you come with like, nuh-uh. Like, yo, dude, we're just fucking.
Yeah, and you were, and to be honest, you were having a conversation about saying that all you experience is the flat and level Earth, and that you don't experience anything else. And I came in saying that, well, why don't you take into account all the other empirical evidence that says it's not flat and stationary?
Right, and that's
all I did. I was actually joining the conversation. Wow.
This is where we got off the wrong foot, because I asked you in return. I said, "Hey, what's your empirical information?" And then we started arguing about fucking empirical shit. But the point is like, I was asking you, like, what if I'm in that room?
So the conversation developed and progressed.
I'm
so
cool with
I
that.
didn't actually interrupt a conversation.
Well,
I joined one. So why are you whinging? Why are you whinging about you having a nice conversation? And
this is what you brought to the conversation. This attitude right here is saying you're so emotional and acting like this and butting in and being how you're being right now. From a chill conversation to this.
Well, here's my question.
That's why we're just getting back to where we were an hour ago.
Here's my question. What is a gyroscope actually measuring? And I'm asking that, wholeheartedly for a good answer. What exactly is it measuring? A gyroscope.
Well, there are different kinds of gyroscopes, aren't there? A ring laser gyroscope in particular measures rotation, absolute rotation.
No, it doesn't.
It does.
That's wrong.
And that
it doesn't measure rotation.
And that's where I was headed.
It does.
No.
Is it okay? Let's take away it measures the Earth's rotation, but let's answer it. What is it actually measuring to get this Earth's rotation? What is it measuring? That's what I was going for.
Precision.
Precision? That's not an answer.
Gyroscopic precision. If something
Horizontalness.
Okay,
if
yeah.
Something is spinning, then there is gyroscopic precision.
Oh, okay. Did you know that Einstein said that if the sky was spinning around the Earth, that you would get centrifugal and Coriolis effects as well on a stationary Earth?
No, he didn't say that.
He literally
Einstein
did
never
say
said
that.
that. No, he didn't. That's a lie.
Hold on. Even if he did say that, right? I mean, what evidence is there that does happen, though? Like, if we have something rotating around something, that we get the gyroscope to pick that up. I mean, sure, Einstein said it, but that's just a guy who said something. I mean,
hey, Whit, before you respond, that's fucking awesome. I love how you kind of go to the archives and come back in here with some.
Hang on. Can I quickly just come back to Gitsit?
Go on.
You guys are scared to let me answer, I think.
And I'm gonna try and say it in your tone of voice. Yo, Gitsit. you
My wife's
realize,
asleep, but I'm trying not to be loud.
I'm trying to do the same. Do you realize how the rotor blades of her helicopter work, the rotor system?
I'm actually not going to answer random questions.
Why is this allowed here?
Yeah, I'm actually going to answer the other stuff that was said. So,
Thing.
first thing that was said was, no, he didn't say that. He objectively did in a letter to Ernst Mach in 1913.
No, you can't talk about a mass that is rotating.
I want to hear it. I want to hear it.
What I said. Of course you want to hear it. Because
I want to hear it. Yeah, right, because we don't care what you think. We want to hear what Witsit thinks. That's right.
Of course you want to be bullshit.
Welcome to the show, dog.
Yeah, so he wrote a letter to Ernst Mach in 19...
You believe it?
Oh my God, calm
to
down.
the cult.
It's going to be okay that the Earth's not a ball, bro. It's not that big of a deal. You know what I'm saying? Like, we all thought it was a ball. So,
No, you never did. You never understood it. That's why you're a flat earther.
So he wrote a letter, and what happened with it? Go on.
Yeah. In the letter, he explains to Ernst Mach that if the Earth was stationary but the sky was moving around it, you would get centrifugal and Coriolis effects that would drag the pendulum around, etc. Because you would have a translation of motion to the interior of a system. He said you can demonstrate this with a hollow sphere, and if you spin it, whatever's inside the sphere will be affected by the motion. He said, you've been ridiculed inadvertently on my behalf as if you were wrong, but I've come to the realization that you were actually correct, and this principle holds true, and I actually must integrate it into relativity for us to go and do this eclipse observation in hopes to confirm relativity. So the Arthur Eddington experiment where they said they saw the star around the eclipse, you have to apply the Machian principle to be able to claim that proves relativity. So so Einstein himself said that doesn't prove anything. Also, Einstein said in the context of interferometry in a speech about Michelson-Morley that he had come to the conclusion that no optical experiment could ever detect the motion of the Earth. And so ring laser gyro is literally interferometry. So, yeah.
So if you have
and guess what? Einstein was wrong.
Okay, well, if you want to say that Einstein was wrong about relativity, then go for it.
No, I didn't say he was wrong about relativity. I was saying he was wrong about saying that there was no optical experiment, because there are optical experiments that can detect rotation, right? We actually use those experiments today to measure rotation.
Can you name one?
Yeah, a ring laser gyroscope measures rotation.
I just explained to you that he was giving a speech in the context of interferometry in the Michelson-Morley experiment, which is what a ring laser gyroscope is. It's interferometry. He explains that's what actually motivated him to come up with special relativity in the first place. And that since
and I explained to you that Einstein was wrong, because we have ring laser gyroscopes and they measure rotation. This is demonstrable fact. They do measure rotation because we use them today to measure rotation.
Do you just call it rotation?
Right? Not only rotation of the Earth, but it measures other rotations.
No,
they are actually devices that can be used to measure rotation. It's a fact that we know today that they're used for that. So Einstein was literally wrong.
No, Einstein never said that gyroscopes couldn't measure rotation. What he said was, you can't prove that the Earth is rotating or revolving with optical experiments, because if the sky was revolving around the Earth, the gyroscope could also be detecting that movement. So this was also referenced by Stephen Hawking in 2007, who cited Einstein, saying that...
Are you sure?
It's based off of optics, though. You're saying optics.
Because he's wrong about that. Einstein was absolutely wrong about that. I don't know why you keep on saying this, because Einstein is wrong about that. We know that ring laser gyroscopes measure rotation because we actually use them to measure rotation in everyday applications.
I just corrected you and said I didn't say that Einstein said that they don't detect rotation. It doesn't mean it's exclusive to it being the Earth rotating.
There's no evidence to suggest that. There's no evidence to show that you can have something rotate around something else and then the gyro picking that up. I mean, you're just
No,
saying a guy said a thing. I mean, you have to
No, there
actually.
literally is. You can demonstrate this with a hollow sphere. If you spin it, what's inside the sphere will
What's
have a
it?
translation of motion.
I tried to talk to you about this before. About
That's not true.
It objectively is true.
And Foucault's pendulum, and you went
That's
on.
not true.
Gyros, they all say the precession. So
Who's talking right now?
stop cherry.
You guys are freaking out. So
Orchard.
Einstein specifically.
Jazza, you need to
said
raise your
that-
volume. You're low, man.
Einstein specifically said that pendulums don't prove that the Earth is rotating. He
Keeps going.
Yeah.
All right.
You guys are just trying to fundy mute me, and then eventually you guys will just leave because you can't actually debate the substance of the point.
No one's going to mute a dumb cunt. Dumb cunt.
Now you got atoms, right? So you're imploding, my guy. So I'm just
not
explaining.
I'm just saying.
I just figured that if you guys were going to believe in the ball, it's probably best that you actually understand the position first.
What's it?
What says the man who doesn't know that ring laser gyroscopes measure rotation and absolute rotation? And Einstein did not say that a pendulum couldn't measure the rotation of the Earth.
That is the third time you've straw man me.
Hang on. Just
now it's this guy's turn to fundy mute me. You know I can mute you, right?
What's it doesn't get shit. Can I just say, because you just said about
I can mute you, right?
Wow,
I know
that
you
was such
can,
a
I hope you
clever.
don't.
What a clever name.
No one's muting you, dude.
No, I'm just saying I want to say something to Witsit that you just said that all of you say that you were globers and you all believed it. None of you understood it. If you did understand the model, you wouldn't be flat earthers.
Okay. I understand the model if you mute me,
No, you don't.
if you interrupt, I'm muting you. I'm muting you. If you interrupt me again, I'm going to have to mute you.
No one's muting you. You're the one that's threatening to mute people.
No, I'm saying it's called fundy muting. So every time I start talking, he just starts talking over me.
Don't worry about me.
It's not allowed in this room.
I'm going, so don't worry about that.
That's not allowed in this room, dude. So
that's what you do to everyone. That's what you all do. I'm out. So
Jazza, just shut up for a minute.
Yeah. So I've conceded the floor to interruption about 7 times so far. I'm trying to be cool. Can we just be respectful? Okay. So I'm explaining for the 4th time to Curse with a high IQ, ironic name there. I never claimed that it can't detect rotation. So you just keep saying it, but I never said that. I said that it doesn't exclusively demonstrate it as the Earth that is rotating. And even Einstein would tell you that utilizing relativity, which is the very thing for gravity you still use to this day, right? And he specifically used the pendulum as an example, saying that if the sky moved around the Earth, it would drag the pendulum around.
I don't believe Einstein said that at all.
Okay, and so if I drop the letter where he says it, are you going to concede that you're wrong?
And if he did, he was wrong about that because no, an empty sphere rotating around an object, like if we had an empty sphere rotating around the Earth without touching the Earth, that would not affect a pendulum on the Earth.
Okay. Yeah, there would be a translation of motion through the system, right? Certainly with an ether. It's just the effect.
How?
It's very simple. If you have a medium and then there's motion on the outside of a system, it's going to translate through the medium and affect what's on the inside of the system.
Yeah, but that's not how ring laser gyro doesn't work through like motion or whatever. It's literally about orientation, from my understanding.
Okay, you're claiming it's detecting motion, Arma. So ring laser gyros use something called the Sagnac effect. Okay, and the person that discovered the Sagnac effect, Sagnac, said that it was because of a vortex in the ether. So they did Michelson-Morley, which is what motivated special relativity. They didn't get the predicted value of the orbit around the sun. They classified it as a null result, although they did find a fringe shift. They then, 40-something years later, did something called Michelson-Gale-Pearson, right, which is the Sagnac effect. And they detected the sidereal rotation, and it matched the predicted value within 98% accuracy every single time using the same method they used in Michelson-Morley, interferometry. So what this demonstrates is that interferometry is an accurate methodology to detect movement, but it only detects the sidereal rotation. the daily rotation. Therefore, the only viable explanation left is that the Earth is stationary and not orbiting, and the sky moves around the Earth.
And yet,
Except
if you look
that
up
would-
except if you look up the Sagnac effect, it actually says that the Sagnac experiment confirmed the rotation of the Earth. So, which it is not telling the truth about what the Sagnac effect is. No one ever said the Sagnac effect was a vortex in the ether. That's not what the Sagnac effect is at all. So, no, he's wrong about that. The Sagnac effect was actually used to measure the rotation of the Earth, and the result of that experiment was that it confirmed the rotation of the Earth as accurate as per other observations.
You know what's cool? Hey, wait. You know what's cool is that in a court of law, whatever you just said would be deemed inadmissible because you were already proven wrong.
Bro, don't interject the stuff that doesn't advance conversation.
So,
Rules of the court.
Yeah, he just baselessly asserted that he didn't say that, right? Now, I'm not disputing that if you Google it, Google won't tell you that it's because the Earth is rotating, but Sagnac himself said that it was the vortex in the ether. This is objective, okay? So the question is it that the stars in the sky are moving around the stationary Earth, or is the Earth moving with the stars as a fixed frame of reference? This is a very rudimentary question in principle. I mean, Einstein talked about it numerous times. He said that's nothing more than a coordinate system preference. It would be the same either way. So
and
that is the question.
With that, and I want to add this rotation of the Earth that they keep saying. Can it not be argued that no, it's the rotation of the celestial things in the sky on around a circuit of going, above a flat plane, and they're going in a rotation per se, but going around it like a merry-go-round. That because that's also rotation. But in the perspective of it, if one thing is gathering evidence that it's rotating based upon the celestial heavens, then it's almost like we're arguing the same side of the coin at this point. Am I wrong there? Or am I
No, that's like literally what Einstein said.
So I'm as smart as Einstein.
Don't know anything about their beliefs.
Yeah. But if these things were true, then these effects would be greater the further south you went.
Why is
that?
If
you went all the way to the southern tip, because that's where the greatest amount of rotation is, right? Because these gyroscopes' precession, same thing with Foucault pendulums, change based on latitude relative to the equator.
Okay.
What you're telling me is they change by latitude all the way away from center.
Okay.
We don't see that.
Yeah, we have a vortex, right? And then we have an entire system. It seems to potentially be perceived as the top half of a sphere, like a dome type of shape around us. We don't know the actual shape. It doesn't matter. But yeah, it moves around the Earth, the central point, with a vortex, right? And you have a distribution on latitude relative to that vortex movement. Now, for one, all the evidence of Foucault's pendulum and gyros in the south is super shoddy. But I don't even have to go there. We can rock with it, and it still doesn't prove it, even according to Einstein. I just explained that like probably 8 times now. So just basically asserting it doesn't mean anything.
I get what he's saying, though, if you go further south, but it doesn't mean that further south is spinning faster, the ground, but it could mean or represent that further south, the celestial heavens are spinning or having to spin faster because it's making a greater circle, a greater revolution. So, but I think though that also can be what?
Yeah, duh.
So that's exactly what I'm getting at. And when because we're basing what he's saying is that the spinning of the heavens, which linearly will get faster the further from the center, whether it's on Earth or in the sky, is creating this vortex. But then simultaneously saying this vortex stops at the equator and then starts going the other direction in order to produce the results that we see here on the surface of Earth in terms of interferometers and gyros and Foucault's pendulums, because they go the opposite direction south of the equator. However, the stars continue to spin the same direction, which means this doesn't really seem to hold any water.
Well, you're actually wrong. because the stars don't seem to spin the same direction. And if you look at a magnetic field, it would give you this very effect. Literally.
They don't spin the same direction?
They're not perceived to spin the same direction, no. And they literally, now they all go quote unquote east to west, but actually you have to look into magnetic declination, and that's just a complete shit show. Magnetic declination debunks the globe as well. But anyway, so when we take the gyroscope, we can go to a certain latitude. And if it's because the Earth is spinning, then it's going to change at that same latitude exactly the same rate of precession. But yet, when we take the gyroscope to a higher elevation but maintain latitude, we get a different result. It actually varies by over 1.5 degrees, which demonstrates that it's not the Earth rotating, because it can't change if you have the same latitude. It has to be the same regardless of elevation.
Well,
you're skipping your assertion that the stars do it, though they maintain a singular rotation over the flat Earth, but we have an opposing rotational force south of the equator.
Okay,
You're not explaining that.
I literally did. I just explained that a magnetic field, I'll drop a couple videos for you, right? A magnetic field shows you the same effects. Okay. So I don't claim to know that there isn't, there could potentially be 2 sets of star rotations. There's many things that could be happening. If you look at a solenoid or a bar magnet, you get this very same effect. And actually,
So a magnetic field is
that show the effect.
changing how the aether affects interferometers and gyroscopes?
What do you mean changing it? There's different types of motion, then of course it would change it.
Well, why would it go backwards?
It's a different motion.
It's backwards. So is the cause of motion on Earth of the gyroscope the stars? Or is it just the stars in the northern hemisphere, then in the southern hemisphere it's magnetic?
Again.
Is that the argument?
It's the whole system moving. The whole system is magnetic. Okay. And also I explained very clearly that the actual evidence of pendulums and gyroscopes in the south is very shoddy. Right. So the first time they tried to go towards
that's an assertion. That's not true.
I think you accidentally interrupted me, but it's okay. So the first time they tried to go towards the South Pole and do the pendulum, it actually went the wrong way. Right. And so if you guys I would love to see all your evidence of these precise measurements of the pendulum near the South Pole, but you don't have it. I happen to know that for a fact. So I will happily cite the fact that the first time they did it, it went the wrong way. And then you won't be able to cite anything.
Okay. You said the first time they did it. Does that imply that other times also happened?
Do you have evidence of consistent results in the South?
I could find you some, but I'm also curious about your evidence of reverse direction flow, and then what happened after that? Are you saying they stopped and that was it?
No, they rigged up the machine and kept trying to get it to work, and then it went twice as fast as expected. And then they finally got it to do what it was supposed to do with the glow prediction, and then they moved on.
Okay. And what was the cause of it going backwards? What did they say?
They just dismissed it all to user error. They said it was
what was the user error?
I'll drop you the paper. They just said they didn't know why it was going the wrong way. At first, they thought that it was good, and then they realized, oh, it's supposed to be the other way. So.
Okay. So you read this whole bit?
Yeah, I read it.
Okay. And no other pendulum exists in the southern hemisphere that depict this?
Well, see, this is what you seem to want to keep whistling past. You're asserting the positive claim that you know exactly what everything does in the South, but I've asked 3 times for you to cite it, and you said you could find it, but we all know you haven't actually seen it before. You just say it.
No, it's true. I've not seen. No, I've seen a pendulum in person in the northern hemisphere,
but not in the South, though, right?
But this is
but I've seen one
modeled
in the South.
science that we've all hang on. This is accepted modeled science that we've all agreed on, and just the same way that you've agreed that these interferometers work, yet you've never seen an interferometer work anywhere. Is that correct?
What? I've seen interferometers. I just messed with a gyroscope the other day.
Did you see Sagnac's?
There's a Sagnac effect. That's right.
Did you see him run his experiment that proved something that you're now holding as some universal truth?
No, see, I didn't. First of all, I don't appeal to authority, right? So I'm not claiming that because Sagnac said something, it's true. I'm correcting the misinformation you guys spew from the mouth, claiming that he didn't say that and that it was known that it proves the Earth rotation the whole time. And actually, you guys are all whistling past what I said originally, which is that Michelson Morley failed to detect the predicted value of the claimed orbit of 30 kilometers a second around the sun. It did show a fringe shift, but much less than 1/6 the predicted value. So we then take the same methodology and we do Michelson-Gale-Pearson in 1935, and it does detect sidereal rotation within 98% accuracy of the predicted value. So what that shows is that the methodology is efficient and accurate for detecting motion, and it only detects the daily rotation or sidereal rotation. It doesn't detect any revolution. Therefore, the only viable explanation with the two combined is that the Earth is stationary and the sky moves around it.
That would be a nice appeal to authority. But
No, that's an
I'm
appeal.
curious to hear about IQ's pendulum that he's seen in what I assume is Australia.
Yeah,
That was
yeah,
an
there's
appeal
one
that
in the
now you
geology
guys want
building.
to whistle past.
I thought I was talking and you interrupting me now with
Someone's a triggered little girl.
So I was actually talking, and someone did actually ask me to tell me about the pendulum that I experienced here. So that I was saying that, right? So yes, there's one in the geology building at Melbourne University in Melbourne here, and I've witnessed it many times, and it consistently does exactly what you would expect a Foucault pendulum to do in the southern hemisphere at that latitude.
Really? What's that?
Rotate in the manner that you would expect it to rotate with.
Which way is that? What's the manner in which we expect it to rotate?
Hey, I want to know, how much does it cost to get in there? How much did they get?
It doesn't cost anything. Doesn't cost anything to get in there. Anyone can. It doesn't cost anything to get in there. Anyone can walk off the street and look at it.
Wait, don't just. I know he doesn't know the answer. That's why I'm asking him. So what manner is it that we expect it to be in the South?
Or what would you expect it to do?
Are you asking me now? You're the one that just made the claim about it.
Yeah.
Yeah. What is it? Are you going to frantically Google it?
I'm telling you that it does what we would expect it to do.
What's that?
Rotate according to the latitude that it's on.
You're Googling right now. I heard your keyboard, but what is that?
I'm not Googling at all.
What is
this
that?
Like a weird. What's it, man? You got to stop with the dumb gotchas, okay? They don't advance your position.
Yeah.
Hey, what is it that we expect it to do?
Are you saying that there's no pendulum there?
I'm asking you to please specify your claim that you made, which is that you went and saw a pendulum.
Would you believe me if I told you?
And that it did exactly what we quote unquote.
I guess the only way you could really verify that is go there yourself, because that's what you think empirical evidence is, right?
I think you're freaking out, man. Stop interrupting. So I'm
not freaking out at all. You're freaking out.
Do I have to mute you, man? So
no, you don't have to at all.
Well, then be respectful. I didn't interrupt you, man. And when I did, I stopped and said my bad. Okay. So the claim that you made was that it does exactly what we expect it to do in the South. And so you said you went and saw this and verified that it matches exactly what is expected. So I'm asking you, what did you observe? What is that? What is exactly what's expected?
It rotates.
Okay, how? Like, give me some specificity.
It precesses.
Which way?
Okay, what's it? Why don't you ask? Hey, ask him clockwise, counterclockwise, and ask him.
No, you're trying to save him with the details preemptively. He should know the answer since he invoked it as evidence. So what?
Because you're not being specific enough. I mean,
he knows what I'm asking. He said.
Just ask it.
Okay, exactly.
This is a stupid gotcha. Just ask him the
No, it's not a
specifics.
stupid gotcha. I'm exposing that he is making baseless assertions that he doesn't even understand the concept or principle that he's promoting.
Didn't
and if I tell you an answer, would you then believe and accept that the Earth's a globe because I've witnessed a Foucault pendulum precessing how it should, and that you would accept my evidence and now say that it's a globe, right?
Well, I mean, I'll tell you what. Everyone in the room now knows that You don't know which way it's even supposed to go, or if you saw it
Oh,
go
so
that
if
way.
it went
You didn't even know. Hey, yo, what
clockwise
are you doing?
at the rate that we would
You
expect at that
interrupting me?
latitude, would that be
Hello,
enough?
was I talking? Was I talking? What's wrong with you, man? Chill out. If you knew which way it was supposed to go, you would have just told them, "Oh, I saw it process this way or process that way." But you didn't know, and we all heard what just happened.
And you said if I said I saw it go clockwise,
I'm having doubts you even saw it. Believe
we
you
haven't
even
even
saw
gotten
it
to that part
after
yet.
all
We
that.
can't even get to that part.
Like after what just happened, I don't
Yeah,
know
which
who's
way
gonna
would it go?
believe
It would go
that you even saw it.
counterclockwise, wouldn't it?
So
Right.
now you're changing it. You Googled it. So yeah, it's counterclockwise
I didn't
according to what
Google it at all.
you said clockwise about 30 seconds ago.
I asked you if I said clockwise, would you believe me? I didn't say it was clockwise, did I? You need to listen carefully, Witsit.
Don't try to flip this around like the
Yo,
whole
we've been
room
listening
can see.
carefully. We've
Yeah.
been listening carefully. Anyone that just heard what happened should have some serious doubts that you even saw this thing or that you know which way it's supposed to go or any of that.
Well, I think you should have serious doubts
So-
about the claim that there's dodgy evidence of Foucault pendulums precessing in the southern hemisphere. That's just a bolt-faced lie.
It just sounds like some copium that you're having.
No, not really. So I just read the article. I just read the article about the Foucault pendulum in the South Pole, and the first attempt was not human error.
What was it?
Well, what they said happened was because they used a disc-shaped weight, right? I don't know. It looks like it's about 9 or 10 inches in diameter, and they hung it vertically. But they suspected some wind resistance pushed it off course, right? Because they weren't completely enclosed. So naturally, being interested in science, they thought up a way to remove that variable and fashion the disc-shaped weight to the cable so that it was horizontal to the ground. So instead of straight up, where a wind gust hits it from the side and pushes it off, it's now parallel to the ground, where a left to right wind won't do anything to it. And then they did a couple more takes to see what would happen.
I know, I've already read this. So you said it wasn't human error, then you proceeded to tell us about how they did something wrong and didn't account for all the variables and then committed an error. So, but before we get to that and you try to save this guy, so now we've gotten to the fact he figured out it's supposed to be counterclockwise. So what exactly was the precession that you went and observed and it verified that it was exactly what it's supposed to be?
Oh, you can't expect me to remember the exact rate.
Well, you know it's relative to latitude, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so you don't know like your latitude or what the rate would be or anything? I mean, maybe you could just say, I've just seen the pendulum and kind of assumed that it was doing what it's supposed to, and I don't really know. I mean, that's not a big deal. We can move on.
Yeah, it's not a big deal. It did what it was supposed to do. We can move on. Right?
You don't know what
but it's an example. It's an example of a pendulum doing exactly what it's supposed to do in the southern hemisphere.
How can you claim you know it did exactly what it's supposed to do if you don't know what it's supposed to do?
I did know at the time. Yeah, how can you expect me just to bring up from memory numbers that was that I witnessed a long time ago?
You sound like a little kid in the candy store that got caught with the thing in your pocket. How did you know I didn't buy it from another store?
Well, hold on. To be fair, though, right?
Oh, come on, man. You know he's.
Hold on. No,
come on,
fair,
man.
right?
How much does a pendulum precess at 37.5 degrees north? Tell me.
I mean, really, how much are M&Ms?
I'm not the one that claimed it.
I mean, I could calculate it too. Same as you. You could calculate it as well. So let's not piss around. I know what it would be. I can calculate it, right? And at the time that I witnessed it, I could do that calculation, right? So why are we arguing about it?
I would just, if you want to claim, I will let everyone in the room decide. I don't care. I mean, you clearly never went and calculated anything. Now, I don't dispute that you did go see it, right? I just know for a fact that you didn't calculate anything and be like, I wonder if this pendulum's accurate, and you just went there and looked at it. It's okay. It's not that big of a deal. So now we can move on. So when pendulums are in, what's up?
Well, I think that your evidence that the measurements of Foucault pendulums in the Southern Hemisphere is dodgy is dodgy itself. I don't see any evidence that data is dodgy.
Okay. So anyway, I know that it's shoddy, is what I said, because there's very few like replicated, precise empirical demonstrations of this. For example, in your little museum, it's well known that pendulums in museums, openly and admittedly, use electromagnetic devices to guide them and to start them and keep them moving, because they wouldn't work, and it really isn't worth the risk of someone coming to your museum and then seeing it not work the right way. So they use electromagnetic devices in museums for the pendulums.
Hey, I want to actually say that
museum.
No, the magnets actually keep it going. They don't make it precess, so it's a bit dishonest to assert that that's
Instead, keep it going.
Winston, I do want to say
make
that
it swing back and forth. It doesn't make it precess.
Well, it needs to go back and forth to precess, doesn't it?
I do want to say that there's so much truth to
if
that,
the Earth weren't spinning, it would not precess while it goes back and forth.
That's a claim that you've been refuted on thoroughly, even according to Einstein. Someone else was trying to talk.
That's also not true. Well, the issue here is you just made an assertion that's flatly incorrect.
I'll just drop the letter from Einstein, though.
It doesn't have anything to do with modern day pendulums as we see them, right? You mentioned earlier about an appeal to authority. I don't know why you keep appealing to an authority on this.
Well, I'm not appealing to the authority of Einstein, saying that since Einstein said it, it's true. I'm pointing out that you still utilize a relativistic application, and the very person that proposed relativity and gave it to you explains that within that assumption of relativity, you would still get the pendulum dragging around based on relative motion to a translation motion of the Machian principle. So
the issue here is you asserted that the electromagnetic does two things, and that's not true. If you read, I can look you up papers right now that talk about how the electromagnetic is built. It's circular so that it does not impart a left to right bias to the pendulum, so that it can precess normally. It'll make it swing back and forth, but it will make it precess. So the assertion to precession is false.
First of all, I already clarified that I said it makes it move, and that it has to move to precess, meaning like in order to make it work at all, you have to have electromagnetic device. Secondly, you just said that Einstein, where we have different pendulums now, or he didn't have access to the pendulums we have now. So Foucault's pendulum was done in 1851. About 70 years before this quote. So could you explain to me what the difference in the pendulums now are to the ones in the early 1900s? What's the difference?
So we're going to talk two things here. And the first is that you asserted that what the pendulum depicts is fake because of the electromagnetic. That's why you brought it up. And the only part that could be fake for me to reasonably conclude that you're asserting is the precession part. Right.
So there was some guy trying
Which
to
means
maybe just
are you stating that the electromagnet makes precess, or does it make it swing?
You do realize that everyone in the room just heard you like skate past me, refute your claim that Einstein.
So I got you on the second one, but we still need to discuss the first one because that's still what your toes are being held to fire.
The army treating you there in Korea, bud.
You guys are interrupting a lot.
Hey, are you on the clock right now, Negator, for the army, or is this your spare time?
Some guy was frantically trying to say something, maybe make a point or something remember?
I've been trying to. I just wanted to throw it out there. I remember many years ago, I went to the Griffith Observatory where they have a huge, massive pendulum. And in the group of the tour, someone made mention like, hey, why isn't it moving right now? And the tour guide literally said, it's not on right now. And that just when you said that earlier, it totally reminded me of like, yeah, wait, why Well, that's so true. Like, what do you mean it's not on right now? That is the Earth's not spinning right now. What's going on? Because that was an absolute experience that I heard and saw with my own eyes. Their pendulum that they have at Griffith Observatory, it's a real big one on the first floor. It moves and it's supposed to be, accounting for, like you said, this, rotation. But the fact that it was staying still right in the middle, wasn't moving, and the tourist said it's not on right now, and that did make me. So when you said that right now, it totally said, "Wow, then what turns it on?"
But
That
it's
was
important to point out that Negator is not wrong, right? When he states that the electromagnetic device is what makes it move or keeps it going, right? It doesn't like impart left to right force on the pendulum. It's just the fact that, well, for one, you don't have an independent frame of reference. In theory, it actually should move by itself because you're supposedly spinning underneath it, and you establish
That's false.
You allegedly establish an independent frame of reference with a little ball joint. But even beyond that, it doesn't really matter because my point supersedes all this, which is that according to the relativistic application, if the sky was moving around the Earth, then it would drag the pendulum around.
If that were true, we wouldn't get opposite rates by north-south latitude.
Can we not build our own pendulum if we just hung a string with a tennis ball at the bottom of it?
It's stupid, is the point.
Can we not create our own, and then can we ourselves look at it starting to move and swing? Let's say we did swing it, and then would it do what you are saying it's doing with our own, from home, string on a tennis ball on a string?
Why do you think that would work?
Hey, Nick, and to add to that, I used to always add is how tall, like, let's say, could I make like a little pendulum and put it on my desk, and would it like show the same rotation? Like if I had like a 10-inch one, just right on my desk, would it show the same rotation?
There's a how to. Someone made one on YouTube. You can go Google it. I forget what it's called, but it's not hard to find. But anywho, this idea that the stars are making the pendulum swing again doesn't work because they go the opposite way in the southern hemisphere. So I don't think stars start rotating the opposite direction in the southern hemisphere.
Well, this all started with us asking for specific evidence that you have it mapped out with precision from the equator all the way to the South Pole to verify that claim that you're baselessly asserting. Secondly, you jumped from the Earth not moving to like your depiction of a flat Earth, and you throwing this on top of it. But I'm looking for a little bit of intellectual honesty, right? Because you said that Einstein didn't have access to pendulums we do now, which is patently absurd. This is 70 years after Foucault's pendulum, which is the same thing we do today. So within your own relativity paradigm, this doesn't actually prove that the Earth is moving. If you want to then move on to, well, then why does it happen if the Earth is flat? Then we can happily do that. But you need to show some intellectual honesty and show, oh, I didn't know that letter that you just dropped in the voice text was a real thing. I've never thought of this. And okay, I'm wrong when I claim that it proves the Earth is spinning.
So, number one, when I made the statement that we have modern pendulums, right? It was not to say that, man, we got something that Einstein didn't. It was that we have something that you and I can go look at today and do, as opposed to rely on arguments made from Einstein years ago. And again, Einstein's not here. Mach's not here.
It has nothing to do with this at all, dude. The point is that the same effect was back then. Sorry, go ahead.
Real quick. Negator, do you think that since we observe Foucault pendulum precession with latitude change, then Earth is rotating?
So what I think is
yes or no? Yes or no?
Is this like an interrogation?
No, I'm just asking you a yes or no question.
Yeah, well, I'm a grown man, Jeremy.
Meg only understands
I'm not being interrogated.
or at ease.
I'm not interrogating you. I just asked you a simple yes or no question. Yes. It's not an interrogation. Yes or no question.
Wow, why can't
so I'll answer yes. It shows Earth is moving.
Okay, now what is your rebuttal to the letter I just dropped in the voice text telling you that Einstein says you're wrong?
Is Einstein here to argue with?
It's not about him. It's about the fact that your paradigm still uses relativity.
I give two shits, man. If you want to keep making these weird appeal to authorities, like I'm gonna argue something else.
It isn't an appeal to the authority, okay? It is because you still use relativity.
Cool.
Okay, so if relativity is true and the Earth is a spinning ball, let's presuppose that the Earth is a spinning ball and relativity, i.e. gravity, is true. Okay, we're going to presuppose it. If that's the case, according to relativity, applied to your spinning ball belief system, it wouldn't prove that the Earth is spinning.
Why not?
Okay, maybe you should read the letter because Einstein explains it. It doesn't have anything to do with the fact that since Einstein said it, the only reason that it's irrelevant that Einstein said it is because he's the one that proposed relativity and he explains it. In fact, it was said for a long time that there's only a handful of people in the world that even understand relativity. This was said, for one, because of the mathematical inconsistencies, and two, because there's a lot of things that isn't addressed, like it's unspoken underlying principles and interpretation that Einstein, applied. So, for example, you have to go look through his letters and stuff to find out some of these things, and that's what this is addressing, specifically the Machian principle. And you can't even invoke the Arthur Eddington experiment if you don't concede this.
Look, man, you gotta stop all these appeals to authorities. Okay,
you're just
talking
saying
to
it
me.
again.
It's Witsit and me, and
appeal
not,
to authority.
not me.
Neg's
and
like, yo,
Einstein.
I'm offended. That's my job. I got to appeal to authority. What are you doing?
Again, I just
Neg.
corrected you that it's not an appeal to authority 3 consecutive times. I'm not saying.
Who are you appealing to? You're appealing to people who are authorities on the subject, aren't you?
No. To the principle.
So they're not.
So listen carefully.
There's nothing wrong with that, though, Neg.
But it doesn't matter. The appeal to authority is a fallacy where in which you say, since this person who is an authority said so, then it is true and my argument's correct. That's not what I'm doing, though. I'm saying that according to relativity, you're wrong.
No, relativity doesn't say that. And just because the same person made that comment and came up with relativity still doesn't make me wrong.
No. He's talking about relativity when he said it. He's the one that made it. I think he understands it better than you do.
So is that all I need is a scientist to come in here to understand something better than you do to explain that Earth is a globe?
He's not going to be able to do that. I mean, pull out the best credentials you got. I've knocked them all down like bowling pins for years now in the Gator. But
what an ego, man! Like you've done nothing.
Okay, well,
no,
I'm just
actually,
saying.
Neg, I'll testify that I've seen Witsit just demolish fucking people who thought they know what's up. Like I've seen it probably about 50 times. So there's evidence for that.
You know, there's a reason. I won't get into that.
I'm
just saying. So check it out, right? Like there's pendulums around the world. These principles are well understood by modern scientists. Now, what we've got is one side with lots of data and information, and
authority, Neg?
It is.
Curious who you would bring there because
just
we
checking.
went this other night.
On the other side, we had a host of people saying all of these devices don't work and they don't show what's expected, but not a single one of you's built one or studied one.
That's not true.
Why is that?
Isn't saying that it's well understood is the appealing to authority fallacy?
Yeah, he just
hold on. I'm just curious who he's going to bring in here because we went through this other night. The globe experts they're in this room. Kosho, Zanuck. You're not going to drag someone off the street and think they're going to fucking explain to Witsit how it's a globe. They don't even know.
Yeah, I actually just debated a BSMA physicist, field expert in electromagnetic pulse therapy on YouTube, and that dude got destroyed. I mean, he wasn't even in the ballpark as equipped to have the conversation as a lot of the people in this room. So
go grab your globe.
I don't know if I believe that one. I saw you do
a
debate with Karen against Amy and somebody, and it was bad.
You think I lost in a debate against
you have a talent for repeating things, that's for sure. But
whoa, dude, this shows how dishonest
when it comes to like applying it practically.
Wow, dude, you're so dishonest. Did you just claim I lost the debate?
You know why he repeats it? Because I've had to sit here and have him tell you over and over something because you won't get it through your head. No offense. I've heard it and you won't answer and you won't be honest. So he repeats it for you to give you an opportunity to be honest. And I just woke up. I haven't even had my coffee yet.
No, he repeats it because he doesn't know how it actually works, and that's the only way that he can phrase it.
I got to point out here that he just invoked a debate with that Karen B and I did against someone called Amy and Taylor. Hands down, like the most one-sided debate I've ever been a part of. Like, it was so bad that there were numerous Globers in the chat that said, I don't think the Earth is flat, but the Globers got destroyed.
I agree they weren't good debaters, but again, what you did was repeat things, most of it patently false. Like I didn't understand that part of why you do this.
But you can't name one specific thing.
Sure, it was why the moon doesn't shrink when it goes away from you on flat Earth. You invoke some craziness about the atmosphere doing ridiculous things.
What? That wasn't even a question in that debate.
Medium ether. I don't know if it was a debate question. I think it was a
super chat.
Super chat.
No, it wasn't though.
Yeah, you sort of
It was
rattled off
about
your
the sun.
talking points.
It was actually about the sun, and I explained that actually, if you look at like stellarium data, it actually shows you that it does change angular size in the day. And according to the globe Earth model with stellarium, it shows that it actually like shrinks and then gets bigger.
Yeah, so I agree. Anybody who really knows about the topic also knows that the sun and the globe Earth model will shrink a very, very small amount. But of course, you're ignoring the actual argument is that it should shrink according to the amount that a flat Earth would require, which it does not do.
But wait, before we get to that,
if you observe the sun throughout the day, it will shrink according to the globe model, but not the flat.
Well, this is the point. We say we actually have seen it get smaller, and we use solar filters to do that. And then the Globers say, no, you didn't use a good enough solar filter. It doesn't shrink at all. So then we point out that they're wrong, and even according to their own paradigm, it shrinks and changes size. And then they say that's only throughout the year, which is also wrong. We're talking about throughout the day. Now, the sun isn't always the same size when you use solar filters. And in addition, it just reaches a vanishing point. So I don't know what medium it's in. If you want to say that that's somehow word salad, I'm sorry for you that you're inept. But yeah, what medium it's in is going to affect how we perceive it. If it's a point source light inside of a medium that is more dense than we've been led to believe, you wouldn't see much change in angular size. And whatever change you did see would be primarily from the magnification of the density of the atmos.
So I agree that because we're getting 4,000 miles further away from the sun, that we should, and we do see it shrink size daily, as well as yearly. The problem is when people make these arguments to you, you focus on this technicality over actually looking at the main argument, which is a flat Earth requires it to, as you say, reach a vanishing point, which means it must shrink from current size to small enough that you can't resolve it. And it is true that many of the flat earthers that have taken filtered footage don't use proper high-end Botter solar filters. And it's like, we got something, right? If you're going to claim that there is a vanishing point, then it must, by definition, get smaller until it vanishes. That is what a vanishing point does.
Well, you don't understand that the sky itself has a vanishing point, right? We call this the horizon. Now, like how far you can see till that horizon, it changes throughout the day and day to day. Like some days you can't see near as far, right? The horizon is the actual vanishing point being referenced. We are not claiming that the sun shrinks until it disappears into a vanishing point itself. It is no longer perceivable long before anything like that could ever happen. And it's also a point source light, it appears, so it would never happen really before this other thing happened. But the point is that the sun goes away and then it reaches the vanishing point in the sky, the horizon, where you can't see it anymore. We actually have footage of like a drone where it goes up and the sun disappears from the bottom up with a distinct hard cut line, horizontal line in the sky that's up above the horizon. So we literally have this on footage. So that shows that the sun will look like it's disappearing from the bottom up with a horizontal line blocking it because of like the opacity or the the obstruction of the atmos itself. which it literally debunks all the Glover's claim that it wouldn't happen
So this,
without a globe.
this is what happened on the stream, and what I was referring to is you sort of ramble around. Right? If you're going to say it's a vanishing point, then as far as perspective is concerned, that requires size change, angular size change, to that point. Now, if you're going to say it's something else, then you need to use a different term. If you're saying it's being hidden by the horizon, that's another thing entirely, which produces another problem of how is it getting below the horizon when a flat Earth resides below the sun?
What did you say?
And likewise, you mentioned different densities of air and the opacity of the air, as if the air is going to block line of sight to it somehow. And you also said that the horizon shows up at different distances every single day, implying that it will make the sun set at different times every single day. But we don't see that. We see it set regularly every day.
Actually, the setting of the sun isn't exactly consistent or perfect. It's relatively close. And again, we have physical proof, right, that can be replicated, that the sun disappears from the bottom up over top of the flat Earth, above the horizon. What that proves is that you can get it disappearing from the bottom up optically with just the atmos itself. So that debunks the claim that it has to be physical Earth curvature blocking it. I don't see how it's not understood.
So you tell the atmosphere at some point is blocking line of sight to half the sun, but not the other half the sun?
The sun, as the sun goes further and further away, it goes optically down. It optically declines in your field of view, and it's reaching this vanishing point in the sky, this line we call the horizon.
The horizon isn't a vanishing point. The horizon is a point of obstruction. Things beyond the horizon can still be visible. The horizon is not a vanishing point.
We've actually made
can still be visible. How is it an obstruction?
We've actually made lights disappear on a flat surface that you clearly had line of sight to just by changing the medium. So
yeah, no, everything that's set up at this point is nonsense.
No, we literally have the footage. Like, you go watch the debate with the BS MA physicist Bryant Myers on Jeranism's channel.
So are you moving the light away?
We show the video of the actual sun doing this with a drone, right? Where the sun starts to disappear with a hard cutoff, a horizontal line up above the horizon, which proves that it will look like it's disappearing from the bottom up due to the atmos, objectively.
So objectively, you're telling me the atmosphere cut off line of sight to the bottom of the sun, but not the top. But you're still looking for the same amount of atmosphere.
We've replicated this on a warehouse floor, making a light disappear. Pebbles in the Pond did it on Brandon's show.
How do you not understand this? Like, the top of the sun is not, it disappears from the bottom up because as it goes further away from you, it has optical declination. Just like if you look at streetlights down the street, right? It's going to look like the top of that streetlight is going lower and lower and lower in the sky. It's an optical effect. So as the sun goes further, it gets lower and lower in the sky optically, and it reaches this line of the atmosphere where it obstructs what you can see. It's very simple.
The street lights also get smaller and smaller and smaller as they go off into the distance. The sun doesn't.
I would like to point out.
Now you don't want to address the actual point, so now I'll address your red herring fallacy, which is
it's not a red herring fallacy at all. It's an observed phenomenon. Streetlights do get smaller as they pass into the distance. They legitimately, observably decrease in size. The sun doesn't.
It's by definition a red herring fallacy because it has the illusion that it's relevant to the point, but it's actually in an attempt to divert away. That's the definition of a red herring fallacy, which what we were talking about was that the claim on the globe that the Earth only sets and disappears because the Earth is physically blocking it has been debunked because we can prove that actually it disappears due to optical effects of the density of the atmosphere at the bottom layer of the atmosphere. You then responded to that without actually addressing that point. You brought up something else. Now, I don't care to address it. I already did once in this conversation, But that's by definition a red herring because none of the globers can be honest and say, okay, well, maybe the
All
sun
right, dude. Well,
disappeared.
You're rambling.
you cited, yeah, you're rambling. You cited the streetlights. Streetlights get smaller. Hence, your citation does not apply. It's not a good analogy.
Hold on. I would like to point out
I
that
literally did address your citation. You talked about streetlights going off into the distance. I directly responded to that. It's not a red herring at all. Your analogy, I'm not done. I'm not done.
You're a liar, though.
Right? I'm not done. Right? Your analogy that you brought up with the streetlights in observable reality shows that the streetlights get smaller in size. That's the analogy you used. I directly addressed that, saying that yes, the streetlights get smaller in size, but in observable reality, the sun doesn't do that. Therefore, the sun disappearing like streetlights lower in the sky is not a good analogy. It's not a red herring.
Hold on, though.
Yeah, it's a red herring, actually, because what we were talking
No, actually, it's not a red herring, because I directly addressed what you were talking about.
I'm going to mute you if you interrupt me, okay? Because that's not fair. That's not how this works. So the reason that it's a red herring is because that wasn't the specific point being discussed, which was that the atmosphere can make the sun disappear from the bottom up. Now, I can easily address your stupid question. I already did, which is actually the sun does change angular size throughout the day, even within the globe paradigm, and you can go to stellarium and look at it.
But not enough for flat Earth. That's what you keep avoiding.
Now for you to say enough for flat Earth, you're going to have to be able to invoke math, which means you're going to have to make a size claim, a medium composition claim, and a distance claim, which we're not doing because that would be stupid. And if it's a point source of light, like a laser, like a coherent...
It's not a point source of light. That's why you use filters.
You can say whatever you want to. You don't know what the sun is. So
I mean, you can lie if you like, but it's not a point source of light. You can use filters.
I would like to point out that in the sky, the sun is much larger than what it actually is, because I could put on my welding hood, and the sun is the same size as a full moon. And then if I take my welding hood off, the sun looks crazy. I'm in Africa and I see the humongous glaring sunshine of it. But that's my eyes seeing it. But if I put my welding hood on, it's small, like the moon, the same size, matter of fact. And in the distance, once it's going way beyond to where I can no longer see it in that horizon. This is what Wissit's trying to explain to you guys, that it's that little ball, the sun, that little ball that is a little ball, just like the moon is in the distance. With the welder's hood on, you can see it small in the great distance, and it's eventually going to get to a point so far away that it will begin to disappear behind the vanishing point that you learn in grade school art class. That is just factual. I don't know why we're even discussing this, to be honest.
Dude, the fact that you
Clifford, have you done that to the moon? Just as have you done the same thing with a welding goggles to the moon? Does it seem to shrink to a similar size as the sun does, or no? Or do you know?
No, I'm saying that the sun, it's so much brighter. Matter of fact, if you do it with the moon, it's actually like it's kind of hard to see in such a great distance because it's not as bright as the sun. Okay. I will admit that. But that takes me back to Genesis. There's a greater light and a lesser light, but that's a whole nother story. But it's still proving that the sun in a great distance isn't that humongous, beautiful ball of light that we see it. It's literally a small size of the moon.
That's
the same
not
size.
Rebutting what Negator said, as he was right before you jumped in and said that. He invoked a solar filter, which is what the welding helmet is doing. But the point that you don't understand, Negator, is just because you put a solar filter on and it does the same thing as what he just explained as the welding helmet does, that doesn't change in any way that it acts as a point source. Once you limit it to that point, you can't see much change. That's the whole point. It's as if a coherent laser or point source. Now, it does actually change size, just not very much, okay? And so it's as if it's very coherent point source light, and we don't know the medium composition, and it does change size, and it disappears, right? Due to the atmosphere having a hard cutoff, making it disappear optically from the bottom up. So yeah, actually my analogy of streetlights work perfectly.
So why are we arguing? I mean, we should be arguing the moon then, since there's less, wiggle room for that. So, because you can't really use the solar filter analogy for that, and that's also a thing in the sky. So I feel like
Real
that should
fast,
be.
can any of the Globers show a little ounce of intellectual honesty and acknowledge that you guys claim that the sunset debunks the Earth being flat, because it couldn't do that if it was flat? The reason that the sun sets is because the Earth's curvature blocks it and makes it disappear as it goes beneath it, and that can only happen on a globe. We just refuted that claim because you can see that the sun disappears with a hard cutoff of a horizontal line up above the horizon due to the atmosphere.
So clouds. You
No,
couldn't
not
see the
clouds.
bottom half of the sun because of clouds.
It's
The
not clouds.
hypocrisy of claiming intellectual honesty.
I know.
You guys got
It's
nothing.
ironic, right?
Yeah, I asked for intellectual honesty, and you guys got nothing. Negator just grasped at straws, hasn't seen the videos or anything, and just said that they were clouds. They're not clouds.
Okay. Does this happen every day, or just in
No,
this one video?
it changes because the atmosphere is constantly fluctuating. That's the whole point.
Well, the rest of the world sees the sun set on the horizon every day.
No, not every day, actually.
Okay, so show me what you're talking about.
Okay, we'll have to go find the video, which I'm not doing right now. So I just told you where you can
What's
find
the-
it. The
what's the
debate
name
is
again?
the debate is in the chat. Dave Weiss presents it to this guy, who does similar to what you guys are doing, just hand waves dismisses it and frantically diverts to some other straw man. But
Bro, if
anyway,
you're just going to lie about things like the sun changing size but not enough, I don't know what to tell you.
dude, when you say, I said this already, you see how this is really painfully redundant because of such blatant dishonesty. This is why I'm about to tap out. This is a terrible way to start my day, right? I just explained that for you to say the phrase not enough, you would have to invoke a medium composition, a size of the sun, and a distance to the sun. That's the only way you could mathematically calculate anything to be not enough. You're making up a baseless claim. Like how much should it change on the flat Earth exactly, Negator? How much should it change?
Well, is the sun directly above any point on the flat Earth?
You claimed that it doesn't change enough.
Come on, man. Easy question. The sun is definitely above a point on the Earth at all times, right?
How is that relevant?
Well, because if the sun is above me, and in 12 hours I talk to someone who is 12,000 miles away, and he says the sun is above him, then we know the sun has moved from, in terms of distance, 0 to 12,000 miles.
Okay, and I'm saying the distance as in the height, the altitude of the sun, and the size of the sun. You would need to know these things to calculate anything to do with angular size change with distance. You said that it doesn't change enough. And then I asked you, well, how much is enough exactly? And you don't know. So now you're asking me questions.
Well, hey, you didn't let me finish what I was saying. What we've confirmed in the situation I've just described is that the sun did move 12,000 miles. It had to. All right. Then we look at angles from the same two observers to give us an idea of altitude. Once we've got the altitude, then we can determine size based on its angular size.
We can
All right,
use.
it's not like you're telling me that the sun should not change in size if it moves 12,000 miles, but also is low enough that it's producing darkness in my side of the Earth.
Watch this.
I
You're
posted
claiming
a
that we
video.
can use
Go
the
ahead.
distance between two observers and then use the angles from those observers to the sun to get the distance to the sun?
Yeah, it's a triangle.
So can we do that on the globe Earth?
I'm not sure, but in this case, it would just be a triangle.
Well, so you're claiming that you can do it on a flat Earth and that we must rock with your little idea here, but you can't triangulate a distance to the sun on a globe Earth.
I mean, that's cool, but you're not defending the globe Earth right now, are you?
Well, you see the problem, right? The reason that you can't is because you have to claim that it's.
Is that okay? Can we let someone else talk for a while?
You have to claim that it's extremely far away. And so you can't use triangulation because that debunks your claim. And we're explaining to you, and I'm going to stop after now because don't get triggered up there, man. So the point that I'm explaining is that we don't make a medium composition claim, nor do we make a size claim. We explain it's a point source. It does slightly change. And everything that you guys say have been demonstrably wrong, demonstrably proven wrong
Hey,
for the last 20 minutes. And so just be honest. Your mathematical composition is
I
a
mean,
straw man.
none of this is true. Like,
hey, Witset,
I don't know why you're saying these things. It's really
Witset,
weird.
Witset, at 3 minutes past the hour, I posted a recording, a video of explaining exactly what you're talking about. If you want to take a look at that, and then maybe any Glober could, try to explain what we're seeing in this. Look at how small that sun is, right? That's the argument, and it is going in a great distance. How do we explain that?
What do you mean?
Is it filtered? Is the image filtered?
It's literally just going. It's going away from you. So yes, look at that video, and that is the answer. Without all the other jargon that you want to throw into it, that is the answer. What we're trying to explain to you visually and reality. This is what's happening. The sun is going at a great distance. If you look at it, it's the size of the moon at that point. What? Go on,
bro.
It's visually.
It's imperative. It's imperative if you're looking at anything about the size of the sun, you cut the glare out. You must use a filter, a good filter, to cut the glare out, because otherwise you're just arguing the glare makes it. The glare is changing size. That's all.
Well, but hold on though. But that's the point though. The glare makes it look bigger than what it is, and you're saying in the distance it doesn't get smaller. But the reality is, it does get smaller when you're looking at it through this filter, if whatever you want to call it, for lack of better words. I'm just saying that this is proof that. So you're telling me one thing, but our eyes are telling us another thing. And do you not see?
Hang on, man.
He is in the army. He is a patriot, freedom fighter.
There's a reason I mentioned the filter. Do you know why I mentioned the filter?
Because it takes away the shine and the glare. Yeah.
And what is left when you remove the filter? Have you ever seen a picture of the sun that's filtered fully?
Yeah. I know what you're talking about.
So if that's the sun, the filtered sun, and it's going away from you, it must change size, right?
Well, and that's what Witset's trying to tell you, that it will do that in a greater distance, because it does get in an angular size. Okay. If you put that video and it was recorded when the sun was right above them, it would look massive because of the glare that it has on it. But if you put on that, go ahead.
Anytime we're talking about the sun, man, anytime we're talking about the angular size of the sun, we're always talking about a filtered version of it. We're never going to refer to the glare. We're never going to view the sun through sunglasses instead of a good filter, okay?
Yeah. Hang on, though. How can you say the moon and the sun
So,
are the
like,
same
just
size?
ignore the glare.
The moon will shrink
Focus
dramatically
only on
in
it. It's
angular
what it's
size,
called is the
depending
photosphere
on
of the sun.
filters
It's like
used.
what's left when you remove the glare.
I
And
just
when you
posted
observe
a
that, it doesn't change.
I just posted a video with and without a filter of the sunset.
Yeah, I just did post a video. If the moon and the sun are said to be the same angular size, we know the moon is consistent. But if the sun seems to shrink drastically, how can it be said to be the same angular size then?
Wait, I just think it's so funny that the Glober jumped in and said that, and I just now pointed out that according to Stellarium in your own paradigm, the sun does change angular size throughout the day.
Yeah, but how much though?
It doesn't matter.
How much it does.
We've known this.
But the size
It does
of
matter.
the size of it, Earth is life. At 8 minutes past the hour, that size is explaining the distance from where that man is standing. And if you did a moon the same way, it would look that size and that distance. All I'm saying is they are obviously the same size.
All right, last thing I'm going to ask them was they said it does matter. So can any Glober explain to me why I just went to Stellarium a few days ago and it said that the sun shrank in angular size and then got bigger and then shrank again?
And how much angular size?
How does it get bigger, smaller than bigger?
If it would be smaller at the horizon, because that's when it's furthest away from you. I guess like when from you anyway, because you got to think about the angle, right? You're angled away from
your angle after that.
What?
Then why did it get bigger again after that?
Because then it's directly above you, right? And now you're no longer.
You're not understanding. As it goes throughout the day, it gets towards the sunset, right? It's a certain size, then it gets smaller, then it gets bigger again at the sunset.
At sunset, it gets
depends on
bigger.
your
According to
point on Earth.
Solarium. So can you explain that on a globe? How's that work?
You're saying at the sunset it gets bigger?
Yeah, yes. Yeah, it got smaller then bigger. So how's that work on the globe?
I need to see those numbers. Let me see those.
I'll give you the numbers. Can anyone answer the question first?
What's your position on the globe?
It
relative to the
doesn't
sun?
matter.
It does matter.
Okay, so what position would it be? Would you be able to invoke to explain why the sun it has a certain size, gets smaller, and then gets bigger at the sunset? I don't care what position you have. Use any of them.
And this is again another little gotcha. So why don't you just tell us what the position on the Earth
It
is?
doesn't matter what position. It can't be explained on the globe Earth period.
I think it can be. We just need more detail.
So can you guys give me? You think it can? How so?
I don't know yet. You got to give me the stuff to figure it out. Like a few days ago, who was it? What's his name? Goodwhite. He posed this argument about like the moon phase and whatnot. And at first, it didn't quite seem like it could work. But once I started working through it, I realized it could work. You know, sometimes it's just not. Sometimes it's not enough to just be like, well, it doesn't work. You know, sometimes you have to actually work through it to find out. So give me the numbers and we'll work through it.
Do you not understand how it works on the globe? Do you not know how a sunset works on the globe?
I understand, but maybe there are some variables we're not accounting for. So give me the just the stuff. Like, okay, give me like the numbers. You know, what time of the day in that thing that you did. You know, and I'll look through it.
Okay, I'm gonna give you the number, but do you understand that it? Do you know how it works on the globe?
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
Okay. So it's impossible on a globe, my guy.
Maybe, but I'll have to look through it though. Give me the numbers.
I'm trying to go grab it for you, man, so you
I
can.
think that's a little
it.
cocky just to say it doesn't work.
I know it doesn't work because I can understand the basic principle that the globe claims.
And if you give me the numbers and I figure it out, then what?
We're gonna figure it out if the sun is going away from the Earth.
But if I figure out, then what happens? I mean, were you just wrong?
Can you name
Are
one
you
way you
admit you're
can figure
wrong?
it out? Yeah, if you can figure it out without going against what the model claims, which is that the Earth rotates and blocks the sun, and so it's going down further away. Therefore, it would never get bigger.
Can we see this? Is
Yeah.
something you're gonna record? Show us.
I'm gonna go find it. I have to find it. I think an intellectually honest person would be like, "Yeah, that's right. That doesn't make sense." But
Yeah, I'm saying right now, yeah, it doesn't quite make sense because I was saying what I just said earlier that you would think during sunset and sunrise, those two, that would be when it's smallest because you are tilted away, and if you think about it that way, yeah, sure, but maybe there's something I'm not accounting for. I'm not going to claim that I know everything all at once, like all my entire information, like all the information that I know about the Earth is. I don't know. The point is, just give
You
me the
seem
thing
anxious,
so I can see.
Arma. Why did you take it easy in the true spirit?
I'm not anxious. It's just how I talk.
the video got removed from the uploader, but I think I downloaded it. So I'll try to find it.
I found that even videos I've downloaded are disappearing from my phone, and that trips me out because I know I didn't delete it, but somehow some videos that I download and save on my phone, it
You ain't seen
disappeared.
nothing yet, bud. You ain't seen nothing yet.
What? Oh, by the way, I just want to let the Glovers know. Found a document yesterday from the government in 1960, and then it was cited by the government in 1968, talking about an approximation method that determined the brightness of the firmament, and it was proven accurate. So that's weird.
Are you going to pull up the numbers for the sun thing?
Do hundreds of
What's it?
things
Do
right
you think
now, buddy.
Operation Fishbowl was about the?
What about
because I
what about
noticed the
Solarium?
firmament there, but
Are we forgetting that?
1 second, please. Just because on this topic, do you think Operation Fishbowl was about the amount of force necessary to affect the firmament, maybe push it back a small bit? Do you think the HARP, maybe Tesla steel structures, could be used in conjunction to maybe inflate the barrier somewhat? Have you ever considered that sort of aspect?
No, I'm looking at these downloads. I didn't really even hear you, to be honest.
Oh, suddenly you start mumbling and.
I didn't hear you, to be honest. I'm trying to look at my downloads.
Yeah, no worries. Thanks for
He
your
was
respect,
saying,
bud. No worries,
yeah,
man. No
Operation Fishbowl.
Yeah.
And do you think they were trying to pop a hole in the firmament or something?
I think they were trying to see if they could influence it, what sort of energy
Yeah,
it would
yeah,
take
I
to
think
make an effect on it or dent in it, Merle.
I think they were, yeah, because the 1960 was the one that they did that I found about the firmament. So or 2 years later is when they did Operation Fishbowl. So probably something to do with
Right.
the
So here's something to consider. Judy Wood, directed energy weapons. We know that's a different conspiracy, but have the ability to fire energies from the ground upwards. If they did that in unison across the surface, flat surface, planar surface of the Earth, would they be able to affect the barrier height, hence alleviating the downward pressure on us, the ether on us? This
I
is
don't
all
know.
possible in conjunction with chemtrails, HARP, all of the different LIGO, all the different structures throughout the Earth, especially all the tall steel tower structures. Yeah, I think we
No,
could
I don't
be.
think they can affect the overall pressure of the ether. I think they can mess
Okay.
with the weather inside the closed system, but
But if we think about all of okay, not in just one spot, but if you have an effort going across the Earth's surface, then a gradual imposition on each individual structure would add to the whole in potential. I definitely think something like that might be going on, man. Definitely. But actually, can I just say it depends. I think this Earth is destroyed. I think the tree has been cut, as I was ever talking about earlier on, and yeah, the barriers collapsed, and yeah, we are under this imposition of pressure that was never sort of meant for us. So that's what they might be trying to do. But yeah, that's a different story.
Do you remember when in that debate of yours that the flashlight experiment was done?
yeah, I know it's before I started really debating them, so I think it's like maybe I can't give you a really good time now, like between an hour and 2 hours.
Is that something David Weiss was showing when you're talking about the sun?
Yeah. Yep. He showed like two things. He showed the demonstration that he did, and then he showed the actual footage from the sun. I might can find it now. I can't find this freaking thing. That's pissing me off. Because I don't remember the date. Like Stellarium doesn't show it every day, which is also weird.
So what? It was just one day. I mean, this should be like, I don't know, man. Maybe that was a glitch. If it's just a 1 day thing,
It's more than 1 day.
well, then it should be easy to find then, or at least easy to replicate.
Well, I'm gonna find it, buddy.
All right.
It got
Does anybody-
which is sketchy.
Does anybody have a video of astronauts recording the sun from their position up in the ISS behind them that they could post? I want to see it. Anybody?
I don't think so.
Oh, Negator, just pull your Flat Earth Clock app out. It's on there.
Pretty sure they only do backflips and stuff for the camera on the ISS. That's about it.
They like to release water and swallow it, and then that proves their existence. I'm just wondering.
It's a hairspray test center.
The science of backflips. They're always doing science up there, but I never see what science they're doing up there. Kind of weird. I always thought that was weird anyway.
Oh, it's hilarious. Like nobody, I mean, even ask these Globers around here. Tell us some of the experiments that they've done on the ISS. Tell us about them. Lettuce doesn't count. We all know that they said they grew lettuce. That's the only one I know of. Anything else, I want to hear about it.
Is that really a good faith request, though? Like, you don't honestly want to know.
No,
Yeah,
I do. Because if there is something else I'd like to know about it, it's never come up.
Is there any experiment that we could show you that was performed on the ISS that you'd be like, hey, man, that's cool?
No, look, I don't look. I just want to see the experiments, the experimental data. Like, supposedly they're running many experiments concurrently, like all at one time. Like there should be tons of cool stuff they've come up with. Like we've.
Yeah, Zuckerberg
We've
asked him. He went, "What are you guys doing up there, science and stuff?" And they flipped a microphone around and smiled at him. It was awkward. It was weird.
Yeah, but
What are you guys
Astronomy
doing up there,
Live took a
science?
photo from the ISS from the ground in the daytime and the nighttime, and used stabilizing footage. So So a person with the right equipment, not including NASA, was able to film it from the floor of Earth, from wherever he wanted, and he was able to track it. And people in New Zealand can see it. It denotes an orbit. I mean, none of these questions are being addressed by Flat Earth, and it's quite annoying that you go, "Oh, it's just a
No, we
hologram.
do.
It's just this. It's just that."
We've
Pathetic.
listen.
It's
There's been plenty
pathetic.
of things
Pathetic, you're a grown
about
man.
this.
And you have a religion of a globe spinning ball that's never been proven, and admittedly, from the people that brought it to you, they say that it's just a philosophical religion of the
Come on, man. Don't
Okay, okay. Let me ask you this: Do we know where the sun is on a daily basis?
You're a grown man getting emotional about your religion and think
No,
that
but do we know where the sun is on a daily basis? Squidsit?
we have an idea of the cycle of the sun, yeah.
Does
Wait, hold on.
has anybody ever said the sun never rose for me today?
Did anyone say that they did say that?
No, I'm just saying. Have you ever heard that claim?
No, that would be retarded, just like what
Right,
you're doing
right.
right
So
now.
all of a sudden we don't know where the sun is during a lunar eclipse.
What?
Well, that's the claim, right?
That's the
right?
claim? Who claimed that?
The sun is in the exact position on the other side of the globe to project the Earth's shadow into space and line up with the moon over the course of 5 hours, which I've witnessed and filmed in totality last year.
Wow, so impressive. You filmed an
But
eclipse.
but this idea that all of a sudden we don't know that the sun's in the exact position to project the shadow onto the moon, and it's something else and some body we don't know about.
Watch
I
this.
mean,
Now,
come on, man. Face
you
facts. This is empirical evidence.
Alright,
Oh, no, a shadow is not a
off
shadow.
the ground for a second. You were really arrogant, talking all that trash about how pathetic we were. Now watch how I'm about to intellectually eviscerate you, ironically, okay? So, for one, the lunar eclipse doesn't prove anything to do with the globe. We have one called the Selenilian eclipse, where the sun and moon are both visible above the Earth. That's a geometric impossibility, according to your claim. Secondly, there's
No,
something
not their fraction. You know this. Come on.
No, I'll answer that. I'll answer that. Okay,
You
next
have a
point.
religion of ad
Next
hoc.
point.
Yeah, you
So
have
you
a
got cut
religion.
off on your second point. Can you just start again? I heard the first one.
The effect of polarization would give you an eclipse on a flat Earth. Polarization, just like a polarized lens, it would literally do the same thing if there's a cycle due to the polarization, which would be from the electromagnetic field of the Earth. So we have lunar eclipses that don't work with the globe Earth model unless you just blindly claim ad hoc, oh, it must be up. It looks like the sun's in the air, but it's actually not there. It's just magic because you just have a religion. Or we can be like, well, clearly what we thought is not the case because the sun can't be blocked by the Earth right now. And then we can look at polarization and see, oh, we could easily get this effect. Wow.
Okay, are those your 2 points? I
Yeah.
feel eviscerated. I can't find my feet. Anyway, the first one, the Selenilian eclipse happens before sunrise or just after sunset, and it actually disappears from the sky, and they can't dictate exactly how long it's going to last because it actually is based on the refraction capabilities in the atmosphere that day. And this other thing that you just talked about would have to provide some type of map or testable dimensions for us to even look at the motion of the whatever the sun and moon is in your world. So I don't feel how you made any point that eviscerated anything, because unless you deny what a shadow is, unless you deny that the shadow actually comes across the moon, and at the time that it's sunrise on the other side of the Earth, it begins to light red for a moment and then goes back to a full moon in the same way that it came out. So the shadow is consistently moving across the moon for the entire total lunar eclipse. Now, you don't have an ability to not know where the sun is, like you admitted to. So the sun's in the exact position, the Earth's in the exact position, and the moon's in the exact position. Empirically verifiable.
No, okay. So, first of all, you claim you can't empirically verify the exact position. That's literally what your claim is during a Selenilian eclipse. So this is ironic. Secondly, you don't.
No. Sorry. Let me clarify. I'm talking about the one that I'm not talking about Selenilian. I didn't claim to have filmed the Selenilian. My empirical data is from the footage I took. So don't.
Yeah, we've been predicting lunar eclipses for thousands of years. They happen in a cycle, okay? And yeah, there's a cycle to the sky. That's right. That's not meaning the Earth's a globe. It was predicted long before people thought the Earth was a globe. And to predict them in 2022, we still use geocentric coordinate systems. Secondly, polarization would give you the same effect. Thirdly, when you claimed about the Selenilian eclipse and you claimed, oh, well, actually, they don't know how long it'll last because of the atmosphere. If that was the case, then we wouldn't be able to predict Selenilian eclipses in the first place. And they would happen every single time that this lunar eclipse happens with the sun close to sunset or sunrise, but they don't.
Okay, back again. Your polarization claim has to come with some type of testable alternative model for us to place polarization in some location. and then test it, because the problem you have is that we know where the sun is. The problem you also have is that you know where the sun was all of last year. You know where the moon was all of last year. If you were honest, you could take that data, or what way the person would have to face at the time they would see the sunrise, doing it from multiple locations. That alone would map out a parameter for your flat earth. But you don't do this because you know that if you did that, it would draw a globe every single fucking time.
How
Wow,
did
the
they
fact
do
that
that
you think
before they
you
knew
have
it was a
intellectual
globe?
high ground is what's so sad about this world, that people like you talk with such conviction. You reverse engineered a globe Earth model. Actually, you didn't do shit, right? You just have a religion that was made for you. They took the globe model and they reverse engineered it based on the eclipses and other observations, and then you come around thousands of years later saying that the fact that you have a globe model that fits within there proves that the Earth's a globe. It's like, it's so retarded, it's hard to even state out loud.
I
Okay?
never said proved anything. I said we can empirically verify where the moon and the sun are, and you didn't deny that. And now you want to try and get out of that.
No, actually, I
Okay?
wasn't finished. You're just
The lunar
strawmanning
eclipse
me
dictates
because
that.
you can't debate me, because the point is that you jumped in being really arrogant. So that's why I came back into the conversation. I don't like when people do that, when ironically you're self-projecting your own intellectual insecurity. So the truth is that we have tons of documentation of there being some other type of section in the sky that moves within the cycle. For hundreds of years has been documented. It's actually been caught on during an eclipse on a plane from 3 different seats and simultaneously from the ground, whereas there's like this orb. Now, that's weird. There's this orb, we can't really see it. When we look at polarized lenses, right, it's called the Venn diagram quantum paradox, right? We can see that the light gets blocked out. It's blocked out based on the polarization angles of a lens. So,
Okay, provide it. You made so many positive claims, and if one globe came in and did anything close, 1/15 of what you just did, it would be like, provide it. You just moved and moved and moved and moved and moved the fucking goalpost to somewhere else. Provide the stellarium data. Provide the data about the eclipses. Provide the plane footage. Provide something. But start with the stellarium that Arma asked for.
Yeah, we might ask for you people to prove it, but nobody ever provides anything anyway, so that's a moot point.
I mean, yeah, your people get challenged with questions. Like, I don't even care what you have to say anyway. That's really intellectually honest. Witzit's the only one actually engaging in it, no matter how much he wants to skirt around the edges that we know where the sun is and we know where the moon was, just for one eclipse. That alone can tell you where the sunrise didn't have to be or wasn't, or all these different things.
No, actually, you're presupposing it's a physical object. We took annual readings on an entire longitude of azimuth and declination readings for an entire year, and we rendered it, and it actually shows that the sun behaves as like this toroidal manifestation of magnetic holography. We actually have it mapped out and rendered, and it took like a supercomputer to do it. It's an entire annual recording on a longitude of azimuth and declination readings. It explains exactly how the sun would work on the earth. But this is the thing, that you're just not honest enough to look into it without
So where is it?
I'm asking for anything you to provide as an alternative. Why do you think I'm here?
I'll drop it, man. I'll drop like 5 things right now.
I think the witnessing today. Sorry, your name's Wit, so it messed me up a bit. Witnessing today, you're the only one who's actually addressing the point. So I appreciate that. This idea of having a discussion and what this place is all about, to then just, I don't care what you have to say, is the reason I even joined this call today. And then to not kind of be able to provide these positive claims, they stack up, and we kind of get lost behind the fourth point. You know what I mean?
Well, you have to understand what's real different. If you were honest, you'd understand that. For example, I want to go look up this video I just told you that FE Core did, the Field of Engineers, right? And I'll go to look it up right now, and I can't find it. I can't type the title in. I know the exact title. It's called A Magnetic Flat Earth. Right? I know the exact title of the video. You can't find it anywhere on YouTube. So I'm having to go through all kinds of stuff. I just now went to the DM message. I knew I had the YouTube with the Stellarium clip, and it's been removed from YouTube. Now I'm trying to find this video. It's nowhere to be found. I have to go find it from some other DM conversation I had, or I have to go message other flat earthers, say, do you know where this video is from FE Core from 3 years ago? Because everything's censored and removed. So the fact that I don't immediately come back dropping information, and you guys can, because all you do is Google your question and then drop the first link, right? So it's intellectually dishonest. I'm sitting here looking for it. I'm about to drop the polarization data, the orb recording for hundreds of years, right? I'm going to drop the Stellarium data once someone responds to my message. and then I'm going to give you the magnetic toroidal reading when I can find the video. So, like, that's the truth here, right? It's like it
That's
should be
awesome.
easy for you guys to drop
Fair
links
enough.
because it's just
That's awesome. That's awesome. And like I just gave you props for being honest and being able to address points, and rather than using the "I don't care what you have to say" is the argument to refute data
My,
that's been
my,
presented.
my question is this: how did they know these things way back before even the idea of it being a heliocentric model, and how do they accurately come up with the same results that we now today use a heliocentric model? Like, how did it work back then on a flat, or no, I don't want to say flat because that raises, so many whiskers on so many people. How did they know it when they didn't understand that it was a movable thing? It was a stationary plane that they were on. How
Well,
did
I
they?
mean, sorry, Apocryphon, you said back then. I mean, like, how far back?
Well, I don't know how long have the Mayans been around that they've been predicting these things.
The Mayans?
Yeah, the Mayans actually, I think, historically were one of the like congratulated, like, wow, they really knew the celestial heavens, and they could pinpoint accurately how many, when that eclipse was going to happen, no matter what eclipse it was. They knew.
The Mayans believe that this is called, Maya. This is the illusion. This is the dream. This is the dream spell. And that's why they have the Mayan calendar, and the Tzolk'in that dictates your energetic field based on the day that you were born. So I think they're including a little bit more than a, physical reality. The claims of the Mayans weren't even from here. The claims of the Mayans developed the binaries, talked about a binary system.
The Babylonian civilizations predicted the eclipses a long time ago, man. It's like as early as 2500 BC or something.
Yeah, I mean, this is the argument that they've been doing it way before the heliocentric model has even, come into a theory, a model in itself. So how did they? This is my point. How did they do it? And now you're saying, well, now they might not even be from here. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Maybe they had this angelic, information, or or knowledge that the normal person didn't have. But still, that doesn't take away from the fact that they can do it.
Right. So, but you understand, it's like they weren't everywhere, though, were they? They were situated somewhere.
Yeah.
So this idea of not having the alternative data, like they would have never seen the moon like I see it here in the south, right? They would have never seen the counterclockwise rotation of the stars like I see here. I have real questions, and I'm I heard this place wants to talk about the model. Well, you have to include me. New Zealand gets left off a lot of maps, but it is a real place.
No, it's not.
You're right about that.
No, it's not. Exactly. I'm actually in a basement in America. I'm not allowed out. They capture me.
It's interesting. That's a whole nother argument, by the way. The maps in general. There's lands that aren't, recorded, and some that are, like, you're right about that. There is this, deceiving, if you will, and it doesn't make sense in a lot of ways. But you're right. We got to include your position, but that wasn't the argument. From their position, they can tell you what is what, and that makes sense because guess what? And I'll tell you why that makes sense. If I stood in a 5-bedroom house and there was certain things going on in one bedroom, well, I can't tell you what's going on in the other bedroom because I'm in my bedroom, and that's it. That's where I'm at. That's where I can only tell you what's going on above me here. But if I could predict, based on my observations for thousands of years, these movements of these lights that are crossing my path, and they were able to, come to these exact precise measurements and calculations. Well, then that's got to raise a flag in your head, baller or flat earther. It doesn't matter. It has to raise a flag because how did they do it?
I want. I've been thinking a lot. You want to get in there?
Yeah, actually, I want to talk to you real quick.
Okay.
Because one of the last things you mentioned for what's it when to go find what he's looking for was sun locations based off angle around the world.
Yeah.
And why it hasn't been mapped. And part of his rebuttal was that hey, it's this magnetic toroidal thing.
It has been mapped.
But that doesn't absolve you of mapping its physical position to a flat surface.
We don't need it to be a physical position, though. Like, that's what I just said.
But it's not about need, because it's still a physical thing. That's what you're telling me when you
Really,
call it magnetic.
can you please provide that it's like a physical, solid, actual location? Can you provide the evidence for that?
Well, it's not non-physical.
Well, physical meaning that
You assert that it's magnetic, which means it must have a physical characteristic.
Once again, so if you want to define physical as having an interaction within the physical world, sure, but that doesn't mean that it is in a physical, actual location. Like, I can actually take a little fake moon, and I can use polarized lenses, and I can project a hologram up in the sky in my room. That doesn't mean that that hologram is actually something that is physically there, and in fact, it would change relative to wherever I go around it in my room.
What's it? You claimed it to be some sort of magnetic toroidal something out there, which makes it. You can't produce a magnetic toroidal reflection with a pair of sunglasses. Okay.
What? No, magnetic holography, meaning that it's always relative to the observer angle. Okay, it's not an actual position. We mapped it out. We took an annual recording, a whole year worth of data from all along a longitude, and we took azimuth and declination readings, and then we rendered it over a flat Earth, and it shows that it's magnetic holography relative to the observer's angle. I'm trying to find it. I'm also trying. Look, okay, I'm not going to try to find any more. This is, you'll have to go to 2 hours and 2 minutes.
I'll stop talking to you if you need to go do it.
You have to go to 2 hours and 2 minutes of this Globebusters video to see the eclipse one. So for the guy that wants the polarized information, it's going to be 2 hours and 2 minutes of this video.
Okay, I'll pass it back to Faith. I do want to point out that all of his observations will not work simultaneous from each of those points.
Yeah, they will. Magnetic holography.
There's no such thing.
There's no such thing as magnetic
holography. At least not as far as the sun is concerned.
I've literally done it. I mean, there's no such thing. I've done it. Yikes, bro. The difference is we actually do stuff and try to figure out what's going on. You guys just believe whatever the current story is, which constantly changes.
Shut the fuck up with stuff like that.
You do. Like, just for example, they changed the distance to Polaris by over 100 light years. And all the people in here ridiculing everyone if Flat Earther had been like, you guys know you don't actually know the distance to Polaris, right? Like, that's bullshit. You don't actually know. Your model's just a bunch of guesswork. You would have been like, you're so stupid. That's what it's scientific consensus.
I'm watching your video right now. Stop preaching.
Stop. Yeah, because then they changed it by 100 light years, and now you guys just believe the new number, and you act like you now know that new number is also accurate. That's the point. You guys just blindly believe whatever. Your model admittedly can't be explained yet. 95% discrepancy on the cosmological scale, just for starters.
Listen, I'm watching the video, man. Who are you talking to?
Well, you're clearly responding. I'm just destroying your illusory confidence of the fact your model's so perfect when it objectively doesn't work.
Everyone stop talking while he watches the video. You're clearly interrupting him.
It was debunked in 33, actually.
Yeah. Stop responding if you're watching a video.
1933, we found out that the galaxies only had 3% of the mass that the relativity predictions necessitate.
So was this video not about the toroidal magnetic?
No, see, you don't listen very well, right? So I explained that I'm dropping this for the eclipses, where it shows the documentation of the other body in the sky being documented for a long time. And it shows the effect actually being observed during the eclipse from 3 different positions on the plane and from the ground.
That
it's
looked
not
crazy.
just a lens effect, because as the camera moves, it doesn't move relative to the movement of the camera. It moves with the sun.
That looked at 2 minutes. I'm sorry, at 2 hours, 4 minutes, and 10 seconds. That capture that they got, that looks crazy. Yeah. That is amazing. Yeah, I'm watching it right now. That's pretty. This is really, really interesting here. Wow.
Yeah, it's wild.
Yeah, it's honestly like, whoa.
The Story of the Heavens by Sir Robert Ball is one of the astronomers that said he spotted this orb a long time ago, many times. Say like I think that's 1850. There's actually recent documentation from like astronomers in I would say the last 20 years that say that there's a dark body in the sky and everyone knows it. Just no one ever talks about it. Which is weird, right? That's kind of weird.
This is really enlightening, to be honest.
Yeah, we're just watch an eclipse and then look at the look. I'll drop a video of the polar lenses and tell me it doesn't look like an eclipse.
Yeah, that's pretty cool, man. I gotta save that. Really, really telling. Sounds like a KO punch. How do you get up from that?
Yeah, so here's this video's a little longer. It explains in depth like the mathematical problem with it in the quantum realm. And then here I'll drop a minute long video showing the effect. And then just think about an eclipse. Like if anyone that's an honest truth seeker has to admit that this is very crazy. Because if you combine what I just dropped from Glowbusters with this effect right here, eclipses start to make a lot of sense.
Yeah, I've seen this before. How that? Yeah, I've seen this before. This is yeah. That come on, like you like wow, like that is eye opening. It's one of those things where it's a knockout punch, and it's a realistic reality optics being changed, and there's no there's no I don't know, there's no coming back from that. I guess I don't know. Like, how do you still believe if you see this and still believe the story? Crazy. Thank you for sharing that. That's cool.
Yep. Trying to find these other videos.
That's another thing too. Like we are discussing things that are optical. You know, at this point, they're like miracles. Like, whoa, that's crazy that this thing would work that way or that would work this way. And it's I guess it takes them back to their drawing board of trying to science it out. Like, how can that be? You know, after we witness something, this dare I say magical optical illusion. Where do we go from there? Like, what's the next step?
Yeah, I mean, it even shows the filters used and everything for the observation.
Yeah.
Oh, never mind. That's a different video.
I don't know, Faithful, you still there? No. So I watched that video and it doesn't show what you said.
Yes, it does.
I was muted. I just finished.
Oh, sorry. I've seen the video with the orbs before. I don't have an optical artifact or something on the window.
Wait, so how can it be something on the window?
There's a reason that nobody else has recorded this.
Someone, dude, okay. First of all, how can it be something on the window if it's viewed from 3 different seats in the plane? Okay. Secondly, it was also viewed on the surface of the Earth, which is also in the video. So you've been refuted.
The 3 orbs.
How can it be something? Let's take it one by one. How can it be something on the
3
window?
orbs can be seen from the surface.
An orb in the sky can be seen from the surface. That's correct. And I'm asking you, how can it be something on the window if it was seen from 3 different seats on the plane?
No, the image from the plane shows 3 orbs south of it.
How can it be something on the window if it was seen from 3 different seats in the plane?
Well, so far, I've only seen one person taking images.
That's right. In this video, there's only one. I'll get the other video that shows the 3 from the whole plane. Secondly, in this same video, it shows one of the shots from the ground showing the orb in the sky. So, also, it cites all the astronomers. It cites all the astronomers who have talked about this for many, many years.
And those are all centuries old, but right?
No, actually, some people even in like the 20th century talk about it. I mean, it's not that old. And actually, someone told us that, like, yeah, I mean, everyone, like, a lot of people at NASA know there's like this weird like body in the sky, but we just don't really talk about it.
I mean, there was a claim made in the video about from other locations it wasn't seen at all. Not everywhere sees the eclipse. We know this. And we know this from the total lunar eclipse last year, is that there was partial eclipses for some people on the same day I saw the total eclipse, you know? And when we filmed it, it was shot from like, I think Hawaii was one place, you know, which dictates, you know, a necessity to, you know, show the moon in another way, and it did. But the same thing that the problem that happened is that we all saw it do what it was doing at the same time. So simultaneous, you know, observations with reverse orientation has never had an explanation.
Yeah, it
So
does
best
actually. I just
best to
dropped
come
it
up.
at 46
Well,
minutes after the
I
hour.
heard that, but you didn't. The claim of it wasn't seen in other locations. The locations weren't even provided.
Okay, well, I just dropped the magnetic flat Earth. Someone sent it to me. They have it. So this right here shows you what I was talking about with the rendering of the azimuth and declination readings for an annual recording of the longitude readings across the Earth. And this is rendered over a flat surface, and it's very interesting, but you probably have to be open-minded to actually obtain its value. And then again, that other one just showed the other claim that I made, which I'll get the actual video, and it cites all the documents of all the astronomers, etc.
Sorry for saying fucking hell into the mic, but the name of the YouTube is Steve, and that was my dad's name who passed this year. So
I'm sorry to hear that. Honestly,
just fucking hit me. So yeah, sorry about that.
That's-
I didn't mean to. You know, I didn't mean to say it while you were speaking. With it.
No, you're good, bro. You're good.
I think these are all good videos to watch thoroughly and come to conclusions. Hopefully, logic finds its way. It's really hard though sometimes, because when you're dealing with a core belief, and there's nothing that can, honestly, is for the most part, you cannot easily be knocked off that belief. And sometimes though, when things are presented, and it does raise questions, and I think the fact that your belief of what is absolute true, once you can raise a contention of, well, is it, then it has to make you at least look at it differently, if not anything. I don't know, it's just one of those things where we're talking to walls at this point. If it's not going to get through.
That's not true. Okay, you know, this was mentioned the other day. You know, when I was listening in, and it was like, you can't just expect people to also just hear what you hear and then just snap, you know, just jump out of it or whatever, you know.
True. No, you're
Just like
right.
you admitted that you can't easily, you know. So we do get stuck in our ways. And here's the thing, like, I admit openly, like, mathematics and science is, you know, fucking difficult for me. Like, it really is. Like, I admit that openly. And so when I just do what I can do, you know, that's all I can do. You know what I mean? So
Yeah, no, you're right.
I don't create this illusion that I have this ability to, you know. And so what I do know how to do is use a camera, you know, use graphics programs, draw in 3D. You know, I taught these things myself. But you know, when I just take when I know everything to be a shadow, you know, everything that I know is a shadow. You know, I can create a shadow right now by lifting my mouse. You know.
Yeah.
And then for it to be seemingly a shadow, and only it's all I can identify it as a shadow, you know. And then I do the ratios, you know, just on two different circles, and then I take one of the most clearest stills of my video when the moon is eclipsed half, and then I just take the two objects that I've created with the ratios and circle, you know, uniform scale them both, and when it's the size of the moon, you know, in the shot, I just deselect the objects, and then move in whatever size the Earth was created to, and bring that in, and it matched the shadow perfectly.
Yeah.
You know, so
Well,
so I'm open for all. You know, I mean, fuck. I mean,
is it fair to
open
say?
mind is what I have. You know.
Yeah. No. Here's the thing. Is it fair to say that in today's understanding of not only the science that's been shown to us or taught to us or provided for us, is it fair to say that there could be things outside of that arena that can not only demonstrate but explain, but we're just not there yet? Like, for instance, let's go back 1500 years. The science they had only allow them to come up with conclusions that they were able to come up with, until later on there's all these other things that now we're like, able to explain this, able to explain that. I think we're at a point of time, though, that we are saying some things that are saying to be true are contestable, and it's only contestable because we are arguing a model that's saying for it to be true. If we could fast forward in time with a magical wand, when there's new science, new understanding, new revelations of math and properties of different elements in the sky, like it could change our view on it, and I guarantee it will change our view. Not me and you, because we're still alive. I'm saying when we're dead and gone for thousands of years, this position will change eventually, because there will be something new. And
Yeah.
I don't know. That's all I want to say.
This the way things work argument, the way things are argument doesn't work in my reality, which is actuality, because I'm talking to you now and it's the only life I know, right? You're talking to me, it's the only life you know. So it's not reality. Reality is a description of actuality, right? What we're actually experiencing. Your voice, my voice, it's real, right? So when, I was in a car crash, in 2014, and, me and my partner, she was injured more than me, unfortunately, because the impact was on the backhand left-hand side of the car. The doctor said, there's micro fractures in her lower vertebrae, and they showed them on the thing. Doctors, we waited for the specialist for almost 2 weeks to come in and tell us, there's nothing they can do, for 2 weeks until these micro fractures heal. It's going to be a minimum of 2 weeks, so I'll see you in 2 weeks for a review. Please give me this this new x-ray from this angle, nurse, and I'll see you in 2 weeks. That night, my partner cried out loud, in wailing in sorrow, basically, because she still didn't know if she was ever going to walk again. And 3 sisters of the chapel came and gave her a healing prayer. The next morning, the same doctor who we weren't meant to see for 2 weeks came in, pulling his hair out, saying, like he was, hands up, like he was directing traffic. Okay. We don't know why, but all the microfractures have healed. So we're just going to go ahead with surgery on Tuesday as planned. I'll see you there. Okay, so that defies all physical reality, but the reality was empirical evidence showed in the x-rays from the day before and the day after, and there was an 18-hour window.
Yeah. Well,
So I said I've got an open mind. I'm faithful that the creator exists. The shit I've been through defies all logic. I should have been dead on impact. So when I come here asking questions about the reality, it's because I have thorns in my side, because I'm not just going to lie to myself and say, well, I don't need to know that, when there's a plausible explanation that hasn't been refuted. That's my stance. Now, if I come across like an asshole, it's because I keep getting labeled as an agent and a fucking, dishonest actor and whatever. I'm a fucking layman trying to understand data that I've taken, footage that is deemed empirical.
Well, I will
it has
say this.
to be explained.
I will say this, at least you're coming from that angle, because it sounds like at least you're coming to learn, as opposed to someone who is coming here as saying, let me teach you something about the model of what I stand as absolute. But even and I respect what you just said, and that's a good thing, because you yourself have experienced something that doesn't make sense. So it literally opened your mind to the fact that there's some things that might not make sense. And I think that Witsit does a really good job of explaining all these things in a scientific, arena, that this is why we question these things, and get aboard, jump on board with that questioning, because it's only going to bring you to a place where you're going to find that truth eventually. Because once you knock out all the the biases based upon what you've been taught in school, and they told you this is what it is, but we're questioning, it doesn't make sense what you're saying it is at times, and this point and that point and that point and this point. And that, but so I commend you for that. That's actually a good thing that you're coming from that point, because you have real world experience of things not making sense to be your reality. And that's what we're trying to do with this
It's
whole.
not that it doesn't make sense. It attacks the claim of impossibility,
Well,
right?
that's my point. That's my point. Exactly. It doesn't jive up to when that doctor was telling you X, Y, and Z, and then all of a sudden it's ZYX. So I get what you're saying, but I'm saying, with that being said, it's exactly probably it's a better point of view to come into this argument, because at least you know that some things don't make sense, but it did. Your reality is it did. And this is what we're trying to argue here. There's things that don't make sense.
This was a bone specialist. Let me describe you. He was dressed in a white shirt with a grey suit, and he had a iPad literally attached to his hand through a glove mount, right? And he was very, very professional, hair like Elvis. The next morning that I saw him, he came in wearing the same suit with his shirt untucked, and his hair was physically all afroed out, like he'd been physically pulling it out.
like
Because
Doc
this is
from Back to the Future.
this is New Zealand, dude. This is New Zealand. Like we reach 5 million people in 2020. We don't have that many bone specialists. That's why we had to wait for so long. So this person trained in what they do, and I've looked into it and told other doctors about it. They're like, yeah, those microfractures are tricky because especially in the vertebrae, they would have taken that long. So doctors themselves have even gone, oh, that's weird.
Yeah.
And my partner's in Mexico right now. Her mother passed away in 2016, and I can't physically access her records. But when I do, I'm going to get those X-rays, and I'm going to put them for the world to see, because I think it's not a coincidence that she was born with the name Light, and she has a miracle like that.
Yeah, I agree. There are things, if you can, be intellectually honest, or and say, hey, there are some things that are just unexplained or impossible, and then you experience that, then that's a good place to come from, because it goes along the lines of most people that don't believe in the heliocentric model are saying there is something else going on. There is other, even data at this point that's proving otherwise, but you have to come into it with an open mind, or else you will never see what we're trying to say.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, that's the reason sure, people know me from Jim Pandas and the rest of it, but I'd much rather spend time with, people who believe in God, and, rather than a nasty atheist, you know what I mean? Because I just don't like it. I just don't fucking like it. I just don't like it. I'd much rather have people having a bit of a laugh and whatever, but, I think we all need to be treated as individuals here. Just because you've been treated a certain way, you're not going to get that treatment from me. But if you're going to try to poison the well straight away and say I'm this, then I'm going to defend myself. And where I'm from, we don't start, you don't start beef in this country where you can't get away from everybody, in little New Zealand, So I just, I'm completely honest with you, right? I'm completely honest with you. I have questions. And I do what I can within the limits of what I can do, and it has to be included, right?
All I can say is sit back and learn and listen to the arguments, and let logic that would make sense in one way and not the other, and also introduce that a possibility of it even being something other than what we've been told in the mainstream narrative of all of it. Get what I'm saying?
Absolutely. And that's where the killed authority. It's just appealing to somebody who might know more than me, because admittedly, I don't know. You know what I mean? There's a difference.
Yeah.
Like,
That fake New
we
Zealand
can have
internet's
a fight.
kicking
Right?
in.
Oh yeah, is it? Am I kicking out?
Yeah, I think you're back now.
Yeah.
I thought I was
The
going out.
Kiwi internet.
Sam.
Kiwi
It's that
Can I tell y'all?
New Zealand internet.
I tell y'all a
We
story
gotta put
that's
a few
similar
more
to that.
Kiwis on the treadmills.
Can I tell you a story similar
Yeah,
to that?
please.
When I was 9 years old, I was in a car accident with my brother and my mom. Somebody was exiting a parking lot in a one-way, going the wrong way, like 30 miles an hour, hit us head on. 3 seconds before the accident, I'm in the back seat with no seatbelt on. And right before the accident, I said, I'm going to take a nap. And I leaned to the left. And instead of flying through the windshield, I hit the back of my mom's car seat. But my mom and my brother got real messed up. But I feel like if I didn't say, I'm going to take a nap and lean to the left, I think I would have went flying through the windshield. And whatever compelled me to say that and do that, for a long time, I thought that was God.
Yeah, that probably was. That reminds me of a story. One of my best friends
not an angel.
during one of my best friends during grade school. His parents told me the story of when he was a baby, not even 1 year old yet, that they were in a serious car accident way down in Mexico, and they said miraculously, somehow, the severity of that car crash, somehow my friend was on the side of the road right on top of his blanket laying down. And to them, they were like, that's a miracle, because how did that happen? And then out of nowhere, mind you, it's Mexico, where not a lot of people are on these roads. This is what they're telling me. And out of nowhere, this biker comes up, helps them, saves them, because he witnessed it, and then disappeared. And his parents, in their story, was saying like that was an angel. Like he, like literally, how did he, Alistair's his name, how did he survive that crash and was just laying on the side of the road on top of his blanket, as if you made the blanket, you laid it out and put him on there to rest. So yeah, there's a lot of crazy, unexplainable miracles in on the spiritual side of things that no science could ever probably calculate. You could probably not even equate that or quantify that. How can this happen? And sometimes that's where we're coming from. There's things that are unexplainable. At the same time, they go against the model, and that's all. That's all I'm gonna say. That's all. That's what it is at the end of the day.
Near-death experiences are like that too. When you hear all those stories about people having near-death experiences.
Yeah.
Like how do you do a scientific study on that? You can't, but I mean, they're having real experiences.
Globers are taught to ridicule this stuff, man. All the psychedelic and the superstitious nature of life is all.
I think you have the wrong. I think you have the wrong category. It's not Globers. Globers is not the right category there. Atheists.
No?
Atheists is what you're looking for.
Atheists.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I think there's some.
I'm a quote unquote Glober, but I'm also a Christian, so I'm open to these sorts of possibilities.
Which is ironic considering that the three.
You use this pot to heat stuff up? I got some Rasta pasta and chicken in there.
Yeah, Liza, man, you can make some chicken, man. Some Rasta pasta.
Oh, my bad. I'm hot micing. Sorry.
You're good, man.
Sounds delicious, though.
That
I was
did
gonna
sound
say,
delicious.
it's
Like
ironic.
CBD infused pasta.
The three Globers that are in here talking right now are not atheists.
Oh.
Yeah, I like
Yeah, I
Faithful
guess
was
so.
saying earlier. I prefer to be over here because I'm not talking to a bunch
Yeah,
of.
I got that. Yeah, I could do that.
No, but you gotta know, like, the narrative of the globe goes hand in hand with the idea that there is no such thing as like spirituality.
I don't think that's true.
Yeah, see, that's why I don't like that. I don't
disagree with
really
that.
don't like that. I don't even like
I
to
think it's-
include that, because the atheist doesn't even have to believe in a globe to to be an atheist.
Exactly.
So you don't have to combine those things. You know what I mean? Like the atheist is on his own. The fool in his heart says there is no God, right? So yeah, they're on their own. They could have their eyes shut, not looking at the world, and still be an atheist. So You're still hot micing now, Elijah.
We could literally both look at the same picture, come to different conclusions, and both still not be atheist.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I like getting into conversations with people that believe in the heliocentric model, and I love getting into those discussions scripturally and along that line, because it really makes me question, like, do you not know the scriptures? Did you not study them? Or is it you just completely can't equate how these things are not jiving up? They don't make sense. If you're a believer of the scriptures, and then they tell you something that goes against the scriptures, like that. I love getting those conversations. I ain't gonna lie. It's just interesting to me. Really interesting.
So I thought this was Globus. As this, the never mind. So are you? I guess you like you are you globe or you flat? Like what's the deal? The dealio. The guy from New
Are you
Zealand.
talking about Phoenix?
Yeah.
I think you're talking about Phoenix.
I have the observations that match what the globe predicted I would see. I have the observation, that I feel, can't just be, oh, it's not a shadow. That's not good enough for me. So it's these questions that remain lingering. I mean, it has to be shown why it's not, and it has to work simultaneously at any time I choose, from no matter what location I want to choose it at. And that's the problem, and that's what I have. It has to work everywhere, or it doesn't work.
Well, yeah. Have you considered that the celestial sphere model is actually representative of the plane? Like, because most people think that because they can do these things with these programs and get the sky to match up, and it's like, oh, this works. It's like, yeah, but have you tried other like the Mercator projection? Have you used that?
The Mercator projection, is that the one that the UN, is that the same one, or is that something different?
No, it's not. It's the one. No, it's the one everybody uses for navigation.
It's like the flat map that's it's rectangular. It's pretty much it's like I don't know. It's just like flattening out.
Yeah. I know the one. When it says world map, you pretty much get the world map one, right?
Well, there's no. That's the thing. Like before anybody talked about flat Earth, everybody already knew that the world maps that we have will never be 100% accurate, and then they give you reasons. I mean, but it.
Yeah, because of the
It's
whole
because you
distortion on
can't.
a ball,
It's
right?
because you can't get us. That's what they say, but it's because you can't get a snapshot of the entire world. Like that's just maybe that's just what it is. Like you have to do it in pieces. As a matter of fact, that's what an azimuthal equidistant projection is. Like it doesn't even have to be from the center of wherever they use it from. We were talking on FED about how one of these presidents actually used one with the projection starting from Texas. So it's just a projection of the sky. That's all it is.
That reminds me. I saw recently some guy was like, the sun can be seen from, let's say, the northern United States when it's over China, based upon the trigonometry calculations, and they're basing it off of the stars' positions as well. But it's one of those things where, well, if if you can understand that the stars are above you, like parallel to the ground, but they only look domed, if you will, or circling around you because of perception, because of your angle that you're seeing it at. It looks like it's low on the horizon, but really it's just really high up and it's flat, like, it's parallel to the ground, flat and flat. But our eyes will make our own personal domes of all these celestial, beings or bodies.
But that argument falls apart though if we're going so watch this, right? So if the person, right? Okay, actually no, we go with this argument. Okay, so we know that stars have ground points, right? GPs, right?
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, that's fair. Okay, so I guess this hypothetical does assume a lot though, but just imagine, right, that we have
That's
someone.
a great way to start, by the way. I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
Yeah. So imagine we have let's just for now assume the globe model, right? So let's say we have one star, with one GP. Just hear me out, right? And then I'll elaborate later. Okay, so we have one location on the Earth, right, where we have a GP of one star, right? And then let's say because you can imagine the sphere, the Earth is a sphere. So imagine we went like 90 degrees, right? So like like from 12 o'clock to 3 o'clock, right, on that ball, all right? That would be 90 degrees. And let's say there's also another star, right? That's another GP, right? So on the ball, that would be roughly, let's say, 6,000 miles, right? So now let's try to replicate this, on the flat Earth now, right? So in the flat Earth, that star is the other star's GP is also 6,000 miles away, right? But the thing is, though, right? If we're gonna do that, right? If this is correct, where the other star's GP is 6,000 miles away, right? And we start doing the math, right? I don't think what you were talking about, where the stars are making like a sort of sphere. What did you say?
This is the part that matters. You got to explain this.
Okay, well, anyway,
yeah,
because I'm talking about you. Yeah,
what I was saying is that the stars, the lights in the sky are based upon your position on the ground. So kind of like if you can imagine a dome where you're at in let's say you're in Europe, you're going to have a dome around your preview of your eyes, what you can see. But in North America, it'll look different because you have a different preview from your perception. And these little, if you want, for lack of better words, these personal domes around you where you stand on your ground, there's going to be. Go ahead.
Sorry. That's the whole point of me bringing up the AE map, being projected from Texas, like because that's exactly what it is.
Yeah, it's their perception.
So anyway, to the guy that said he was rebutting your argument, it's not what you said was non sequitur because we're not looking at 60 miles. We're just talking about
6,000.
What we can. Oh, damn sure not 6,000. We're just talking about what we can perceive in our field of view. Obviously, we have like a 180-degree view, and then you just turn around and it's like, whoop, there it is. Like you're even your acknowledgement of what was said is only to put forth an argument that is really just useful for an argument. Like it has nothing to do with anything other than here's what an argument is. But we're talking about the degrees of a circle. We're talking about not the degrees of a sphere. 90 degrees of a circle. So it's like when you use a protractor and then there's half a circle in the sky. Like that's what it is, not the ground.
Yeah, imagine a protractor to your position on the ground. Everything you see is going to be based off this protractor, and you will have a certain calculated distance. But somebody that's 5,000 miles away from you will have a different angle, alluding on this protractor that you're speaking about in all directions. And I don't know. That's just what I'm trying to point out. Like,
yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, I get where you're getting at. It's just that all the stuff that I've seen is that you can't really use like perspective as like an argument for the stars in the sky. You would have to use, and this is not me being, I'm not trying to be rude here, but you would have to use some kind of sky magic. You know what I'm saying? Like basically, we don't know what the sky is made of for your argument.
You're right, though.
Because all the
What
math
do you
that I've seen, it
mean?
just
What do you mean? They do use sky magic. That's literally what the celestial spirit. What are you
Well,
talking
I
well,
know.
about?
he's right though.
Like,
He's right though in the sense of he's right though in the sense of my position and what's going on in my sky. Maybe it's hotter where I'm at, so the lights will be off, or they'll be thrown off, or reflected, or reflected, or whatever you want to call it, as opposed to someone else that's maybe in a colder region and they don't see the same distorted variable angles that I'm seeing. So this is why I've said so many times when we're arguing optics, it's almost a dead argument, because it's of course it's going to be different, and there is going to be this magic in the sky going
Yeah, but
on.
but why is it I can't see the stars inside your sky dome? And it can't be because the sky refracts things crazily. Because this idea that the sky above you is just all the time refracting, reflecting, and doing this crazy game is just not
no,
true, right? It's not
no,
how it works.
no. It's that you can only see what's in your field of view, and because of perspective. That's why we talk about it in degrees, because there's a perceivable drop that seems to coincide with what we do when we're doing trigonometry. So, or using trigonometric functions for celestial navigation. Like, so all he's saying is, okay, my angles here is going to be different from someone's angles somewhere else. Well, guess what? They're going to be using whatever stars they can perceive at that time. Like,
Exactly.
just like
Sure,
what there's nothing
the problem.
there's nothing crazy about what he's saying.
No. The crazy. Well, when you guys reference personal sky dome, it's something else.
We're just
In
talking
reality,
about the amount of space we can see with our eyeballs. That's what we
okay.
mean.
But the issue here is that multiple observers throughout the world can simultaneously view an object in the sky like Polaris, draw angles to it simultaneously. And when you take those observer angles and apply them to a flat surface, all those lines go all over the place. When you apply them to a globe, they line up. And what you're
Yeah, but
telling
you
me
do
is
it.
that the observations that line up is the one that doesn't make sense. The observation where none of those lines cross each other, that's
But
the
hold
one
on
that
though.
makes sense.
But hold on though. But there is an argument that some people beyond the equator can still see Polaris, and in theory and logic, that probably isn't possible on a ball, because you should still again be behind the ball. There should be but the fact that they can
Okay.
see albeit it's low on the horizon.
I got it. You're telling me that sometimes some people think they can see Polaris.
Right. It's
The
non
number,
sequitur to what you're saying, right? Like
one,
that's what you're
no,
saying
no,
is
no,
not
no.
like
What
practically
I'm getting at,
useful for anything. That's the problem.
what who's saying? What
Like
me?
it's literally just an argument birthed from, again, trying to like, oh, is it a flat earth? Is it a globe earth?
No. So what I'm,
Moving beyond the point that when you do this angular measurement to Polaris, it's a elevation angle measurement. But who's using Polaris to navigate? I don't know. How about we pull up someone who's actually going to use a specific star to navigate, and if that's Polaris, let's see what the process is like, versus presenting arguments that just supposedly defeat some opposing side.
okay. So
Because
none
I
of
hear
what
what
I
you're
said
saying about the
supposes
whole.
that we
I
can
hear what
do
you're saying
this.
about.
Okay,
I hear what you're
Elijah.
saying about
No.
60.
You're
Because
not hearing me,
1
man.
minute of degree
You're
is
not hearing
60
me.
nautical miles. I get it. It's birthed from a model. You're gonna use that understanding of that model to say, well, it works like this and not like that. I get it.
No, but you don't get it because that's what we observe in reality, Elijah.
So me telling you exactly what you're saying, but saying Yeah, nah, fam. I have a counter argument to that. You're saying I don't get it. What? Because I'm saying I have a counter?
No, what I'm saying is that in reality and in a globe model, what we observe lines up. Right? We take what we see in
Oh, and
reality, we
my bad. Go ahead.
slap it on a globe, and it's a parallel to each other.
Are
If
you
we take what we
arguing that?
see in reality and you apply it to a flat surface, you get something nonsensical that you as a logical person should disagree and have a problem with.
Yeah, that makes no sense because the celestial sphere literally uses a flat plane. I don't understand I don't understand what you're saying. I know that an elevation angle utilizes a plane or reference, and I also know that the celestial sphere, even though they claim that the angles are going directly to the center, that center is a plane. So we could just erase the little curved circle around that plane, and it's effectively the same shit we're saying, taking angles to a plane, except unlike what we're saying we're doing on the surface, you can't actually get angles to the center of the sphere. But anyway, the whole point is we're talking about doing it on the plane, and you're saying, well, it doesn't work on the plane after you math it. Like, what? I don't get it.
Okay,
Well,
so
that reminds me. That
you
reminds me of.
you take the measurement of what you see in reality, right? Like at 45 degrees north latitude, you look at Polaris, and it's 45 degrees above the ground. Right? You go another
Exactly.
couple degrees north, you make another, and you do this successively. And then you get out your piece of graph paper, draw a line, that line representing the flat Earth, and you mark off your 45 degrees north latitude, 40, 38, 37.
Well, that
And,
reminds me
and,
of
and
some
then you
guy.
go, hang on, man, I'm almost
Oh, yeah, I'm
done.
sorry. I'm sorry. I
Right?
thought you were done. My bad. Go ahead. Go ahead.
All good. So what I'm saying is that you take those measurements, those angles, and then you get your protractor out, draw the lines on the graph paper. And assuming your flat surface, all of those lines are going to produce different positions over the North Pole. But if you graphed it on a sphere, all of those lines will be parallel.
What is the purpose of it's not like if we did this, this is how we would navigate here. It's like let's do this, put this on a graph and see it. Look, fam, you're talking about elevate. You just said we're taking an angular measurement. It's an elevation angular measurement of Polaris above the ground. Now, you're
Yeah.
not saying it's a plane, but that's exactly what it is. Not just because I'm saying it, because that's how any textbook or any book on navigation would depict it. Even in depictions of it being a globe, you still have 90-degree boxes on curved surfaces, which is impossible. Like that's not an elevation angle. The
That
elevation angle being 45 degrees from the plane of reference, the baseline
that
that you're using.
that
And the
reminds me.
baseline is perpendicular to your position on the globe.
This reminds me
Well,
of this
that's
one.
begging the question, right? That's
Th-
begging the
th-
question because you can just say perpendicular is also a plane. But
th-
you're saying, well, it's just a plane of reference on a sphere. It's just a point on the sphere that we're going to consider is a plane. And I'm
this
just like, no, no.
hold on,
It,
Elijah. Elijah, just real quick. This reminds me of a gentleman that pointed out that trigonometry on a sphere trying to be represented by, let's say I take my square, right, which has a 90-degree angle point to it, and I put it to the ball, the center of a ball. Now my triangle is going to have a flat top, right, because it's 90-degree, and that flat tip where it comes to the point of where I'm now angling back into the center of the ball, there's a drop between that angle, my square, and the ball. There's literally a drop because my triangle doesn't curve along the base side. It doesn't curve.
Yeah,
It's flat, right?
I agree.
So when you try to calculate something that's supposed to be flat, but you're attributing it to a basketball or a round object, this will not make sense in logic because there is a drop from where the ball is and the tip of my triangle that I put my square that I put that's centered to the ball. And this
I
is
agree.
okay, go ahead. Go on.
So there's two ways you can do it. One is you operate off of the horizontal plane that's extending off the ball. Two is you correct for it because the dip angle of Earth's surface is 0.03 degrees, I think.
Okay,
It's almost nothing.
Okay, but again, that argument of when we're doing math based on the the you know what the 3-4-5 measurement is? Okay, based off that, if we put that on a ball, imagine you could get a square big enough that it could measure from the center of this round Earth, and we put it into the ground, and all of a sudden we have a flat plane, that's represented by this humongous square that we just put into the Earth. Everything we calculated is not going to make up according to the ball that's underneath it. So if you have a square and there's 1,000 foot
I got
drop,
you,
if there's 1,000 foot drop, we're now just having to throw in something that's going to make up for it. And I think that's where that word refraction comes in. Oh yeah, you can see that tip of the triangle on the curve, because remember we're curving the square now to add up to make our math make sense. But but this is like, oh man, it's like so clear to me. I don't know. I'll shut up. Maybe I've been drinking too much.
That could be true. Does anybody else want to take a crack at this? Because this is, I don't have my computer, so I can't be whipping out charts and drawing things for these guys.
I got a question for you. Every time you invoke a flat Earth model, and you say it doesn't work on a flat Earth map, are the stars stationary? Is the Earth stationary? Like, what are you doing there?
Oh wait, who are you addressing that to?
Whoever keeps saying that celestial navigation, you can't plot the GP on a flat Earth map. It has to be a globe.
Oh yeah, that's for a Glober then. Go on, Globers, proceed.
But if you wanted to answer that, you can, I guess. If they're not.
Well, I would answer that you can't, because again, if you're calculating a flat plane and then making it a curved at the tip of my square that I just calculated with, then that is not the way we do things in the real world. You cannot just bend the end of your, because then that's no longer a triangle with a 90 degree at one point of it.
Bro. Sorry, I had water running it. We got you. We understand the point, man. You have to say it again. That's why I said you either use the horizontal you've established, or you correct for it by applying a correction based on that dip angle, or you ignore it because the dip angle is so minimal, almost not to matter. Right? Like I said, 0.03 degrees if you're standing on the surface. If you're trying to find Polaris, you know it's at 45 degrees. Is 45.03 going to matter that much? I'd say no.
But the whole dip thing is just because it's not because you have to apply dip for the refraction of the curvature and this, that, and the third. It's because you still haven't established the horizontal yet, because it's off a little. How do I know that? Well, if you use a bubble sextant, there is no dip correction because you've established the horizontal to the plane that you're going to be traveling across.
Yeah, it's just one of those things where it's one of those things where if you wholeheartedly believe that it's a curve because it's a ball, then okay, you're going to accept that math can be misrepresented at that point, but with a slight degree. That's what you're doing. But on every time I've grabbed my square at work, it's always been a 90 degree, and that triangle goes to a point and it gives me a degree from that side. On the hypotenuse side, it's going to go up to the top where I 90 degreed it. That is true math. That is absolute. That's the way we operate in the real world. The only way it doesn't operate is when you're trying to make that math fit a sphere, and I would say that's being dishonest. That's genuinely dishonest, because that's not our reality. That's not the way we measure things. That's not the way you're supposed to. Because if it was that you can just calculate for a curve and just add all these degrees changes, then that's taken away from the triangle that that you started with, because it's no longer a triangle at that point. And
You're missing the point, man.
Okay, I'm sorry.
That's all right.
No, that is the point. With everything you just said. Thanks for that, bro.
Oh, I don't think it means what he said means what you think it means.
You sound like Rumsfeld right now. The unknowns of the knowns and the. I'm just kidding. I'm playing. I'm poking at you. I'm poking at you. I'm just saying, like, think about it. What if you were a flat earther? And then you could accept that explanation as being, that would make sense, right? Like, okay, you're right. There's a horizontal that's going across on my square, and I'm getting a position, and then I'm shooting up to my angle from this star. Still, all I'm doing is reversing that square. If I have a point, obviously I had a baseline, like level plane baseline that went up 90 degrees, and now I'm measuring that star, and then that gives me my angle from a distance, a degree, right?
No, we got you, man. We got you.
Like
We're
he's
on board.
look, yeah. It's like, but here's the thing, fam. Like, regardless of what you're trying to share with us, which we already get it. We've seen the diagrams. We've heard the argument. The bottom line is you're whistling past the point that you just said it. Once you establish a plane, like, so you actually can get an angular measurement on the plane. It's something you're doing after that makes you believe that you're on a sphere. How could you say, well, we wouldn't be able to get these measurements on a plane when that's literally the first thing you do?
Because the scenario that I went over was involving multiple measurements simultaneously taken. Where each one starts with the plane at the bottom of the triangle, but you map that out to a much larger plane where you try to corroborate it all together at one time, and you get a result that doesn't make sense. Let me tell you, let's back off the star example. We're going to stick with angles, but horizontal angles as opposed to vertical angles, because Electric asked about angles that work or don't work on different models. And
would be different than elevation and angle. I mean,
well, hang on. Let's talk about summarize.
You can put angles to shapes. Like, you can get a tangent to the tangent point. Like, we can do all of that. We get it.
No, I got you. We'll move on from that. Oh, you're breaking up bad too. Is it just me?
No, I think it's him, because I'm experiencing the same in and out. Maybe you have to leave and rejoin, Elijah.
Okay. Well, I'll
not you,
address...
Elijah.
Yeah, no, I got you, man. I'll wait till he pops back in and repeat myself. I have to. Electric asked about angles that don't work on different surfaces. And another good example is sunrise on the equinox.
Question that I asked you before.
Do
you want to know that? Well,
Sure,
go ahead, bro. Oh, no, I don't know.
Okay. That's all right. So sunrise on the equinox. Right? Are you guys familiar with what angle the sun comes in when it rises on the equinox? It's all due east. It's all 90 degrees east. Like, if you whip out a compass and you looked at the sun, it will show 90 degrees across the entire Earth. Yeah, and the northern tip and the southern tip, it's supposed to deviate by like a fraction of a degree, something like that. But it's all directly east. So if I took a flat surface, right, I mapped up all these what these people observe across a single line of longitude, say north to south. Let's say I start at the southern tip of South America. and I take simultaneous sun observations on the equinox all the way up through South America, through Mexico to North America to Canada, all of those lines would be parallel to each other, because that's what due east is, 90 degrees off of a single longitudinal line. And the point I'm making is those lines don't intersect anywhere where the sun should be on your flat surface. Is that easy to visualize?
I get what you're saying, but that takes us back to what we were originally saying of this perspective, and you have a dome, as a protractor would. Everything you're seeing in the sky would create this personal dome, or should I, a better word would be a hemisphere. You have your personal hemisphere because it would be half of this, right, of this ball, and you can calculate something. I'm sorry.
I don't see how that really answers what he's saying.
Well, I'm just saying because he's saying that these angles that you can take from all these different points goes back to if you have your own personal perspective, and mind you, these lights in the sky, there is this weird magical thing that happens to where they might not necessarily be the position that you're even calculating them to, because of all the different optical things that could happen to these lights in the sky coming to your peripheral, or should I say to your eyes. So what I'm looking at is different than the guy in Canada and different than the guy in South America. But
this doesn't make sense in the world we live in, that the atmosphere is just going to whip the sun around so it's perfectly 90 degrees on every single person north to south. Like there's no scenario where the atmosphere can do that. It just doesn't make sense. And what I'm trying to say is that you're evoking a bunch of like could be's, would be's.
But
no
East is not a straight line across just because you're longitudinally in the line. Like East isn't straight across for every person.
No, east isn't. But
Wow.
if you're drawing an azimuth to something, you use a straight line, don't you?
Yeah, I know, but what I'm saying, what I'm saying is like East is hard.
No, I get it. On an AE map, it makes a circle, right?
yeah, like for instance, east is not. If I traveled straight east and I kept that distance from that point of reference in the center of a flat map, if I took data points all across my journey but kept the same distance, it's going to be curved at the end of it because I'm traveling around like a merry-go-round to the center point.
So we can talk about, we'll talk more about navigation on the ground in a second. But what I'm going to say is that even if that were the case in this scenario, all of those eastward lines still don't intersect with each other, which is what must happen for the sun to have a singular point in the sky.
Well,
like here's what I think.
Can I ask my original question?
First of all, here's the thing: we don't. It's not like in the first place we can triangulate the sun's position. That's not what anybody would be trying to do. But see, I mean, basically, what you're saying is like, well, why doesn't it converge back to the point being the sun since it's local? Like, then it should be. These lines should intersect, right? I get that, but nobody thinks that that's an orb up there that you can triangulate to. Obviously, there's some weird shit going on.
Refraction.
And I say obviously there's some weird shit going on because the majesty of the sky is described by sailors as well. So they would use the same language that I'm using because you can't use strictly based trig, like in the sense that you're not trying to get specific heights to stars, and you can't triangulate the position and know exactly where they are. In that sense, you wouldn't be working out that leg. That's not what anyone's concerned with the sky, because you can't do that with the sky.
But it doesn't use trig. It's just a few basic angles. But someone else is going to say something. So.
listening, but there's
Yeah,
something
and
to get in. I think what you're starting to say.
sorry.
I think what you were starting to say, Elijah, was like about how East isn't the same for everybody. That's on your globe too. Like, just and you mentioned how on the AE map, yeah, like East is a circle around the center, right? Well, even on your globe, there's only one place that's a straight line, and it's according to your spherical math, where you can, that's on the equator. Everybody else, it's a circle, just like on that AE map. So if you're at a certain latitude and you look straight east, somebody at a different longitude looking straight east is looking at a different direction than you are. But your view of the sun should be line of sight, straight line.
I don't know. I mean, because obviously, as a circle, you're like, okay, so that intersects. But he's saying, but these lines don't intersect when you graph them, and it's like,
I would
I
I
don't
would
know.
agree. I would agree to that. It wouldn't make sense that they would line up because again, you're traveling
When
at
you
a
graph them on what is what I'm saying, because my bad for cutting you off. That was wild disrespectful. I explained how it's a straw man when you say, well, this doesn't work on the AE map. Well, it's just a projection from the center outward. Like, no, that's useful for everybody, not flat earthers. That's just one of the projections that are used, period. But you can't use a world map for navigation. Who does that? Like, that's not even, it's only useful for like an argument that needs to win in a debate. Like, nobody's using a world map to navigate.
Yeah, that's another point. Like when we're navigating, quote unquote, and we're getting our angles, quote unquote, it's based off of a flat plane and the angle from that to what we're seeing in the sky, which would somehow, somewhere create a 90. If I'm on my square, right, and I'm at the point where the 90 degree is the opposite side of me, that still has to make a flat, a plane to it to shoot up straight to where I'm trying to calculate it from. But I guess that conversation is null and void if you can just interpret, well, it's curving at my 90 degree. Well, then that's not, then that doesn't make a triangle then. That's the whole argument, but it's null and void when you could just say, no, it is. You get what I'm saying?
But you're also making a weird, like, okay, I mean, this is kind of, I don't know, it's a little unrelated, but also related because, like, earlier you were saying that, oh, we aren't using trig to, like, like make the what was it, the legs or some shit, whatever. But like, I feel like if you're gonna use trig here, then you have to accept certain things, though. I mean, like you can't make that
I
triangle
mean,
without
there are trigonometric functions. It's just not specifically in the way we would do it terrestrially. Everybody knows
But then that's not really
that
trig, then.
listen, bro, when you say that's not really trig, then if I crack open a navigation manual, I'm just telling you what I'm reading from there, and you're telling me that's not really trig. Then
Yeah,
okay, I mean, shit.
yeah, I'm just
Okay.
saying because you guys are like willing to accept, oh, you make this triangle and whatnot, but in order for you to make that triangle right with the angles and whatnot, you have to assume
No,
certain things.
you're not hearing me. We're not
What?
saying anything different than the method of celestial navigation already states. You don't have an argument with me. You're telling me that they're wrong about their method. Or at least that's what you're trying to convey and get across. And I'm like, no, you're going to have to critique their method from a better point of view than you're me. You're wrong.
Okay,
You're
well,
wrong being me. When you
The Pythagorean, the Pythagorean deals with triangles, and the triangles are not necessarily they're not curved at this point. There is a specific measurement of based upon a flat surface, and then straight up from that flat surface, and then back to my position all day, every day. That's what the measurement's going to be. But when you start dealing with these curves that we're going to have to account for, this is what throws the gear, the wrench in the gears, because you're no longer basing it upon that specific, very well understood from the beginning measurement.
Okay, but you also have but you have to like, I don't know, man. You're saying that going in the curve, it's like it's like weird and all that. But I feel like because like if we use trig, then we have to accept that we can know the distance to the star. We can know the height of the star.
Oh,
we
not necessarily. No.
That's how trig works. If you don't have the
wait a minute. Stop.
I can't assume an angle without.
Stop. Wait a minute. Isn't it important to have a communication between one another?
Yeah.
Yes or no?
Yeah.
He said yeah.
I literally just told you.
Yeah, but I'm asking Apocrypha. I'm asking you right now. I want to see what his.
But
I also
it's
don't really
like you're saying.
exactly.
It's like you're saying. Listen, they can't use trig for celestial navigation in the way that you're asking. Like, so what? That's not me saying it. It's just because the reality is that's not exactly how it can be done. You can't determine the height of a. Maybe you can. I mean, nobody. We've actually never fucking tried, right? We've never actually said, okay, here's the star. Okay, let's go there. Anyway, the bottom line is what's described in celestial navigation is what we're talking about, and you're telling us that that doesn't make any sense when they use that to literally navigate. They use GPS. They do all this stuff.
I'm saying it doesn't
Except
make
you
sense on
think
a flat Earth.
that GPS has to do with satellites and the globe. That's not true.
Well, no, because my whole argument is that it doesn't make sense on a flat Earth, because I believe Apocryphone's whole thing is that it's celestial
It has
navigation,
nothing
whatever.
to do with the flat Earth. Like on a globe, they don't determine the distance to the stars either. That's the point I'm trying to make. The method doesn't call for.
Yeah, but I don't even think
the method, not the argument. The method doesn't call for determining the height of stars at all. They don't even try.
I know.
So
I'm just saying though that if you actually
understand what I'm saying.
Because I'm saying that if you actually want to use angles and whatnot, then we could take it further, and then when we take it further, we realize that it doesn't check out on a flat Earth, right? Like we start using the trigonometry, and it might as well not use angles at all. If you're going to use angles here,
but you're not using. But you're misusing.
Spherical trig.
You're misusing
plane trigonometry, and your triangles in plane trigonometry are flat.
What?
Can you say that again? I talked over you.
Triangles that are measuring planar geometry in flat trigonometry are flat. Plane trigonometry uses flat triangles. They're two-dimensional triangles.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense? So you're using two different types of trig here. Seems like the other guy.
Let me give you an example. Let me give you an example. If I took a spotlight, right? Let's say the movies, they can create a sun light by this humongous ball that they put up like high in the sky, like maybe it's like 30 feet up in the sky. And then they can create their sunlight that they're needing for their movies when they're doing these visual effects. Now, if I took a ball like that and I put it 200 yards away from my position standing, and then I did this, math, and I was like, okay, this is how high it is because it's at this angle. That doesn't necessarily mean that I know its true height, because I'm only taking account that I'm just seeing a light in the sky and I'm measuring this angle to it, but it's all based off a horizontal position because there has to be a 90 degree point to it. You can't add curve in that. So with that being said,
Yeah, but you just
how
said it was
do
wrong
I
first
know?
off, though.
I'm sorry?
What you just said was kind of wrong, though, right? Like, yeah, I mean, yeah, if you're just taking an angle to something, then yeah, of course you can't get the height of that. But once you start taking in other little bits of information, like for example, the distance to its GP, right? Now you've got, you know, the bottom part of that triangle, right? And now you can start, if you have enough information, you can conclude the height of that thing, though, right? And what I'm saying is that, you know, when you actually, what do you mean?
This takes me back to the point that we are all in our personal domes of lights in the sky, and those measured distances are going to be different than somebody way far beyond what I can see, what they can see of the light of the same light in the sky.
So sky magic.
Yeah, hold on, other guy. Hold on, other guy. So again, who's misusing the method of celestial navigation to strawman the flat Earth? Who's doing that? Because what you're doing is a misuse of the method that uses the sky to navigate. You're saying, well, we could do this. Who misuses? You're misusing it right now. Who's doing this in academia? For what purpose? Where? That's what I'm saying. I'm saying celestial navigation isn't concerned with that, the height of stars. You're saying, yeah, but in trig, couldn't we just close that triangle up and figure it out? It's like, that's a different thing. The other guy just told you that's a different thing, but it's
I know that's a different
still wanna
thing,
argue.
but if I'm correct, I believe his whole argument though is that this shouldn't, like, not that it doesn't work on the ball, but that it doesn't like once you throw in the curve or some shit that it's like it does. I don't know. Like all I know is that, you know, it works on the ball, all right, and I'm trying to show that it doesn't work on a flat Earth. I guess that's on me though. I should really know what Apocryphon's argument is. What is your argument, so we can kind of actually properly, you know, attack.
The problem
both
is
sides.
your argument is working backwards from a conclusion.
Okay, but
that's why you're not able to accept what we're saying, because
Okay, so
you have an argument that in a vacuum makes sense.
All right, so
which
Apocryphon,
we get.
Okay, Apocryphon, so what is your argument?
Before you whistle on past to another retort, you have yet to give any specific premises to justify that conclusion, Arma.
Which one?
Let me say it one more time, Gregory, real quick.
Hey,
when we are taking a measurement of something in the sky to get an angle, I am going to literally use a triangle, which means I have a flat base, a flat side vertically, and an angle, which would be the hypotenuse, coming back to me. These are all flat measurements because that is what the math from the very beginning has represented in the Pythagorean theorem theory.
So what is your argument?
My argument is that once you start to try to say it's taking measurements over a ball, that takes away from the triangle that I've placed in the imaginary, measurements, because my square that I put up, from me to the 90 degree of that position is now curved some reason, which, by the way, I would not even physically be able to see because it's such a great distance away from me. And because if you stood directly under the Big Dipper, and then I live in a land far enough away to give you my angle to the Big Dipper, but it's directly above you. From where you stand to me, that's a flat horizon. And now we have the 90 degree. You're the 90 degree. You're the base point of that square that we set up. And now you're looking straight up and saying, okay, I got it. Capture the angle. Mind you, me and to you is a flat horizontal base like my square.
Bro, we get that, man.
Okay, sorry.
Understand.
I'll shut up.
Flat surface, base of a triangle.
Yeah.
We get it.
Yeah. So well, you first, I guess.
Okay, so just make sure we're all clear, because we're definitely not all clear. What APOC is saying is that we all have a personal dome, and that's why things appear in the sky where they shouldn't be if we map them out. And what Eliza is saying is that it's not possible to draw angles to the stars because there's no map meant for that. And what I'm saying is that I brought up sightline to the sun on the equinox because it uses a horizontal angle that all you need is compass for, to avoid Eliza's position. And then we left it at that. And that's something that doesn't work on a flat Earth, since we've, you guys have argued that, well, we can't use math to determine it. And we're using these magic sky bubbles that make no sense in reality. So I'm asking to help me understand why the equinox sun rises due east of everybody simultaneously.
You're not looking at parallels. You're not even looking at parallels in reality. You're talking about graphing it and saying on a flat Earth it can't be parallel.
Okay, we'll explain how it works.
Because on a flat Earth, isn't it like an orb there somewhere that everybody can look to, and they're looking at the exact same, like say they were equidistant from each other, they would have the same exact angle. But fam, no one is utilizing the sky in this way, other than people who have an argument tailored for.
No, what we're using the sky for, what we're using the sky for is observations of our reality in order to determine our reality, right? So whenever you say
what we were talking about is using practically a method to get somewhere. You're talking about just observing reality and seeing what's going on. Supposedly.
That's very true. That's very true. I am talking about observing reality and see what's going on, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. And I would ask that you would consider that. I would also point out that you can in fact use the sun to navigate.
You can't just keep asserting that premise.
What do you mean is not used that way?
You have to justify the assertion that it doesn't work on a flat plane. You've yet to justify that assertion. And then when Elijah tells you the sky simply is not used in that way, given the nature of the sky, you just keep asserting that premise.
Okay, so what Elijah is doing is telling me that we should ignore it. Are you telling me that we should ignore it?
No. Stop. Time out. No. What I'm telling you is you need me to take your position that there's an object in the sky that we can triangulate to. I just told you, no, fam. I'm not doing that. In fact, no one does. Not in celestial navigation. They're not concerned with the heights of stars, but for this reason.
Okay.
What you don't get, what you're refusing to acknowledge is this. Your retort is presupposing a certain ontological nature of the sky. You're presupposing in your request. You're presupposing in your request that the sun is a orb with a very specified location.
And is there any reason to assume is there any reason to assume other than that?
What is the justification for that premise in the first place?
Because you experience reality in a certain way. This is everything you see as a position. How is that? No, first of all, you talking to Gregory or Elijah?
Because it is. I told you it was a straw man from the get-go, fam. Like, this is weird.
Why is it a straw man?
Like, we're not gonna like. But your premise necessitates the ability as a person on the earth to triangulate the sun, which you and we both know we can't do. But you're saying, thus it can't be explained. Yeah, get the fuck out of here, fam.
Let me interrupt this. I've been listening this whole time because this isn't the first time I heard this argument. The first time I heard this argument was in Flat Earth Debate 2016. He wasn't the guy who was running this argument. It was another guy.
Hey, I'm talking to you.
How you doing, bud?
Okay. Yeah, man, I'm still in the middle of the sentence. Do you mind?
Well, actually, I've been waiting and listening for a place to jump in. It looks like you guys are already
Gregory actually just jumped in with some comments. And Elijah started talking, and then you started talking. Do you mind if I respond to Gregory?
I can swear I was first.
It's what you have to say that important.
Yeah, it is.
Hey, if just let him respond to Greg because I jumped in
All
front
right,
of
go ahead.
him.
Cool.
I promise we won't say shit else. You can go next.
All good. So Gregory asserted that it seems like he asserted that we need to know what the sun is. Is that about right?
Yeah. You need to justify the presupposed nature of the sun in order to justify the request.
And for what purpose?
Because if the sun is not of the very nature that you're presupposing that it is, then you can't justify the presumption that it is some specific orb with some specific location that you know that you can triangulate to.
So is there any reason in this world that you've ever experienced to claim that we should not be able to presuppose it is an orb at a specific place? Or is not, rather?
The humongous brilliant circle in the sky and the refractive phenomenon that happens. Just that humongous bright spot in the sky. You don't know exactly where that is. And neither do you know that it's some humongous solid object or some humongous ball of gas either.
Okay, but it still doesn't answer the question. You haven't
But it
answered
does. If
why
it's
we
not
need to
of that
know it.
nature, then you can't presuppose that it's some object with a specific location you can triangulate to.
But what you're presupposing is that it's magic and obeys the law of some other reality that we don't live in.
No, I'm not
Just as
presupposing. I'm not
magic as the
presuming.
celestial navigators would say it is. It's no more magic
I
than
don't
what they
care
would
about
say.
celestial navigators, okay?
Let me
What we're
respond here
talking about
because
is making. So
let me respond. Let me respond.
Oh, Hank,
So
and
I'm
second
not
of all, let Hank get
presupposing.
in too at some point.
Right. So just this last retort. I'm not presupposing any affirmative net predication about the sun. I'm acknowledging the fact I don't know what the sun is specifically. I don't assert the specific premise. I don't affirm the specific premise that it's some specific object with a specific defined shape and with a specific location that can be triangulated to. I'm acknowledging the fact I don't know that, and I don't have the means to ascertain that
okay,
knowledge, and that the
so
other party is unjustifiably presuming these premises.
and why is that unjustified?
How is it
Well,
justified?
give us
Because
like I said before,
everything you see in your reality is
like I said
triangulatable, isn't it?
before, like I said before, no, everything here terrestrially is. Nothing in the sky
Correct.
is though. Right.
Wait, now that's an assertion you have to back up.
Right. What do you mean
Right.
it's an assertion we have to back up? That's what your premise is, that we can't triangulate positions of things in the sky.
Now, what I actually said was the sun rises east at every location on a single line of longitude simultaneously on the equinox. And the issue here is that puts the sun in different positions if Earth is flat. If Earth is a globe, it puts the sun in the same position. And you're telling me that the option A, where the sun appears in different positions, is the more logical conclusion.
No,
All right,
we're not
cool
saying that the
beans.
sun is in
Well,
multiple
no,
positions.
hold on, because Hank is trying to get in. Cool beans, because again, I don't know who thinks. Again, Hank, please go. Or Larry. You want me to call you Larry?
But we have to clarify the position though, because he just kind of like asserted that
I don't want to
we are
we've
saying
been
that the sun is in
clarifying it
multiple
for an
positions.
hour, like with not just him, the other guy that was here before. Like, our position is clear. He's hell bent on this argument that's already closed, and it's already the answer is obviously these lines don't intersect, and they would have to. They don't. Therefore, it doesn't make sense that it's a plane. He's okay. There's nothing that can be said to change that argument. Who
That's what we got
cares?
here.
All right, well, of course there's nothing that can be said, at least from your position, because
Yeah,
I can use a
that's
globe,
not
a
my
globe model,
that's
and
not
I
my
can
position.
predict,
I'm sorry, that's not my position, sir. You called my position. Hold on, stop.
All
You
right, go
called
ahead.
my position. Hold on. You called my position crazy. Remember the crazy position where it's like, oh, the way the sky works is magic. Yeah, that's my fucking position. Not the losing position of an orb that would be somewhere but is not. Thank you very much.
Well, if we assume an orb and we assume a globe Earth, I can give you predictions of the sun's location from every single point on Earth at any time that you like.
Do you know the exact location?
By taking flat Earth angle measurements, sure.
It's very simple.
No,
Do you know
if we apply them, if we apply those same angular observations to a flat Earth, we cannot do that.
Do you know the
But you're
exact
doing
location of the sun?
Yeah, I do.
Your argument is presuming that you know the exact location of the sun. What is the exact location of the sun?
What do you mean? What do you want me to present to you?
I don't know. But you're obviously presuming that you know the exact location of the sun. What is the exact location of the sun?
What logic?
From where? From what point on Earth?
From wherever.
You want an elevation inclination angle? What are you asking?
Wherever you're measuring it, where is the exact location of the sun? I mean, you're speaking with all this gusto and all this force in your argument, and you can't answer the simple question, though, as it concerns the crux, the foundational premise of your argument. Where is the exact location of the sun, since you're so certain?
From what point on Earth?
He just said elevation angle. The fact that
So what
the fact that he said elevation angle from his house is like, that's not something that's possible if it's a globe. However, he's like, yeah, but it's not flat because of this argument. Though what he practically has to do is get angles off of a horizontal. Like, forget the yo.
No, you don't.
How about let's stop giving the troll energy?
Nah, bro.
By
How about you
just
stop
saying,
lying about
okay,
reality?
man, we heard. Okay,
right,
we heard you.
Just stop.
Do you have anything else to offer, sir?
I'm still waiting on an answer as to why the sun
there's no answer.
due east of every
right.
observer
We're wrong.
on Earth
You're
along
big,
one
we're
line
small,
of longitude.
and there's nothing we can do about it. Now,
Bro,
I'm gonna
go
eat some cookies with Miss Honeybee. So,
yeah.
All right, good deal.
You're just being invincibly ignorant now because you're not answering the one question that is concerning the essential premise of your argument. And you want to ask me clarifying questions to give you caveats that you should be giving me. No. Do your homework.
Nah, bro. Maybe you could tell me why the sun appears due east of every point on Earth during sunrise on the equinox. You can't do that. You can't even formulate an argument. You have to question what the sun is. You have to question what I know. You're not disputing the observable facts.
Not what is it? We said where's it at? You still haven't answered.
Hey, I'm about to meet you, Denmark.
I'm gonna no, don't worry. Negator, I got you. Don't worry, bro. I got you. Hold on 1 second. You will be able to finish your statement, I promise.
You kidding? He's been talking over. He's been talking all over everybody.
I don't know. I didn't hear it. I just got on.
While demanding we take a position that we don't hold. I think we will call that a straw man. Just to say, well, you guys are evading reality. And I did say, well, okay, fine. Your argument in a vacuum is, as specified, great, you win. What else you want us to do?
I don't know. I
want to
let him finish his sentence. I want to let him
No, wait. Larry's been waiting for like 30 minutes to jump in.
I know. Well, all right. He can go right after Negator. He was in the middle of a sentence.
That's right.
It's all good, man. Go ahead.
Gonna finish after all that?
Yeah, I was just trying to give some history for this argument. In 2016, it started floating around, and the closer and closer it got to the equinox, Negator picked up this argument. Negator, feel free to correct me in the end when I give my recount of history. And Negator and I used to actually get along really well in 3chan. We had a lot of the same political ideas and whatnot. And after this argument, me and Negator and we never spoke again. In fact, I believe I challenged him to a boxing match. if I remember that correctly. Not my brightest of moments. I was pretty livid at the time. But I wanted to point out that during the argument with Negator, I always said that I didn't understand the argument, and I couldn't really respond to it. And it's not because I was evading it; it's because I didn't understand it. So the sun rises to the east. What does that prove? You know, and I thought for a while, and then finally one day my response was, well, it's the sun is rising to the east because refraction, right? And the sun's reflected, and we can't know its actual location. All we have is the sun's apparent location. And that's when the Gator and I went into a different room and we kind of yelled at each other, and I challenged him to a boxing match. But it was what was his name? Sosa. He goes by different names. The guy from Colombia, what's his name? Robert Bassano. Yeah, Robert Bassano.
Yeah.
Yeah, Robert Bassano. He cited my source for me. He sent it to me, and it was showing that the sun was refracted through the atmosphere. And after this, I started to understand that, what he's saying isn't really true. It's the apparent location of the sun rises due east for everybody, but it's not the actual location of the sun. And the Gator and I knew when you guys had already hit a brick wall. Like when I butted in the first time, you guys were already there. It's like, well, this is kind of a straw man because I'm not really claiming this, and it's kind of a straw man if you don't really look at the atmosphere. But the funny part is, once the whole 2019 thing came around and it was the Black Swan, like Negator never said a word to me like ever again, because he was arguing refraction when it was me arguing refraction first. So I just want to point out that was I'm sorry, I didn't see you there. I just wanted to point out that that's how I remember it going down. Negator might have a slightly different perspective, but we're never going to get anywhere because we can't get the actual location of the sun. Thanks.
Well, the issue, I don't remember having that out with you at all. I've been challenged to plenty of boxing matches over the years. Nobody's ever.
You seriously don't remember me saying I challenge you to a celebrity boxing match?
I don't.
I was pretty pissed.
Yeah, that'd have been fun though.
Yeah,
Still do it.
Well, I'm a little older now. My left arm don't work quite as good as it used to.
Well, that'd make me feel bad if I hurt you then. So I do remember having that argument though, and I do remember making graphics after the fact, but I don't remember who I presented them to. And
you presented it to everybody you ever met, bro.
Everybody online, at least. So part of the issue is that on the equinox, when the sun rises for everybody, it's still above a certain point on Earth, and it's above the equator. So somewhere somebody's looking directly up at the sun. And somewhere else along a single line of longitude, everybody else is looking directly east at the sun. And when you bring in refraction as the explanation here, that means that somebody in the southern tip of South America has to have their sun refracted 45 degrees north, like off their east, now northeast, or reverse. And somebody, up in Maine or Canada has to have their sun refracted the opposite direction, 45 degrees. On the horizon. And I've never heard of any refraction that can take a point that's due east and refract it 45 degrees left or right. I've seen refraction that bends and twists a little bit up and down, but never horizontally. So the refraction argument really doesn't work. And then that comes back to the whole, what is the sun? Because the underlying implication is that it's some magical thing that can be in multiple places for multiple people. And that doesn't make sense. Or at least it shouldn't, right?
Well, it appears, right?
No, yeah, sure, you can use that word.
Let me ask you this question. So during the equinox, right? Obviously, is when the sun is traveling along the equator, right? 90 degrees above the equator.
Yeah.
Okay, so is it magic that everyone along the equator sees a dot straight up, even though they're however many miles apart? Is it magic then?
Wait. What do you mean, however many miles apart?
When you're looking at the little dot, right? That is the sun.
Mm-hmm. And are you saying it's directly above
And
us?
you're looking straight up 90 degrees. And it's a dot straight up 90 degrees for everyone along the equator. Is that magic too?
Well, is it everyone simultaneously? Because if it was, then it would be. But it's not.
What do you mean? Is it everyone simultaneously? Everyone who's getting daylight.
Sure, but everybody who's getting daylight does not see the sun directly above them at 90 degrees.
What do you mean?
I mean, for the one person
On
who
the
looks up,
on the equator, like hypothetically,
yes,
just like you
yeah,
said, hypothetically on the longitudinal line. If everyone looked east, well, on the equator, if everyone looked up, would they all experience a 90-degree dot directly above them?
no.
Exactly.
No,
That's
they
the point.
wouldn't.
It's not a good point.
No, they wouldn't.
No, they wouldn't.
So at what angles would like give me 3 separate angles for what they would see
Sure.
during the equinox?
So on the equinox, someone on the equator that is directly below the sun would look up and see it 90 degrees. Somebody
Exactly.
69 miles away to the east would look up slightly and see the sun at 89 degrees. And then 69 miles past him would look up and see the sun at 88 degrees, and so on. People on the equator do not simultaneously see the sun directly above them.
All right.
I hope you weren't under that. Yeah. If that were, that would be a big problem, and I agree.
But that makes sense.
Well, no. I let me think about that. I might have thought about that wrong. Because obviously, if it's 90 degrees somewhere on the equator, right? And then the
100%.
further along you go, you're saying that it's dropping down. Obviously, with perspective, that would happen. But then there's the problem of, if we're talking about perspective, then what's the problem with your argument about not seeing it, converge? Because it can't be possible on a longitudinal line, everybody looking east. And I get all that.
Look, if I was in a football field that was round, so it's not a football field. I was just on the ground that's round, and I put a huge light in above everybody. Of course, everybody's going to have a different calculated angle that's looking up at it. In its however, people that are close enough to see this light. And if you said, hey, you raise your hand like, oh, it's right above me, but that's not going to be necessarily right above the guy that's way on the other side or way to the left or way to the right. This is not an argument that I'd agree to that. You're right, because that point of reference is going to have a different angle to that light that's above the ground that I've placed above us. So I don't know exactly what you're trying to get at by saying when it's along the equator, everyone's going to have a different angle. I would agree. You're right. It would have to have a different angle. If I'm standing 20 yards away from you, it would have a different angle. If I was standing 100 yards away from you, I would have a different angle. That I don't know what you're trying to argue.
All right, let me butt in again. So during the period when I said I didn't really understand this argument, I didn't understand the relevant, how it was relevant to the argument, how it proved anything. But now I want to point out that, this is the argument he's making, but he's asking us to, back that shit up. Like, how do you explain this? And it's like, well, this one really isn't my argument. This is your argument. This is for you to display how it disproves the flat Earth. And I really don't know if it does. I guess looking at it now, honestly, I'll go back to my original position. I don't see how this argument proves anything. And maybe it's because of my lack of understanding, education.
Well, he's saying everybody that stands let's let's say longitude is How can I
Well,
put
I
this?
get his premise.
Exactly the way he used it, and it's like
Right, it appears
everybody along
due east.
that line is just gonna look directly straight.
Yeah, the sun
And then
appears due east for
straight.
everybody on Earth. So that's the phenomenon he's
So,
talking about during the equinox. But what does it prove or disprove? What is the
well, he's saying how could that happen on a planet?
But it's to explain it. It's because that's what something on a circuit going around on a certain latitude or longitude, whatever you want to call it. Yes, it will change positions from one to another because we're still referencing a center point and the degrees that you're away from it to even acknowledge that it's right above me. And then 2 hours from then, it's not going to be right above you, but it's going to be right above somebody else that's on that same latitude, but only because the sun is curving in its path. And by the way, it will probably even be a little bit off because at the same time throughout the year, it's getting closer towards the center at a slow, gradual pace, as well as further away from the center at a slow, gradual place. So I agree with that, but I think it's just being, it's an argument that doesn't make sense in the ball theory because they're trying to collude those two differences and saying, oh, it has to be a ball because of this. No, it actually makes perfect sense if it's rounding about on a merry-go-round. It makes perfect sense of the angles. I don't know why that's being misunderstood. Maybe I'm the idiot. I don't know. Let me know.
I don't know.
So
On my computer in a couple
let's
weeks,
get
and
this
I'll
straight.
draw you
So
some
if you live in
pictures.
Alberta, Canada, right, and you look due east, you see the sun. If you look due east, right. If you live in Buenos Aires, South America, right, which is the lowest position I could think of. You look due east, right, you're going to see the sun. But is each person looking in the same direction? Like, I get it that they're looking in the same cardinal direction. They're looking due east, right? But if you're on the other side of the world,
hey, that's what I
like you're
said.
kind of looking in a different direction, but still the sun appears in the same spot. Now, this is a weird phenomenon, I admit, but I don't really see how it proves or disproves anything.
Because it comes down to the
It's one
perception
more piece in the puzzle. Right? It helps form the big picture. You know, it would be like if you didn't know that your house was had four sides to it, right? Or you weren't sure if it. I know this is going to sound stupid. You're not
Okay,
sure your
you live
house
at
has four
Roseanne's.
sides.
We got it.
Sure. But so what you do is you put your back to all the walls in the outside of the house, and you take a photo, right? So you end up with four photos, and you're still not sure which way all your walls on the outside face. So you go inside, and one photo has a picture of the road that's in front of your house. One photo has the neighbor's house to your left, the other is the neighbor's house to the right, and the last photo has your neighbor's house behind you. So it would be pretty logical to assume that my house has four sides. One side faces the road, and the other is my neighbor's, right? So it's not like you're not measuring that my house is square and of a certain dimensions, and each wall is actually flat. It's just one more thing to make you think, oh yeah, I'm pretty sure it's got four sides.
Just think that the angle that you're measuring from your point of position, no matter where you are on either continent, it's going to be an eastbound direction, but maybe a little bit slightly north or maybe slightly south. And then the one that's in the center towards the equator is going to be due east. And all these angles that we're talking about again are still represented in that Pythagorean theorem, it's all based on a flat shot to the 90 degree of that position of the light in the sky, but it still has to represent a flat base to get to it, even using math, because that's just the way math works. In the skinny of it, that's just what it is. And yeah, there will be differences, but imagine a protractor that's representing the 90 degree of that light at the very 90 degree angle from the bottom of the protractor, and then you just multiply that protractor, as many times as it has to make a 360 degree circle on the flat plane. Everyone's going to have different calculations based upon where they're at on that. And I don't know why this is not like, how does that not make sense to you at this point? I don't know.
It seems to me that everyone, depending on the size of their eyes and the size of the person, the size of the apparatus that they're using, the calculations are going to change at every click. Every photo is going to be different.
Absolutely.
Hey, y'all gotta get me Gregory back in here. I like him. I think we need to talk more. But my wife is calling, so I'm gonna have to go. I appreciate
all right. Good talk.
Y'all letting me grandstand and talk. So.
And if it was a flat Earth, hypothetically, and we are stationary, and if the sky is moving, every 15 minutes that the sun changes its position, refraction is going to change.
Yeah. Yep. Not only that, but there's also all these, billions and billions of different data points of this cracked light in the sky. It's going to change accordingly as it's moving on its circuit, either closer towards the north as it goes in its circuit, or further down south, depending on the month that you're calculating this. Why is this not?
I just posted a video. Sorry.
Okay.
I just posted a video explaining that. It's only a minute long if you want to see.
I really wish flat Earth debates were still up from 2015, 2016, whenever they quit in 2017. Because every time he had like an episode, he would record 8 hours and he would timestamp in the comment section or in the, down below, like who was arguing what at every 8 hours. And that was like a whole slew of flat earthers ass kicking the shit out of the globe earthers, and it's all gone. And I would really say that was really valuable to have, for them to have like us poking holes in their model so that they could like repair it. But I think it's getting to the point to where it really can't be repaired any longer. I think there's really going to be a paradigm shift. And, it's, call me crazy, but I was listening to a video last night, the Thunderbolts Project, and this guy was like making some of my arguments. And I'm like blown away. And I'll share it with you in just a second. But the guy is talking about some of the very same things that I'll be talking about on here. Right? And, I'm just a pizza guy or whatever. But this guy is like an extremely highly educated guy. And we're talking about the same things. And I just couldn't believe it listening to it last night. I was supposed to be sleeping. But I'm like listening to this and I'm like, has this dude like been listening to my debates and shit? And I talked about Robert Bassano like coming in and citing my source for me, because I'd be at work and I couldn't always cite my source. But it's like, how many other people are like listening to this shit? And I'm not saying this dude is listening to my shit. Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying it's really weird that, like the same talking points. So this is Robert Sheldrake.
There's also a lot of TV shows that have like slight little jokes about flat Earth and stuff, little comments, things that we say a lot. The paradigm is already shifting. There's a lot of shows that are missing, a lot of good gems. The early shows of Nathan Oakley, the early shows of John G's, the other guy Jamie Brown. We used to chill in Jamie Brown's and talk hella shit. He disappeared and turned into a fucking glober. The earlier shows of Ranty, right? All those shows, that was the trenches. We just argue all fucking day back in 2015, 16, 17, 18. Just argue for 4 fucking years, bro. All that fucking footage, all of that has disappeared.
Well, you know what's crazy? Like, because I know we're not crazy. The Black Swan argument literally kills the globe. I mean, from an argument-based perspective, and the fact that we literally have video predating the Black Swan that indicts all of you guys for talking about refraction. Not that there weren't models that tried to describe a horizon that would be some small amount further, like in Andrew Thomas Young's writings. But the point is, on video, whatever university professor you could find, whatever person trying to argue against flat earth, even when they're talking about the horizon, they give clear examples that they mean that the one they're looking at is at a specific distance because of the geometry of the earth. And this is why boats, buildings, and et cetera is blocked. So we have a weird world in which prior 2020, there's a whole world of people literally making the opposite argument of what they're making post 2020. That's something in my observable reality that still exists right now. I can go watch one of my old videos and then listen to you guys today and know that I'm not crazy. Okay? So
I have to give props to 2 people, 2 out of the people that are on here.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it. You know, I like you too. No, I'm just kidding.
Nah, but listen, there were 2 people that confirmed my suspicions because I don't know, man. This thing about truth, it doesn't matter how much research you do. I feel like the individual person has to come up with his own conclusion. And I am that type of person. I don't care what anybody says. I will look into it to myself and I will form my own conclusions. And I had suspicions of being able to detect refraction and stuff. It will be very difficult on a hypothetical flat Earth because the sun would have to change, and the sun is the thing that agitates everything around it. So if this thing is in a certain degree now and then half hours in another degree, obviously where it was, the refraction would not be the same. But I could not confirm that until Travis started making his observations, and then he pretty much confirmed what I was suspecting, and that flat Earth data. Once he deciphered that what the Globers were doing was taking a flat plane and applying the what the eye does. Oh my God, that shit just clicked in my. It just made so much fucking sense. That what they were doing, they've been doing since the beginning is they've been calculating how your eye works and fucking calling it curvature, bro. This is what they've been doing this whole fucking time.
That's what it's calling the degree. That's what the whole Polaris argument is about.
Yeah, shout out to Travis and shout out to fucking Flat Earth Data for that shit.
Hey, I'm not really trying to toot my own horn, but you really should listen to this Rupert Sheldrake thing that I posted. He talks slow, so you can listen at like 1.5 or something. But he's going over the 10 dogmas of modern science, and he's talking about how we, make all these assumptions, and then it turns into dogmas. And I really think that it would be educational for both sides, anybody, children to watch, because as he's going over each dogma, he's like trying to find one that's like not illegitimate. He's trying to find one legitimate dogma that's actually, a good reason to have dogma, and it was a conservation of energy. And he couldn't even like make that one work because as the universe is expanding more and more, you need more and more dark energy, which kind of leads to a perpetual motion machine. So even the first law of thermodynamics, conservation of energy and matter, doesn't even work in their model, right? And now you got them pulling something out of nothing. It's another violation, right? So is the violation a legit violation of the first law? And this first law is a dogma that we need to reconsider. And I know QE would be like pooping his pants right now if he heard me saying this, but it's one of those things where we kind of need to like investigate these dogmas or orthodoxies, as he called them.
But I think the problem is we're trying to combat what is truth, which is a universal thing for everyone. Doesn't matter where you brought up, you understand what truth is and what. Now we're trying to get to that truth with a man-made system, right? Mathematics, whatever the fuck, you know what I'm saying? These are all things, even though they are things that are in nature. There was systems
They
created by
hijack
men.
what's true and then tell us to
Exactly.
argue against it, and that doesn't work.
100%, 100%. That's exactly what's going on. So every time we try to have some sort of, because it has to be philosophical, right? It has to be. They try to get us back into the maths, and you can't solidify anything with math unless you can go and touch the dome and measure every part of it. Touch the dome, touch the floor, then you will have some sort of solid math. But until that, you can't, bro. So how? What does it make any sense to talk about math every time? We're not gonna get to the truth that way.
Yeah, I was just going to say, Larry, isn't it Sheldrake who used to talk about the a common sort of memory between species?
That's right. Yeah, his work on that is phenomenal. Right?
Yeah, I've heard Nathan
Absolutely.
Oakley just hand wave that away, but it seems, I don't know, it makes a lot of sense to me, and there seems to be a lot of evidence to back that up.
Yeah, dude. Rupert Sheldrake is the guy who was on TED Talk for like a few minutes, and then they like completely deleted the video, and now you can't find it anymore. So if they're censoring this MFR, I think it's worth taking a look at, because shouldn't we be paying attention to the things that we're not supposed to see?
Because I always think of, but I forget which birds. I'm not very good with birds. Little birds. It's funny because in the UK, I don't know what it's like everywhere else, but we once upon a time had our milk delivered on the doorstep, on the bottle, in a real glass bottle. Imagine that. And you had like a tin foil top or aluminum foil, I guess you'd say. Yeah, and the birds would peck at the cream, at the top, and it just quickly spread. It's just like that's what I think of when I think of Sheldrake. I know that sounds a bit weird, but I know he did a lot of stuff with mice and
Yeah, you're right.
rats and
This is
mazes.
also known as the 100th monkey effect. So when the monkeys figured out there's a certain way to open up these clams on separate islands, completely, in different regions, the monkeys on this island also figured it out about the same time. And that's one of the really interesting things about history, because if you go back, didn't they invent a certain mathematics for the cosmology? Newton invented the mathematics at the same time as this fellow from India, right?
Yeah, they made a movie of that, I think.
Yeah. So yeah, if you haven't looked into Rupert Sheldrake, man, I'm telling you, he's like breaking down the orthodoxies of science. And
definitely interesting.
It's definitely interesting and worth a watch. And the fact that he's on the Thunderbolts project. Woo!
Larry, that's the morphogenetic field, right?
Morphogenic field, Rupert Sheldrake. Yeah, he talks about.
Yeah, yeah. My friend looked into that. It was the one that was.
I think it's also. Yeah.
Sorry, I said the monkey one was one thing, but wasn't there birds that didn't migrate? And they also the birds you were talking about, they didn't actually migrate, so they were never able to even know each other existed, and they still did the same thing. Is that, or has that been taken out of context?
Oh, you're talking about the 100 monkey effect kind of thing?
Yeah. The birds that learned to open the thing, or take the cream out or whatever. Apparently, they were from birds that never migrate, so there's no way that they could have taught them that, type thing.
That's crazy, bro. That's crazy.
And the morphogenetic field, like once the thought's out there, it's out there in some like consciousness field that thoughts are actually being sent out.
I actually my understanding of morphogenic fields is that like topography and geography and climate, environment, weather conditions all create the morphogenic field for the organism to have to adapt to, and so therefore things like patterning, camouflage, like all those things, like are they going to be more out in the day or at night? Are they going to require some sort of like adaptation to the temperature, like a fur or something else like that? That's the idea of like how morphogenic fields, like as explained by Rupert Sheldrake, biomorphic fields anyway is.
Could it be some sort of like consciousness situation where every animal has like a mainframe data somewhere out there that every collective knowledge that they acquire just goes to that data center and is shared collectively with all of them, like us, right? Every time, have you guys ever had a thought or something, and then
It's
the
like an
next day,
ancient thinking would say that.
yeah, well, what usually happens a lot on here, at least to me, that I think of something like an idea, something new or something, and the next day some motherfucker talks about it, right? And that you feel like, God damn, did this motherfucker just steal my idea, right? This shit happens all the time.
Exactly. That's what I said about Rupert Sheldrake. He's talking about plasma physics. He's talking about dark matter. He's talking about dark energy, and he's talking about orthodoxies. Did anybody hear me talk yesterday?
Yeah. It's like a spooky hive mind that I sometimes refer to as the internet in the sky.
Yeah, that's exactly. Listen, that's what led me to understand that we're not arguing with truth with these people. We're not like. I find it almost a little insane that we are on here, especially us veterans, right? Us veterans that have been here for years. We should know that we are not fighting truth. There would never be a situation where Rumpus, Ruhif, and all these other fucking people would ever say, you know what, you guys were right. Let's have some sort of logical It won't happen because they know they cannot have it. They cannot have logic and reason and truth.
Yeah, but don't tie us all in together, man. Blanket statements weaken your argument. Because then it's like, oh, we don't have to listen to anybody because they're all going to say the same thing. That's weak shit. We could say that the same thing about the flat earthers, you know, and let it be done. You know?
At least, all right. The difference between the flat earther, at least I realized since very early on, before 1 year of researching, I realized I cannot convince anyone of what the earth was. But at least I was fully convinced that we did not live on a globe, right? And the only one's making a claim here is the globe Earth. A flat earther can't make a claim, bro. It's just on one person, right?
No, I get that, but the glober will disagree with another glober about another topic. You see, so this idea that they all think the same and they're all going to be able to be listened to, it's kind of it's insulting, you know, because you don't get the individual thought. And what you're asking for as a flat earther and a free thinker is to be allowed to think things even if they're wrong, right? Go against what is told and test it, because if there's something to hide, it should be, you know, if there's nothing to hide, then everything should be transparent. But this idea that we all think the same, and that's just illogical, you know.
I didn't mention anything about you guys thinking the same. I mentioned certain characters that would be very difficult to have a rational conversation outside of something like maths, right? Which is a system which is created perfect. But outside of that context, we can't have logic and reason with these people. And I didn't say everyone. That's just one of those things that you say, oh, not all, which is not a real comment, which is not a real addition to the conversation. It's just not all. Of course, not all is like a certain you know what? Every I can't know how everybody is. That's illogical. So that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that their mind is so stuck in a certain framework. Right, and because we are laymen, we are regular people. They will not change their mind because where the truth is coming from is from somebody that they consider not to be authority, and it has something to do with the mind and thinking that truth has to come from certain sources, from a podium, from somebody with a suit, from somebody with a white coat. You understand?
Yeah.
This is what I'm trying to say.
I get you, and I'm glad you clarified that because, you know, I've made my intentions known, you know. I've also known my my level of, academia, matching science and mathematics isn't there, so I don't claim to hold this knowledge or pretend to take on a science that I don't understand, but the things that we're talking about now, I think you can agree, if we just take away what the sun is and what the moon is and just say that we can see them and start with there, where we see them from, dictates, parameters. Would you agree? Like, it's not going to be not north if it's north. So,
okay, that's a good scenario. If we could document from the Earth, right, touching from the Earth to touch somewhere in the sun, if we could document that distance, then we have some sort of concreteness to work with. right? If we could document distances, right? If we could 100% do these things outside of hypothetical calculations, hypothetical numbers, outside of that, then we would have some sort of framework. But we don't have anything, not even the origins of the stories that you guys claim, the Big Bang, everything that is being claimed that these stories originated from. There is no logical framework. It's just some authority fucking said this one time and we just worship it. That's it. Fucking Newton, fucking Einstein, fucking Alberuni, and just all these Greek fucking names that we can't even verify if they truly existed. And that's it, right? It's almost like if you're not one of them Greek people, you cannot come up with anything.
All right, let me respond to what he
that
said.
last comment, just to say this one sentence to Phoenix. North is not an exact location.
No,
That's
what I
exactly
mean, what
I
I
was
mean
gonna
is
say.
what I mean is like the north for the compass in our direction dictates, where the sun was seen. You can't change that. I'm talking about things that we actually witness from the observer's locations. These give us parameters and kind of isolate where we can't put the sun. You know what I mean? In reverse, so to speak.
Sure,
Dimok,
we
if you're
can
gonna
see it in the
hold on,
west.
we're also
Dimok, if you're
using
gonna insult me in DMs, just do it here in the chat, okay? I can't keep
no,
switching.
not do it here in the chat. Don't fucking bring your bullshit in your chat to the fucking room. No, don't do that.
No, wait,
Oh,
Demok, he's
Can I
doing that to,
respond to the guy?
don't worry, Demok's doing it to everyone. So I mean, don't even. He's doing that to me too and shit. It's funny.
Just hilarious, man.
But so again, the point that should
Yeah,
be
can I be heard?
emphasized is that sure we can see the sun in the north, but north is not an exact location, which is what the globe position needs to justify the critique.
Right. I guess
Can I be heard?
spoke a bit quick. Yeah, you go. I'll talk after you, Larry.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was trying to point this thing out. So yeah, north, right? It's something that's objective, right? But at the same time, if someone's in Moscow facing north, and I'm in Texas facing north, we're actually looking right past each other, right? If we were to walk together until we met, we'd be facing each other and looking in opposite directions. Even though while we were in our home countries, we would be looking in the same direction, but still, in actuality, we're looking in opposite directions.
So
So even though it's an objective coordinate system so that we can kind of agree on, if we're both in Texas and we say north, then yeah, we're talking about the same thing.
Yeah,
But
well, yeah.
if one guy's in Israel and one guy is in South America, like those are different directions.
Yeah, it's. I think it's safe to say that north north at least represents, from how I'm looking at it, like a position on the Earth, and then where it's a direction towards that position. All right, obviously the North Pole. That's if we look towards the North Pole, right? That is north, right? So I think that, so obviously if everyone goes north, they're going to meet up at a point. So it's fair to say that's at least a location in a sense. You can, what I'm saying. Is that fair? Right? It's
Yeah, well, I mean, I said north, but what I mean, like, for example, I'm in New Zealand. I get the sun first, right? I'm on Monday already. Today is a holiday thanks to the Queen dying. But that means that I saw the sun. So therefore that sets a parameter from where and the angle and the time and the sunset. And this is what I'm talking about. It doesn't even matter to know what the sun is. It's the fact we can see it.
But that's not the point. North is not an exact location. It's a vague, basic cardinal direction.
It's vague. Are you sure about that? I mean, there is a north.
To go to your house, and you tell me I'm located in the north. That is not an exact location that I can specifically traverse to.
Okay,
it's
that's
just
fair.
a basic cardinal direction.
But if I gave you my exact direction facing north, you would be in my backyard. You know what I mean? Like I would completely dox my pinpoint location on Earth. So
you see, now we're trying to justify this vague premise because we're trying to make the argument convenient on ourselves. This is where I get annoyed.
Well, let me try it.
Well, that if it was concerning any other thing, as it concerns any other endeavor, when trying to know the location of something, or especially traverse somewhere, we know full and well that if all the information we got was just go north would not be enough.
Right. Okay.
Obviously, yeah.
Okay. So let me try to solidify what I'm trying to say. The fact of the matter is that I get sunrise before you. That's just a matter of fact. Like I'm in Monday, you're not. You're still in Sunday. That's a fact. It's not the same time. That's a fact. It's dark right now, but it's going to be morning and the sun will rise. Now I can see the sun, right? Now, whatever it is, it doesn't matter because I can see it. Now, my day is going to go on and finish Monday before you get to where I am. You're always going to be behind me. So that dictates that the angle at which I see the sun, the time at which I don't see the sun, and the time that other people do see the sun create parameters, that stop us from being able to put the sun or the moon somewhere else because they're physical observers.
No, it does matter. If it's an illusion, then it isn't located where it seems to be located. If it's not an illusion, then it's more likely to be located where it seems to be located. But if it really is the case that it is not really located concretely where it seems to be located, then you cannot justify the premise that presumes that it is located really concretely where it seems to be.
And throw
The
away
premise
all the
from the goal
calculation.
position requires an exact location of the sun. You cannot escape that. Either you meet that premise, either you justify that premise adequately, or the critique does not stand. It's very simple if we're really trying to seek the truth.
What he said is not, if you can't pinpoint it, you can't calculate it, bro. That's it. That's as simple as he's saying.
I'm not convinced this is a good argument, Greg.
Why?
Because everything is apparent, right? So one could argue that you could easily make a map based off of what you see, where things seem to be, and then test that for like cohesiveness. And to say that north isn't precise is, only if you take it out of context. But north is a bearing. Directly north is a single degree of the 360 degrees around you. To say it's imprecise.
No. But what you're saying is a precise statement. But when the argument comes, it is a vague argument. So it's like equivocation between something that's simple and something that's not.
I think the argument is the orthographic view, which is like the mathematical view, which is the distance, and the way we see it when we take a photo. They might not interpret the same. They don't interpret the data the same way.
You can't falsely equate the apparent location of my cup on the table versus the apparent location of the sun all the way up there in the sky. They're not equivalent scenarios. There's one scenario that is much more easier to specify the location of my cup on the table as opposed to specifying the location of that humongous bright spot all the way up there in the sky.
And if one can locate it or calculate it,
sorry,
go ahead.
We know where the sun is, or where stars are, or where the celestial objects are above the ground, and we know what time that is. Then based on that, and once you have a timetable in some sort of system, then you can use the angles to those objects and the times to figure out your position. All of this is happening from a plane of reference.
But wouldn't the angles be hypothetically, wouldn't it be wrong if the sun would be known to be apparent and not its actual location? The calculation that was derived out of that degree, it would not be accurate, would it?
I'd like to focus the. Go ahead.
Let me. For example, if you were to take the apparent position and calculate it by degrees, and then program a trajectory like a rocket going there, right? And if the sun is not there, wouldn't that rocket completely miss its target?
I don't want to diminish your question, so if anybody has an answer.
Well, I failed to see the relevance.
We're talking about tangible and apparent. These are two different things. If something is apparent, which means it might not be there, and you've made a calculation
No, I feel you.
already.
We're talking about actual position and apparent position. But
that's what I'm saying.
I failed to see the relevance because, for our purposes, we use the sun for like navigation and stuff like that, right? And everything works on the plane. Like, we're not going to be shooting a rocket at the sun to need to know where its actual position is, right? And it could be that the medium that that is between us and the sun is such that it'll change that, like, the trajectory of the light. So yeah, the missile will miss or what have you. But what does it matter?
Well, we're talking about tangible calculations, right? Actual calculations, like what Gregory said, from him to the cup is a tangible thing. He can go and touch it. You can't touch anything in the sky, as far as I understand.
Exactly. Well, we're never going to have a tangible position of the sun because we can't get rid of the atmosphere. So what's the point in questioning where it is?
Yeah, but there's other things.
I don't know, maybe I'm being reductionist, but that's
no. You're right. The people who are questioning where it is the Globers, because they say, well, because of where it is, these lines should intersect. But when we graph them along longitude, they actually don't intersect. Like, so that's the thing. They're concerned. Yeah, they're concerned with that, not us. That's how this whole thing began.
Here's the thing: we can verify two things. Your northern hemisphere compass won't work here in the south. A northern hemisphere sundial won't work here in the south until you flip it upside down.
You're still trying to justify
That's a fact,
premise.
though. That's a fact, though, Gregory.
But you're still trying to justify this vague premise. You cannot justify your position with this vague premise. You must know the exact location of the sun in order for your position to stand.
I just need to use the sunlight to show that it acts differently from your location to mine. To have a question to say, why does the shadow do this on the sundial here, but not until I flip it upside down in another location for the shadow to do the same thing and for me to be able to tell the time?
I'm just going to say this real fast. One sentence. After we get done having this conversation, we need to talk about the black swan, and you Globers are all going to flip from ignoring refraction to demanding refraction. So just so you know what's coming next.
This is not consistent. This is where I get annoyed.
Wait, hold on. So how is the black swan an argument then? All right, I mean, aren't you saying here, like, you're pretty much hinting at the fact that you guys need refraction on a what, like a flat Earth essentially? But then now you're saying that if I bring up, I'm going to bring up, the black swan or whatever, but it's not an argument because refraction, right?
He's right, Larry.
You just did the very thing Larry just exposed that the Glober would do.
No,
you inconsistently appeal to refraction for your purposes, or you neglect refraction for your purposes, but you don't be consistent with the behavior of refraction in your arguments. That's what you just said, and you just did that a second later.
Arma's right. Larry, like what Larry said about Globers, that you could flip the same exact thing about flat earthers. Right now we're saying refraction is such that, if you were to follow the trajectory of the sun or whatever, you might not get it.
Okay, let me respond.
Well, that's because
and then hold up, let me finish. And then with the black swan, they absolutely ignore refraction, and that's why it's a flawed argument. It doesn't account for refraction.
Let me respond to that. So when we're talking about the sun through multiple layers, sorry, I'll start over. I guess you didn't hear me. When we're talking about the sun through multiple layers of density, that's going to cause like actual refraction. But when you're looking through one layer of density from, 1 foot above the horizon to seeing the bottom of the platforms, right? And then seeing the horizon past that, right? That's all the same layer, right? So how much fucking refraction do you expect to see from one layer compared to all the different layers from the heliosphere to the vacuum of space to all the different layers of Earth's atmosphere, the exosphere, the thermosphere, the blah blah sphere, the blah blah sphere, right, all the way down to 1 foot above the water, right? Which one's going to have more refraction? Think about it long and hard now. It's going to be the one with the layers, right?
Not necessarily. It depends on the distance that the light is traveling.
Oh, the distance. Is it 93 million miles or is it 10 miles? Which one is it?
Listen, it depends on the distance that the light is traveling through the more dense medium, right? So if you're looking at, through mediums that are less dense, then it's going a long distance diagonally, then that's going to have a lot of refraction. If it's shorter, but same trajectory, that same vector, it's going to have less refraction. The more you allow the light to bend, i.e. the longer the distance it's traveling, the more refraction you're going to see, depending on the density of the medium.
Yeah, sure. Make your retort relevant to the question about the sun in the paradigm.
Yeah, so exactly. So with the sun, if it's higher in the sky, even though it's going through a lot of different densities, like the entire density gradient,
sun rising at the
east higher in the sky,
right at the horizon.
It's going to have less than if it's at the horizon, where it's going through the more dense stuff, and that's the same distance, arguably.
Also, hold on. Last time I checked, all right, even though there's all these different layers, right? I don't really think the different layers are like these physical changes. I think they're just they're mostly names, all right? But also hear me out. Right? So from what I'm aware of, right? Air gets less, is it less dense or there's less air pressure. There's less pressure. So the air pressure decreases as you go up, right? So there's like less air as you go up, and that happens pretty fast. All right. So yeah, I think personally that you're going to get more refractive effects, looking over a few miles as compared to looking up in the sky, because looking up in the sky, that drops off real fast air pressure.
Let me ask you a question. In your own model, isn't the sun appearing where it was 8 minutes ago, 8.5 minutes ago?
Yeah, because of the
yeah.
Percentage, what was the point in your retort against what Larry said? I don't understand.
What's that?
What was the point in your retort against what Larry said earlier, just now?
Larry said basically, Globers will insist on refraction for Black Swan, but will ignore refraction when it comes to the actual position of the sun. And Arma, retorted saying that flat earthers do the same thing, but in reverse. And I agree with that.
But it's not the same thing.
Why is it not the same thing?
For Black Swan, they ignore refraction.
It's not an ignorance of refraction. No, who's
Black Swan is a proof against the geometrical horizon.
Saying that, what flat earther is saying that refraction is not happening?
Black Swan is a proof against the geometrical horizon, which ignores refraction.
But it doesn't ignore refraction. Every time I've heard that argument articulated,
all right.
They didn't ignore refraction.
So if it doesn't ignore refraction,
are you sure
then
about that?
how is it?
Do you know what the geometric horizon is?
Okay, this is how it goes. We can see too far, therefore the Earth's not a globe, right? And then you guys say, well, it's refraction. Okay, so if that's true, every time we measure the horizon distance, we're not actually measuring the size or the shape of the Earth. We're measuring the refractive index and sorry, let me start that sentence over. We're measuring the distance to the horizon based on the refractive index, not based on any boats going over Earth curve. So
that's fine.
Hold on. So that tears away your geometric horizon. And you guys are the ones who did it by saying refraction.
Okay,
is this choppy for anybody else or just me? Larry, go a little choppy there, bro.
Wait, who? The Larry?
Yeah, I was stuttering a little bit. You want me to say it again?
No.
I think we heard you.
Okay.
Yeah. So I want
to respond.
Yeah. So first off, I want to ask then, what is the Black Swan argument? Is the argument that we can't measure like the radius then at that point?
Yeah, because you don't have a radius.
Oh, okay. Well, then I guess at that point, then fine. I guess that argument, I guess that's relatively fair when it comes to trying to measure the radius with the horizon and whatnot. But I've heard a lot of people just talk about how like I don't know why I went like fucking like Nathan Oakley there for a second. My voice kind of went like But anyway, he'll say like oh well, how is the How is, you know, the horizon like further away or some shit? So it seems to me that a lot of flat earthers are like on about that, you know, like the distance to the horizon, and that, you know, it shouldn't be refracted or some shit, you know. I've heard that argument too, where you can't get the radius because of that.
I don't know how long you've been around, but when you guys say refraction, you're repeating flat earthers. Because flat earthers were saying refraction way back in the day, right? And you guys were saying, no, it's not refraction. There's an actual Earth curve, right? What the Black Swan did is it took away your radius, because you guys were basing your radius on the Earth over, you know, the horizon distance, right? And then when the Black Swan came out, it's like you no longer have, you know, accurate horizon distance. It's actually all over the place. The horizon distance goes from, you know, in between the first platform to behind it to in front of both of them. So it's like, which one of these that I'm measuring is the actual geometric horizon? And you can't say, well, you know, the one that we said, 1.225 times square root of 7 feet, is the right one, because it bounces all over the place. We're not actually measuring the Earth size anymore, the radius. Now we're just measuring the atmospheric conditions of the day or the hour.
You know what? I'm gonna put some good use to FED. You know, I know there's a whole back and forth going on. Oh, conflict of interest. Actually, I guess I would be considered part of FED, but I don't know where else I could go to, I don't know, contradict the ballers, because there's like thousands of hours of the same people in here right in FED's archive. And one day I'm going to go back, just for the matter of fact, starting today, I'm going to start listening to some old debates. Like, because it used to be hopping in there like it wasn't here. All of the Globers, you think all this shit is new? Like, whoever's new here, like, no, this used to happen over there. And what Larry is saying is exactly true. We used to be called retarded for saying words like refraction and perspective. Remember flirspective and refraction magic?
No, hold on, no. Hold on,
no. Don't say hold on.
Don't go next.
No, because you're saying no. Obviously, perspective is a thing. No one's denying that. But the way you guys would use it,
when
though,
we say because the argument against flirspective in all instances was, look at the geometry of the Earth. This is why we can't see this thing. Obviously, you're retarded if you can't accept that. So what are you talking about?
Okay, so what is your argument? Are you saying that what you guys use perspective?
It's not
first
an argument. All I did was say what happened in the past. It's not an argument. It's an accounting of what happened.
Yeah, but no, but you're making it seem like, all right, that you guys use the word perspective first, kind of like how you guys use refraction, and now somehow like we're using the word perspective, and that we're like.
I think what he's saying is what he might be saying is, or what I think he's saying, because I was there as well. I think that we were the ones that started talking about perspective and refraction and started analyzing how it applies, and you guys are now using that to excuse what your guys are saying. You understand?
Perspective is so. Look, this is the context, and everybody will remember it when I start stating it. So there used to be a time that because of orthographic view, they would say, "How come 200 feet is hidden?" That's what it looks like. Look at how many of the stories of that building are missing. That's exactly what we would expect to see if Earth was a globe. Now, how could that happen if there isn't something geometrically blocking it? So that's the argument they were making, and we're saying no, perspective, because things shrink with distance. You can't say that 200 feet of this thing is missing specifically because it's not actually 200 feet. It's only 200 feet, no matter how far away you put it in an orthographic view. And we would be called retarded for flirspective.
Yeah, because perspective
hold on.
Let's say things.
Hold on, just a second. Give me a second. I'm sorry. Yeah, you're next. Okay, so I just wanted to point out that I just said earlier that I used to get along with Negator Triple X really well, and then he brought up this argument about the sun rising in the east, And I challenged him to a boxing match because I was saying refraction, and he was like, "No, you're retarded. Can't be refraction." Like if we would have been like standing next to each other, we would have fought, and we were kind of friendly up until that point. Like we were hanging out in free chan and also flat earth debates and debating each other about these topics, but we were extremely friendly. And after this, I wanted to like box him in the face, and the only reason I said I challenged him to a celebrity boxing match is because I didn't want to get a charge for threatening an officer, because I'm pretty sure he's in the military or was at the time. Sorry, go ahead.
Guys, don't forget the things disappear from the bottom up. Also, they call it curvature.
Well,
okay, right, that was perspective when we were trying to say it was refraction. Oh, it's perspective. No, that's what.
Well, yeah, if it's the refraction, but you guys almost a lot of the time would just say that it was just like some fucking angle thing. Like I know Lemon
it wasn't Earth curve, was it? It wasn't Earth curve, was it? Because I don't know what the fuck 9/11 has to do with shit. What are you talking about, bro?
What?
Did he not just mention 9/11, or am I tripping?
Who's the 9/11?
What did you just say?
No, bro. I think you're looking at the airplanes in the chat.
Yeah, I think your brain just had a brain fart there.
No. What did he just say? You didn't just say 9/11. Then what did you say?
I don't think so. Unless I said 9/11, because maybe I said it.
Oh my god! I swear to God, don't make me. I'm in the middle of COD Mobile. Don't make me go look.
I don't.
Somebody go look. What did he just say?
I didn't hear.
Now I mentioned the thing about the disappearing from the bottom up. Things disappearing from the bottom up.
He said something about angles, is what he said. Angles.
I think he was trying to remember angular resolution.
Yeah, I was talking about angles. Yeah, you're hearing shit, Elijah.
Well,
all right. So my point is that before Flat Earth Debate Today by Nathan Oakley was a Flat Earth Debate by some dude from Italy. I can't even remember his name, who never talked. And then it was part of Free Chan, but Free Chan split off from that. Right, so there's been like several debate rooms that we've kind of migrated to from here and there.
Yeah, I've already mentioned them all.
Right. So my point is that these arguments go back, and you guys used to say that refraction was stupid and it's negligible and all this stuff, and now your guys' model is hanging on the hope that light bends down at 8 inches per mile squared. And the first time I said that, you guys said that I was crazy. But light would have to be bending down at 8 inches per mile squared in order for the Earth to appear flat, like it does sometimes when we can see the horizon 10 times further than it's supposed to be.
Okay.
Big up to Hank Hill, man.
What I was going to attack, though, was basically just like I was saying earlier, like Lemon would explain this perspective where basically it was just the angles alone, all right? And some flat earthers still make this argument because they'll give you the table example where they put like a penny on the table, whatever, and they have the camera lined up, not realizing that this is an aperture issue and not an angle issue, all right? Although I guess there's some.
Wait a minute, Arma. Wait a minute. What do you mean the aperture?
That's the point. The aperture, if you decrease it, decreases the angle at which the light can enter and be received. What are you talking about?
Yes, okay. That's why I said afterwards. Yes, it's somewhat angled, but you also have to understand the context too, though, right? So the thing is, the fact
I just gave you the context.
No, but here's the thing, though, right? The reason why that even happens is because the camera is literally half of it is actually blocked already by the table. That's why when you decrease the aperture, right? When you decrease the aperture. What?
It's the middle of the eye. This is how everyone sees. This is how you interpret reality. The vision shoots from the middle, so they put the camera that way so it can act like the eye. Arma. Don't. You know what they're trying to do? They're trying to use everything but the middle focal point of your eye and the camera, right? Where there's gonna be like extreme angle, fucking visual effects. That's why, bro.
I get that. I get that's the explanation. All right, but. It's sort of
the thing is
deceptive,
the thing is this. You can see the penny when you zoom in. When you zoom out, you cannot see the penny. And you can kind of see it kind of fade away the same way shit looks when you're zooming in on things in the distance. It's the It's no. When you zoom into a boat that you couldn't resolve before you zoomed in, and it seems like it pops into existence, that's exactly the same fucking way that penny popped into existence. I don't know what video you're talking about, but I'm talking about Mimas Aurelius's video.
That was a nice pop sound.
Conflating.
Yeah, it was way.
She's literally conflating that because they try to replicate how the eye sees, right? With putting the middle of the focus of the camera lens. Try to put it straight as possible to get that distance. She's trying to say that because they did that. And, are you a she or he?
I'm a guy. I know my voice is light, but I'm a guy. I have a fucking penis, man.
Listen.
You did this the other day too. I heard that. I was like, I let it slide. Hold on,
guys. Hold on. Let me correct.
I thought we had our only girl in here other than Stacy. Oh shit.
Hold on. It could be a situation. Listen.
Wait, hold on. Did you do that too?
It could be a situation.
I didn't know you were a guy.
Guys, let me clarify. All right, it could be a situation that you could have been like a butch kind of lady, right?
That pisses me off, man. What the fuck?
A butch kind of lady.
No, your name is Arma. Your name is Arma.
That happened the other day. I heard him say she too. I was like, I didn't know. Hold on.
It's actually a girl name.
There are girls with like, kind of on the deep end kind of voices, and it's kind of sexy, so like, we're not
saying that.
You have like an asexual name.
Don't say that one,
girl.
I think I just misinterpreted.
Manly woman. You like
you
nice
have an asexual
manly
name.
woman.
What's the problem?
All right. Your name is Arma. Arma is like a girl name in my culture, right? And then you use this profile fake, and also you sign kind of like a big woman, bro, like a lesbian, bro. And I don't mean to
just apologize, bro. And
my bad.
I want to say this. He is right. Name a Spanish lady's name that doesn't end in A. Whether you're talking about
that's true. I'll give you that.
You're talking about Alicia or Maria,
Jennifer
or
Lopez.
Juanita. Well, Jennifer Lopez is fake as fuck. She ain't even real Mexican.
There's also the whole Spanish
Alina, right? Think about it.
There's also the Spanish thing where you end like certain words with O if it's masculine, and then A with female, and fair enough. But
so he said he was sorry.
Yeah,
but
it's because you add the A
like
is like the feminine suffix.
Oh, jeez.
He sounded like Rick and Morty.
Hebrew and other languages.
So I wasn't going to say anything, but you sound like a young man to me. Yeah.
All
right.
Forget
anyway,
the inboxes that I sent to you, Arma. Forget it. I thought something totally different. My bad.
All right. Anyway, let's back on topic. All right. I'm gonna try to purposely talk a little bit deeper now. Anyway, so let me see.
Good
not helping.
He proves his ego with that one.
Yo, we listen. You sounding like Tony Braxton right now. Keep it coming.
Listen, I apologize for hurting the ego. I didn't mean to do that, man.
Elijah like the husky boys, girls, man. What's that famous like Persian actress? She's like 50 years old or something like that, but she has a really husky voice.
I'm not
You guys know what I'm talking about?
I have no idea.
Are you talking about Yzma?
Anyway, all right. So what was the argument again?
This guy is trans.
Let's say Arma's gonna come through with a voice changer, sounding like that guy, like that.
To come out.
Sounded like that werewolf from that movie, that fucking underground whatever movie that got the deep voice. Oh, that guy!
Shit, that is such a throwback, yo. The movie when they would like it was like some kind of underground rave, and then they like would turn people into werewolves. No, the werewolves trapped them in there to kill them. And
I'm talking about that brown guy, that big ass werewolf. Yeah, that guy. Next thing you know, Arma's gonna come through sounding like that guy.
I searched Persian husky voiced actress, and the first thing that pops up is this chick, Shohreh Aghdashloo.
Nice.
You guys would recognize her.
You know that Iran literally means Aryans, right? So they're calling themselves Aryans.
Is that what it means?
Yeah, they literally want to be called Aryans. I think it means the same thing with Irish too.
Yeah. Well, anyway, back to the argument. So it was about perspective. There we go. That's what it was. And then the other guy. Yeah.
This is the actual argument. It's like, and you Globers always get us to forget like what the strongest point was. Strongest point being is 2020 and beyond. You guys are saying the exact. You guys are giving arguments for things that you gave arguments against pre 2020. There's nothing anyone can say that will change that truth.
Okay, fair enough, but isn't it fair to say though that if you're debating with someone, right, over years and whatnot, that you would want to adapt, right, and get better with your arguments? So if if the argument,
No, it's not about getting better, bro. Like I get it. Like I'm sure Glowbirthers feel smarter for going back and forth, but the bottom line is the actual model. It didn't change. It still says the same thing. You've just become apologists. Like that's it. Like it's already been debunked like so many different ways. Like I think there's like some argument about the word debunk, disprove, debunk, whatever. Like and there's always some reason as to why we shouldn't look at things the way we're looking at them. Like that is like, no, fam. Well, okay, you can say all that, but here's the thing. Like when we were saying you were double speaking, we got it on tape.
All right, so I claim next. Okay, so the thing about it is, you guys are like reversed your stance on refraction, right? But still,
nah, we haven't. Come on, man. That hasn't happened.
Does refraction happen?
Of course it happens. No one's ever denied it.
Okay, so
yes, you
when
have.
we say the buildings are cut off at the bottom because of refraction, is that true?
No.
Already.
No? So you're denying refraction. So it can bend only the way that you guys need it to bend, right?
Well, okay.
Hold on. Let him answer. Hold on. Don't apologize for him. Let him answer.
So there's a mechanism in our model that allows it to bend the way it does. There isn't one in yours. And what more, while I would agree that refraction does all kinds of crazy things, we can look at videos with parts of things or flitting back and forth, there's all kinds of footage where it's very clear and crisp and it's obstructed, where it would be very simple to make the argument that there is no refraction.
The only way to actually check if there is refraction or not, or how much is happening, would be to have a straight horizontal line, then put a theodolite or auto level or something next to it. And then you could actually check it. Until you do that, you have some good guesses as to which way it's bending, or you get some good guesses, but you're not sure, and you can't be positive until you actually do that measurement or test or whatever you want to call it.
All right. So I just want to say this real fast. You look at the argument. Whoever's coming in, fix your mic. It's really low. I'm sorry, bro. I just want to point out that still their arguments are based on look at the sun, look at the moon, look at the stars, measure these shadows, look at the eclipses. Whatever you do, don't measure over water because of refraction. Right? And it's like, wait a minute, why wouldn't we want to measure over the water? That would be the best way to actually find out. If people actually wanted to find out, if the flat earthers are right. You're still kind of breaking up. Is that Elijah? Try again, bro.
He's hot.
That sound better.
Yeah, I didn't mean to interrupt, but isn't that what they used to do? Like what I mean is in 2016, the Globers wanted nothing more but to go to a beach and say, "All right, look, stupid flat earther, here we go." Like after that, it's all esoteric shit, or it's like, "Yo, look at this. How about if we think of it?" Where's your observations as of late?
These are weird arguments you guys are making that aren't grounded in any kind of.
Okay, what would be the best way?
So wait. How is that a weird argument? Specifically, this is what I'm saying. In 2015, 16, whenever, there's loads of videos that I'm going to start pulling up of you guys preemptively striking using observations. Here we are after the black swan. You guys are not using. What's wrong with that argument?
You cut out. I don't understand what you're getting at.
Oh, what I'm getting at is you guys never say, let's go measure the surface of the water to find out if it's actually bending, right? The light's bending at 8 inches per mile squared. Like you guys are just saying it. And I kind of came up with something like a two-way look. And then Craigvillain kind of perfected it with saying we need to line people up over like a series of islands and shape them like a 5-pointed or 6-pointed star where there's 6 observers facing the center. And light can't be bending down in all directions, because if light is bending down one way, then if it's getting colder and colder and colder in one direction, causing light to bend down, then the water would have to be getting hotter and hotter and hotter in the other direction, causing it to bend up.
That's not how it works, though. That's not how it works.
Oh, so it works however you need it to, right? How does it work?
No,
Does it
it's
work
the
however you need
gradient.
it
The
to?
gradient works. Well, you first, Jeremy.
Yeah, the only way to measure everything you just said doesn't tell you which way the light's bending. The only way to see which way the light's bending is to do what I said. I couldn't think of anything else.
Okay, go ahead.
What did you do, AJ?
I said the only way to see which way the light's bending is to make a horizontal line, get a theodolite or auto level, put it next to that horizontal line. We know how perspective works. The horizontal line is not going to move off the horizontal line of the auto level or whatever. So if it's higher or lower than the auto level, we know that that's the way it's bending. That's the only way to check it. There's no other way to check it unless somebody has an.
But even then, right, there's going to be a day where it's refracted and it's going to look curved, and then somebody's going to have another curved bridge to sell you.
Well, no, we'll know which way the light's bending if you do that.
Wait, hold on, Jeremy. Are you saying that basically, like, if I do, like, if I'm like looking out in the distance, right, and there's like the thingy or whatever, right? If that thing is higher than what it should be, then it's refracted, or am I just filling in the blanks for myself? Like,
You make a horizontal line. You make a horizontal line.
Yeah.
And then you put a theodolite right next to it.
Okay.
Right? So that the crosshairs of the line, the crosshairs of the auto level are on the line, following the line all the way out. And if the line starts to curve up, it's like, oh, look, things are being projected up. Or may curve down. It's like, oh, look, things are projecting down. That's the only way to measure it, to see which way the light's really bending. Anything else you're begging anything else you're begging a question.
But what is the? I mean, I think I kind of get what you're getting at, but I feel like I'm still missing something. So what is the distance between the auto level and that horizontal line? Like what? Like
just put it right next to it.
How does that? I don't
What's that?
I'm not sure if I'm. You mean so it's right next to it? So like, I don't know. Give me some physical position. So like, what the horizontal line's like what, like a foot away or some shit, or like, I need like some actual like 3D.
Yeah. 1 foot. You got a horizontal line going out in the distance, and then you put an auto level right next to it.
And you're
6
saying
inches.
Okay, so now you're saying if that horizontal line is higher than it should be, then it's bending whatever down or whatever. Is that what you're saying?
We'll get an actual idea of what's actually happening with the way the light's bending. We'll be like, oh look, yeah, things are being projected higher because the line's curving up.
I don't think that happens locally though.
Or
I think
we
that's
can say, what?
I don't think that happens locally. You're saying like a foot away, or whatever. But I think you need to try that over like at least a mile or so for it to act. Because refraction doesn't happen like locally like that, like the way you're.
You have a line. You have a horizontal line being projected out in a distance, like a mile, 2 miles, whatever. And then you put the theodolite or your auto level right next to it. You look out that mile to the end of the horizontal line, and you'll see which way it's bending. If it's going up, down, right on point.
Oh, okay. Hold on. I think I'm starting to get it now. So is this okay? So this horizontal line, this is up next to the thingy, but basically it spans over a mile or so, right? This is like a really long structure kind of thing.
Yeah, really long line. Yeah.
I mean, I guess that works, but why can't I also just use like this, where I just have something like, for example, another, not even an auto level. Let's just say the auto level is set up like 5 feet or 6 feet, right? and then we just have something else in the distance that's 6 feet, right? And if that thing is either higher or lower than the crosshairs, whatever, the horizontal crosshair anyway, whatever I don't know what the fuck, I don't know what that's called, but if that thing is higher or lower than that, then we can tell if the light is bending higher or lower, because once again, if you...
The problem is, I'll tell you the problem with that is you have no baseline. Are you on, is the surface under you curving or is it flat? Because that's going to make a difference on where the thing would be, right?
Yeah, I mean, I guess this is assuming a flat Earth.
You're begging
what I
the
was getting at.
question. Anything you do, you're begging the question. In the end, you'll never know the actual position. It's actually worse than begging the question. It's just you don't even know. You don't know. You still don't know at the end of what you said.
Okay.
There's
well, how about
Here's
this?
the thing. I'll let you go.
Well, you first.
Okay, just I know it's kind of in the middle. Sorry. Here's the thing. In 2015, when I started hearing these flat earthers come out, like I wanted to hear the debate for myself, and I thought like, oh man, this is going to be quick. It's going to be cut and dry. So I started like listening to their arguments and trying to get them right. And then I saw that the people that were debating fucking sucked. And now the people that debate are better than me, like people like Whitsitt and others, Elijah, Chocolate Science.
Whitsitt's not a good debater.
Anyway, sorry, moving on. It's an opinion, Jesus. So at the time, like I thought I was like the shit, like I was the best debater around. And what I come to find out is this argument is not as cut and dry as one might think. I mean, what is it, 8 years? Coming up on 8 years, we're still arguing over this, and nothing has like really been resolved at all, right? Except for maybe the flat earthers are a little more open-minded and a little more aware of orthodoxies and have taken that out of one field of cosmology and have seen that, oh shit, it's also like other parts of science, so-called science, and maybe even medicine, and maybe even like big pharma, and maybe even like, big military, maybe big military industrial complex. And it's like, okay, and meanwhile, everybody else is going, yeah, those flat earthers are crazy, right? But I just want to point out that this argument is not as cut and dry. It's not as solvable as one might think, because you can believe whatever you want to believe. You can believe that light just happens to bend at 8 inches per mile squared, the same curvature rate as the Earth, right? And it's just lucky, right?
Do you realize the issue of the statement you just made? For 8 years, you guys have been pursuing the idea of a different reality, right, than the one that we suggest. And in 8 years, you guys have been...
You're not hypnotizing me, bro. You can suggest all the realities you want. Doesn't make it real.
Let me finish. I'm saying that as someone who's in the pursuit of understanding, I'm a skeptic. That's why I'm here. So in the pursuit of understanding...
tell me about your skeptics of the globe Earth model. Tell me what
you
makes
guys
you wonder.
you guys have yet to do anything in 8 years. In 8 years, you guys have yet to do a single thing that proves any of your claims.
What are you talking about? Did you say you're a skeptic? You said you're a skeptic, right? So what is your skepticism about the global
No,
Earth
but
model?
do you see the issue?
Can you
What
answer
have
that
you guys...
question?
No, but one thing. What have
Can
you
you
guys
answer that
accomplished
question?
in 8...
You said you're a skeptic, right? So if I said I'm a skeptic,
Why are you avoiding...
I could show you.
Why are you avoiding what I'm saying?
Okay, so we have accomplished things in the past 8 years.
What have you accomplished and what have you guys...
Dude, I've met flat earthers out in the wild. I'm talking about country bumpkins who normally wouldn't be thinking about cosmology, and they tell me that they're a flat earther.
Wow.
I'm like, damn, does this person like... What are you talking about? We're questioning everything. Isn't that what science is? We're bringing science into the main... Listen, we're bringing science into the mainstream mind, which is what Neil deGrasse Tyson was supposed to be doing. Sorry, Neil, we did it better, right? Sorry about that. And now everybody is like thinking it's crossed their mind at least once, like this whole cosmology thing. Like, is it really science, or is it a pseudoscience? Is it a philosophy, or is it experimental science? Right, so we're bringing science to the forefront and getting people to ask questions. And according to you guys, your scientific method starts with asking questions. So what have we done? We've done it better than you, guy. We're making people ask questions.
I'll give
But
you guys that.
have you guys advanced from there? So obviously we are trying to understand, right? Have you guys done anything but ask questions? Have you made any answers? It's a question. Have you answered any of the questions you've asked, or are you still just asking the same questions that you were asking 8 years ago?
Yo, Armbar,
Obviously,
go down to live
answering
stream too with me
different
real quick.
questions.
Oh, okay. What's up?
Armbar, you get? Are you
Sorry,
going?
sorry, I interrupted
Yeah.
you guys' conversation.
No, it's fine.
Oh,
Go ahead, Hank.
Yeah, yeah. I just wanted to say that obviously we've made advancements and asked questions and asked different questions as the
But
conversation
what questions
evolves.
have you answered?
Dude, what questions have we not answered? We showed that you guys have been practicing like pseudoscience, masquerading as a science, meanwhile using armed guards to take our taxpayers
But
to teach to the children,
that
even though you
you're
can't
not.
prove it. Bro, please don't interrupt. Even though you can't prove it to be true, right, you still got the military on your side because NASA is the propaganda campaign arm for the military industrial complex. Like literally,
But
Negator is literally like PR for the military.
my
That's not
question
true.
still
I do
stands.
want to
What
point
have in the past
one
8
of the
years?
questions in the that you're mentioning is, Hank, one you brought up was the question of sunrise on the equinox that we had the discussion 8 years ago, and there's still no answer.
Because it doesn't prove anything. Like you're showing us like tricks in the sky. There's a phenomenon in the sky. What does it prove? Does it prove the Earth is a
No,
globe?
but I'm saying, like, do you see the issue with what you guys are doing? Like, I get it. You've asked all the possible questions you can ask. Now, what are you going to do besides ask questions? Are you ever going to answer any of those questions?
Yeah, we're trying to. I mean, think about how long
But
I've been
that's
talking
what I'm
about.
saying. In
Hold
8
on,
years,
bro. Hold on, bro. Think about how long. I don't know if you know how long, but I've been talking about 0 point energy and cosmological constant crisis, also known as the cosmological constant problem. I've been talking about that for like 7 years, and next thing you know, that has to do with the Casimir effect, right? Next thing you know, like these scientists just other week, they pulled something out of nothing with the Casimir effect, right? 0 point energy. I've been talking about that stuff for like years. Anybody who can go
yeah.
back to the original, hold on. Anybody who can go back to the original flat Earth debate in 2016 knows that I was talking about the cosmological constant crisis, and they know about this stuff, right? They know that I was
But
talking about the galaxies and the dark matter. Hold on, bro. And then now the cutting edge of science is not dark matter. The cutting edge of science is they just pulled particles out of a vacuum, right? Which is
yeah.
what I've been talking about for fucking years. What have you been talking about, bro?
Okay. So I don't think you're hearing what I'm saying. What have you guys done? So that was the heliocentric scientists who went ahead and pursued that, right?
No, those
I'm
were
asking
particle
you.
physicists. No, wait.
I'm
They weren't even particle physicists. Right? The guys who did it, it was outside of their field. They thought it was like a superconductor thing. So the guy who did the experiment the first time, who pulled it out of the vacuum, like he wasn't even
But
a particle physicist. It
do,
was
do you hear what I'm?
serendipitous.
Do you hear what I'm saying? Is that in 8 years, the only thing you've done is ask questions, and then someone else over the 8 years tested your theory. Not that it's your theory, but just tested something that you've been saying, and now you're, like what I'm saying is that all you guys do is wait for the real scientists to do real science. You guys just question everything, but you don't do anything. Like you don't. I've
Bro,
never
you
heard
wouldn't know
a
what real
flat.
science was if it slapped you in the face, bro.
Could I jump in
I
after
mean,
you,
That's
Hank?
a pretty unfair accusation.
Okay, so
yeah.
what are the three constituent parts to a scientific experiment? Do you know?
The better
What do you have
question
to
is
have?
Hypothesis is
which
going to be the
experiments have which
hypothesis, the
experiments
control, and the independent variable.
So you don't need a dependent variable?
the better question would be to
You were
ask Hank
wrong,
which
sir.
ones he's done
Hold on.
because he
Negator,
hasn't done it,
excuse me.
right?
Negator.
Excuse me, Negator. Yeah, he just said hypothesis, control, and independent variable. He left out dependent variable, which is the
You only
observed natural
answered
phenomenon.
three.
Hold on, bro. Hold on, bro. See, you guys don't even know how to do science. You start with asking a question. Okay, I'll ask a question. Why are boobs good? Are we doing science yet? Maybe you need a naturally observed phenomenon like the sun rising in the east to then start asking questions about a particular subject. Otherwise, college students are going to drink beer and, talk about boobs and can't claim
So
that they're doing science.
I think you're highlighting the reality of my question because instead of being able to calmly say, "Yeah, I've looked into this," you just keep rambling. Like you're unable to say, "Here's a question I answered in 2016. Here's how I answered that question." No, for 8 years, you've sat in this room and poured probably 10,000 hours into these Discord chats, but have yet to go out and prove a single idea. You don't have any research. You don't have any papers. Do you see the issue with that? Do you see the issue with just asking questions but never doing anything?
Hank, can I say something?
Of course, go
Larry.
ahead.
So I'm not sure. Sorry, I don't see your name, who you are. In my opinion, we're not here to teach you guys anything. We're here to try to open your minds and present information so that you start researching, because none of us, no matter what we say, are going to be able to influence anybody. The same way that we started looking into it, we all thought it was stupid. I mean, for me, I was kind of intimidated by it because I'm not a science person. And the good news is you don't have to be a science person. You could just literally observe for yourself, question things. And honestly, the Gator thinks that he honestly, I mean, I don't know you. I don't know what you've researched, but there comes a point when you want to try to stop disproving it, because we all go into it wanting to disprove it, right? It was the stupidest thing we ever heard of. And then at some point, something clicks and you're like, well, look, I'm a truth seeker. I'm not attached to the truth. I just want the truth. And then something clicks and you're like, let me just look into the other side. And then when you're intellectually honest, you like question things. So we have made progress. My Earth group has grown an area. So that's what we've done.
But you literally didn't list anything that you actually physically did.
Yeah, so thank you for a lovely response. I love when ladies speak up in this room.
Go ahead.
So
at some point, I know you guys talked about. Yeah, this refers to something I spoke about yesterday and I've spoken about in the past, is that they take ownership of the science that's available to everyone, and then they say, you can't have our science. Well, I'm sorry, but actually you don't own that science. Everybody owns reality and everybody owns science. So you don't get to take that away from anyone else.
Nobody's taking anything away. There's no reason for you to say something.
That was kind of
Smooth literally just said that. So you don't get to then say that he's not saying it. Because he just said it.
So Smooth, what have you done?
Literally what he just said.
Smooth, what have you done to prove that the Earth is a globe? What have you personally done? What have you physically done to prove that the Earth is a globe, that there is curvature, and that the radius is 3,959 miles? What have you personally done to prove that?
Yeah. So here's what I've done. So I've witnessed a lot of star events. So I like
so stars. We're talking about the ground.
Whoa,
right?
whoa, asshole!
Why are you calling me names, bro? Why are you calling me names?
Because you're interrupting me. You're being an asshole. Like, don't ask me a question, and the first word I say, interrupt me.
So what have you done to prove the curvature of the Earth?
I haven't done anything to prove the curvature of the Earth. That was not what you asked me. You asked me what have I done? I tell you. You want to be an asshole? I'm not going to tell you.
He asked you specifically about the radius. Does that have anything to do with the curvature?
So I haven't done anything to prove the radius, no. But I've done a lot to prove that we're not on a flat plane. And that the model that I use every day is what it actually is. That's what I'm trying to tell you. I prove to myself that the Earth is spherical every day.
Let me get this straight. You haven't proved that the Earth is a sphere, but you proved that it's not flat. Wouldn't the best way to prove that the Earth is not flat is to prove the sphericity of the Earth?
So here's that's what I'm trying to tell you. Here's
yes or no.
Here's what I've done.
It's a yes or no question.
Okay, so I thought I was answering what I've done, but you guys want to trap me into a corner. That's what flat earthers do. You guys don't have honest conversations about anything.
The best way to find out if the Earth is curved is actually find the curvature, right? Yes or no?
I want to go back to this.
Wasn't this a question about what?
You already tried taking science away from us, and now you're telling us that we're trying to undermine your position. You're the ones who tried to undermine anything.
My point.
Yeah, but you never made it.
Don't you think it's a little ingenuous to ask me a question and then every time I try to answer it, argue against it?
Dude, you could just say yes or no right now instead of blah, 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 blah.
But the question was, what
Yes
have
or
I
no?
done? I haven't got a chance. That's the thing. What I've done is an open-ended question. It's not a yes or no question. I want to answer the question that was asked to me. I don't want you to interrupt and then force me into a situation. You didn't ask me that original question, so I'm not sure why you're talking right now. Why are you interrupting that guy's question and my answer for you to try to get a gotcha?
Okay,
Don't you
so
see
go
how
ahead and
that's
tell us what you
intellectually
did.
dishonest?
Go ahead and tell
That's what
us
I'm
what you
trying.
did with the
Okay.
stars. Tell us how
So,
the stars prove the shape of the Earth. Go.
okay, yeah, no problem. So first of all, I can't see any model that will express how we can have a lunar eclipse. So I actually did the total lunar eclipse. I followed the path of totality. I was right there at the time it was going to say within the exact position, and I saw a total lunar eclipse. I have yet to see one explanation of how it could be predicted with such accuracy and the method of how it would happen on any model that's not heliocentric.
Can
Secondly,
you, sure. So this is your claim, right?
secondly,
You saw an
secondly,
observation. Well, let's
yeah.
talk about the first
Secondly,
one before we go to the second.
let me finish, and then you can talk about all my different points. Secondly, I've gone to the beach a lot, and I've watched boats go over the horizon, bottom up.
Are
Let's
those
see
your 2
what else.
points? Are we done there?
What else have
Let's
I
just stick
done?
to 2 before we start going off
Oh,
into the
I
weeds.
just want to make sure. I want to make sure I've covered everything.
Well, we've got 2 to contend with, so let's start with your first one, the eclipse.
Yep.
So can you cite me how you figured out, based on the globe model, where that eclipse would be? How did you personally do this?
Oh, I didn't personally do the math. No.
So just because somebody uses the Saros cycles, which have been used for thousands of years, the antikytheric mechanism can predict eclipses, and that dates back to, I don't even know where they date that, a couple thousand BC, right? So the cosmology back then was a flat stationary plane, right? The globe model was not even proposed at that point in time. So just because we have things in the sky that repeat over time and we take account of these repeating cycles over time
Mm-hmm.
doesn't mean
Yeah.
that we are predicting them based on any type of specific model or cosmology. All we're doing is we're
So,
documenting what's taking place over time. So it's called a post-diction. So can you provide to me all of the specific information regarding this eclipse that all you did was observe it? Can you provide me any of the documentation of how this was predicted
all right.
solely based off of a heliocentric model?
I'll be there in 5 minutes.
Okay. Remember, half of his argument is prediction. The other half is corroboration by model.
Thank you.
All right. If one person on a flat Earth sees an eclipse, right, straight on, so in a single line, it's
I'm sorry,
them,
Negator, I wasn't
line of
talking to
sight,
you. Can Smooth
moon, and then
answer the
sun.
question?
What that means is some other observer has to see it side on, where the sun and the moon are next to each other. We don't see that.
What does that have to do with anything? That's a straw man. That's a red herring. So, Smooth, can you provide me with
It's
any
something that you can't
documentation
answer.
that proves that
Yeah.
what you
Do you
saw?
see the issue that just happened? Is that what we're saying? Is that what you guys aren't? Let's suppose, right?
So
Let's
is the answer
suppose that
no, you can't provide
let me.
me the
Okay.
documentation? Or do you just want to go off into like words and how we are doing this and we are doing that?
So
We're asking for the actual
do you
scientific
hold on.
evidence. You want to talk about science, right? So we're trying to ask for the data that you used to predict where you were going to go to view this eclipse. And if you didn't do this, you just trusted that somebody else did it, and you're trusting that somebody else only predicted it because of a heliocentric model, but you have no actual documentation that that is what is taking place, unless you can provide it to me. Can you provide it?
Yes, I can. And here's one of the issues that's happening, right? You guys are not having an intellectual conversation, especially you. I'm not even sure who you are, but you're worse than Germany. What we're saying to you is that if you suppose the heliocentric model is a myth, why is it, right, that this myth Like, let's say we are being lied to. Damn, they picked a good fucking model for us to use. Because the little lie that they're telling us answers every question that we have. You know? We're able
No,
to
it doesn't,
understand
because
on. We are
the
able to,
eclipses are
we are
predicted
able, why are
well
you
before the
interrupting me?
heliocentric model.
Why do you feel the need to interrupt me right now?
Because you're going off into the weeds and you're not actually
I'm not going off
supporting your
into the weeds.
claim that you previously
Who
made
are you?
about the
Who are
eclipse.
you
Bro,
who are you
relax.
to say whether or not my point's valid? You have yet to hear it. Do you understand the issue of this conversation? You want to talk to me. You don't want to talk with me. You don't want to address my points. You don't want to hear what I have to say. You want to get me in some type of trap and just talk to me.
I'm not trying to get
And
you in a
that's the
trap. I'm
issue.
trying to get you to cite
No,
the
see, that's the
claims
thing.
that
You
you
are
previously made.
trying to do
No, I'm
something,
trying
but you're
to get
not
you
trying to
to back
listen.
the things that you're
You're not.
asserting, and you're trying to divert away from that, saying,
I'm
I'm
not
trying to
diverting
trap you
anything.
into
I
this
have
and
yet
that.
to
Yeah, I'm trying to
finish.
trap you into actually backing up your claims that the
Right.
heliocentric model predicted the eclipse that you went and personally saw. Do you have that documentation? Yes or no? If not, we can move forward to your second point, which was about boats.
No, remember
I do
his
not have the
first point
documentation
involved the
on me, but I
model.
guarantee I can pull it up. And here's the issue that I'm having, right? You guys don't have intellectual conversation because what we're trying to tell you, right, is that
Yeah, can I give you an observation you can do
no,
yourself
because
just to prove the globe is
Hold on,
rotating,
one at
right?
a
I'm
time.
talking right now.
This is a one-on-one right now. Everybody else needs to be
I'm.
quiet.
It's not a one-on-one because I can't finish a single sentence. So that's
Yes,
not really a
he's
one-on-one.
called you out, bro. He's told Negator to be quiet. I stopped interrupting. Right? It's a one-on-one just for a few minutes until you can cite
Fine,
your
a few
source or
minutes.
shut up.
All right. Let me get my laptop. I'm on my phone. Give me 1 second. If you guys need to be intellectually destroyed, I can do it. I only have about 5 minutes. Got to go get one for my girlfriend.
I don't know why you
Parents.
keep talking about intellectually destroying anything and acting like we're not having an intellectual conversation. You haven't
Because here's
provided any specific evidence for the claims that you made. So there's no intellectual debate taking place other than you trying to weasel your way out of actually providing the evidence for the claim that you made.
okay. So here's as I pull up the evidence, I'm going to finish this point. If you don't want to listen to the point, then obviously you're backing out of any type of conversation that you wish to have. My original point was that in 8 years, you guys have yet to predict a single thing. I'm saying that I used the heliocentric model that was lied to us by big government, right? But somehow is more accurate at answering questions and predicting observations.
That's a cool story. Can you cite the evidence that backs that claim that the heliocentric model is what allowed you to discover
Did he
where you needed to
already
go
know
to
that
see
we
the eclipse?
already knew?
Oh, what the fuck just happened?
Does everybody, I hope the room understands what's going on right now. This guy's just trying to divert away from his claim. And then he's trying to say that, well, you guys haven't done anything and you're not having an intellectual debate and blah, blah, blah. He's just trying to word salad his way out of actually providing or
Just to correct you,
explaining.
he said we already knew. That's his mindset. We
Right.
already knew.
Yeah.
The issue here is this is a bad faith question of asking him to gather the data, because he's going to gather you data. He's going to show you all sorts of things about the heliocentric model, and you're going to then ask, well, where did this come from, and who took these measurements, and what do you tend to do with that data once you get it?
Oh,
Are you going to disprove the heliocentric model?
So
I can offer you data
data,
right
I can
now.
take it. I can take it,
Go
bud.
ahead, bud.
Yeah. So what I tend to do is exactly what I did when I first came into this conversation about 9 years ago, right? I took all of the information and I tried to figure out where it all came from. And I tried to do as much of the research and as much of the observations on my own and figure it out for myself. And when I did that, when I tried to figure out where all of the claims of the globe came from, I figured out that there's a ton of inconsistencies, a lot of circular arguments, and too many assumptions that all are based on other assumptions that get us to the we know consensus. even though it's based on assumptions. So I drill everything down to the base level. Where did we first come to this, right? And when I can't find that information, or it's not readily available, or it's just some story, I try to figure out if I can do these things for myself and whether they actually play out the way that they are. So that's what I've done.
You just have to research sacred geometry, because in sacred geometry they have all the dimensions of the universe. They have the size of the earth. They have the size of the moon. And it's all based on ratios of sacred geometry. So if you want to apply the scientific method using sacred geometry, like Aristarchus did, measuring the distance or the size and the distance to the sun, using a 108 magical number, when you find that kind of stuff out, you're like, interesting. That's science, I guess.
Right. So what Napalm just said is that he's already going to dismiss the data that Smooth is going to provide. And that's why I piped in with drawing a logical conclusion from what you see about reality. If Earth is a flat surface and I see the sun obstructed by the moon, that means there's a straight line between me, the moon, and the sun. Right? But that also means somewhere else on Earth, somebody else is seeing a side-on view, which would mean they would not see an eclipse. They would see the sun next to it.
Based on what? What do you mean somebody would see a side-on view? That's based on what assumptions are you making?
Well, because the sun and the moon both have to be above a certain point on Earth at any given time, correct? If Earth is flat.
So how high
somewhere can look direct.
So your claim was that they would see a side-on view of the moon. So how high is the moon on your straw man model of the flat Earth that you're trying to straw man? How high is the moon?
It's not relevant, because somebody somewhere can look directly up and see. Hang on. Someone somewhere can look directly up and see the sun. Someone somewhere else can look directly up and see the moon. If an eclipse is happening, somebody else is seeing them in front of each other. Right? Now, this could be possible if the sun and moon were extremely far away above the flat surface, right? But then you have the problem of, why is there ever nighttime?
What are you talking
attenuation, inverse square law, close and local sun having a spotlight effect. I mean, we've been over this like in conversations before, you and I. So why are you
inverse square law has nothing to do with a spotlight effect. It's just pure nonsense, Hank.
Really? So does light travel forever at the same frequency? Does light travel forever at the same intensity? Does light travel forever at the same intensity?
If you're telling me that it decides to just stop traveling, then you'll need to explain that.
That's not what I'm saying. Does it travel at the same intensity? Does the light brightness stay the same the further you get away from the source? Does your radio pick up stations from 4 cities away?
I guess that's what I'm getting at, is it can't both be far enough away to allow the eclipse to happen as we visually see it, but also close enough that the light's getting to you.
Says who?
Well, if the shadow on the Earth is only 70 miles in diameter, how big does the fucking sky need to be?
So now we're moving on to another topic.
No, we're not. You said there wasn't enough room for it to happen if it's not a globe and it's not 93 million miles away. How, if the moon, right, the shadow that's on the Earth is measurably like 70 miles in diameter in totality, then how much room do you need? Right? Wouldn't 90 miles be enough?
90 miles what? 90 miles in altitude?
Yeah, for the moon to pass over?
Are you saying that the moon is 90 miles above Earth's surface?
If the sun, sorry, no, that's not what I'm saying. You said there wouldn't be enough room for the moon to pass in front. I'm saying the moon measures.
No, that's not what I didn't mean like they bump into each other.
What did you mean by there's not enough room?
Okay. If I have an observer on a flat surface that looks up and sees the moon in front of the sun, right? How can, if that is close, right, like say 3,000 miles? I mean, some observer somewhere else is looking side on and not seeing the eclipse, right?
Okay.
You don't see the issue here?
No, because they're just looking at a moon that isn't eclipsed yet, or has already eclipsed, and they're looking at the moon after the eclipse or before the eclipse. What is the problem there?
Larry, can I say something else after you, after Negator?
Of course, go ahead. Go ahead.
Thanks. No, Negator. Hey, I'm sorry if we got off on the wrong foot. So, I've just recently been studying the Hebrew calendar and the celestial skies, and I'm finding it really interesting. Yeah. Well, hold on one second.
Okay.
No, just 1 second. Because I've just recently been studying the 15th day of the Hebrew months. Well, just this month. And what I've noticed is, and I think that there's a difference because on the 15th of the Hebrew month, you don't see a moon whatsoever. So I would say, could we go to Stellarium on the days that they say the calendar that we have, I call it a pagan calendar, and then compare it to my Hebrew calendar? Because I would guarantee you on that day of my Hebrew calendar, there was no moon whatsoever. So
okay, but
this doesn't make
things work on a flat surface, though. And it's not if we could do it; it's if you could.
I thought you guys were talking about the moon. My bad. I thought you were talking about the moon.
I mean, we are, but really, the question here is whether you can do it.
No, but see, here's the thing. I think this is what I'm coming up with. Is it's very relevant now on Stellarium when we are, because what I've come to the conclusion, whenever there's a solar eclipse, it's a dark conjunction moon. And that only works on my Hebrew calendars, right? It's not going to work on the calendar that we go by right now, the Gregorian calendar. It won't work. But if we go and compare all the past solar eclipses, I guarantee you they were on the 15th day of a Hebrew month.
Okay, but this has nothing to do with making it work on a flat surface.
Okay, well, I thought you were talking about the moon and solar eclipses. Because you're trying to use
flat surfaces.
Well, but I thought you were trying to use the sun and the moon to, validate a sphere. Did I misunderstand?
See, I think he's preaching to himself, not so much necessarily you, right? Because he's saying, like, we're talking about, moons and we're talking about surfaces. Really, the heavenly bodies have absolutely nothing to do with the sky. I'm sorry, with the shape of the ground. So thank you so much. Have a good one. Right. So basically, what he's doing is he's kind of
lines of sight to them.
Sorry,
can't you?
Sorry, hold on, bud. So the point is why aren't we measuring the ocean, Gator? How come we're not measuring large lakes? When Chicago happened and we could see Chicago from the other side of Lake Michigan, right? And then people have told me that aren't even flat earthers that they can see Michigan from the beach. I'm sorry, Chicago from the beach in Michigan. It's like, what do you guys have to say about that? I mean, that takes the whole boats going over the horizon and just flushes it down the toilet. I mean, what do you say after that?
So here's the thing, Hank. Number one, you got to stop saying that we're not wanting to make shots over water. This is a lie. Okay, I spoke in a different Flat Earth server just yesterday with a guy named Jesse Gordon, a surveyor, who talked to domesticated primate 3DP, comes in all the time, who's literally making measurements over water. I can link you hundreds of videos of drawing measurements over water that we've used and will continue to use, because you could draw lines of sight to the horizon and see that it dips below eye level in accordance with the globes. I don't know why you keep making this claim. It's just very strange.
You mean the refracted horizon?
Well, see, now you're arguing in bad faith because you had a point. I rebutted it. You didn't.
Isn't there always refraction?
You didn't counter it. Now you're moving on to a new topic.
No. You said you're measuring the
I tell you
horizon below.
If you want to retract your statement, the Globers are running around, wailing about not making measurements of the water, I'll be happy to engage a new point.
Okay, so I went over to Jim Panda's not even 6 months ago and said, hey, what's your best evidence for, curvature? They showed me a theodolite pointing at another theodolite, right? And it's half a mile away. And of course it's going to shrink in, angular resolution because it's further away, right? And because it was below the center point, because girls' boobs get smaller the further they go away, right, boys? But it's only an appearance. They don't actually get smaller. So do females get shorter when they walk away? No, they don't get shorter. It's only an appearance. Do theodolites appear shorter the further they get away? Yes, they do. Right? They appear shorter. So how is that proof of anything, Negator?
So I tell you what, man. I'm going to accept your inability to answer my question as a concession, okay? And I will answer the new one just to keep the conversation moving. So nobody claims that a drop due to perspective is by itself evidence of curvature. However, things don't drop from level if the surface is flat and it's at the same elevation, right? Like things converge.
It does if it's sloping towards a body of water.
Objects converge.
You're going to take a theodolite and you're going to take a surface of the Earth that's sloping away towards a body of water, and then claim that that's curvature of the Earth because it's sloping down.
Well, that's a big if, and no, number one.
That's what you guys do. It's bullshit.
Hang on.
At the end of the day, you're measuring optics. Listen, buddy.
There's no listen.
You're measuring angular relationships.
So I'm about to meet you, data, and then I'm just going to talk to Hank because Hank asked me the question.
Over a sloping surface, you're full of shit. At the end of the day, there is no curve drop. It is only slope and elevation information. So when you do rise over run calculations and the small angle approximation, show me where you calculate curvature.
All right, so Hank, while I don't know the exact parameters of what those guys using pandas told you, I'm pretty confident I can make a good guess. And it involved two theodolites that are both at the same elevation. Is that correct?
Yes, facing each other. And the middle of the theodolite in the picture was below the middle of the theodolites, perfectly leveled at the horizon. Right, but as things get further away, they appear to shrink in size. So of course it would appear lower than, the horizon because things appear to get smaller the further they get away.
But they get no. You're missing the point here. They get smaller around the center of it, right? The bottom comes up, the top goes down.
If you
right?
have perfect
And
level,
the point here is that both of those theodolites were leveled to a certain point, right? Both of those theodolites were all the objects in that theodolite's view should shrink up towards the middle and down towards the middle due to perspective.
This is the bullshit conversation again.
Does that make sense?
Are you doing an observation over land that's sloping downwards?
So here's the thing, man.
Because all land is sloping down.
If both of them remain at the same
I want to hear what you're talking about, but you're making this a shit show. Flatter Daddy, you're turning this into a shit show. I will let you go next if you'll just let him make his argument because he has every right to make an argument, even if he's wrong.
Yeah. So if both are leveled and pointed level, right? That point they're looking at, the reticle, that's the center of view. That's the point that things will shrink towards or lower, elevate towards due to perspective. So if it's pointed at something else that's at the same elevation and they're both on a flat surface, as that thing gets smaller, the point that's level will remain there and the bottom will rise. Does that make sense?
Yeah, continue.
So because they were both leveled and both at the same elevation, the fact that it dropped below level indicates that the ground is lower there, and that could be elevation, but it sounds like it was curvature.
Of course you would say it's curvature, because it has to be, right?
Well, if you're doing it if you can establish elevation, then it has to be curvature. Now, I don't know how they establish the elevation.
You're measuring optics. Negator, I have a question for you. You consider this to be Earth curvature, but I want to have a question. When you're flying in an aircraft,
does that make sense?
When you're flying in your aircraft, buddy, and you have the same thought that you have now, okay, you're talking at a distance.
Am I muted?
Half a mile, buddy. You're talking about half a mile. You're measuring curvature.
Hold on just a second, Flat Earth Data. I'm going to continue to let you speak. Did you mute Flat Earth Data by any chance? Negator?
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
Can you please unmute him, because I did get him to stop talking over you, and I did tell him that he could take over from what he left off, because I think Flat Earth Data is probably a better debater than me at this point, and I am turning into a fanboy, and I want to hear the conversation. So can you please unmute him, and I will do my best to referee and keep you guys speaking, not at the same time, but making your points on your own time.
So unless you have a mute button that you can use on him, then there's no way you're going to be refereeing him. He has no idea how to hold a normal conversation with people.
Negator, I have a mute button. I muted him previously, right? So that you and Hank could kind of finish out. And Hank is giving his time on the floor to Data. So we'll have Data go ahead and restate his question. Just make sure you don't have him locally muted, and give him the space to say what he's going to say and then respond. If you both can just be respectful and allow each other to at least make points, we won't have to mute. So
before y'all carry on, just a quick PSA. Don't use your mute button. Just turn the person down so you can see when their name's lighting up, so you can avoid talking when they are. If you want to like turn anyone down or what have you, because you can just don't want to engage with that person, then turn them down. Don't mute them.
Also, is there a photograph that's been posted, or is this just a general discussion?
General discussion, but
okay.
Yeah, we're gonna have Data and Negator just have a little conversation back and forth here real quick. So, Data, do you want to restate your? Yeah, Data, do you want to restate?
I just have two questions for Negator, and I'm done. The first question is with that in mind, he was just discussing and defending measuring curvature between two theodolites over a distance on Earth. My question to him is when you're flying an aircraft with that knowledge that you have now of measuring curve on the ground, when you fly the aircraft, do you visualize or do you see a stationary plane Earth, even though you're claiming to measure it with Earth curvature on the ground between two theodolites over a distance of, you said half a mile, is it? So 2,500 feet, roughly? You're saying to me that's you're measuring curve. But when you're flying this airplane, do you see a stationary plane with elevation profiles? That's my first question. And my second question is when I'm flying a plane and I'm flying 500 miles, why don't I have to account for any curvature or the spin of the Earth? But yet you are trying to defend two distant theodolites, negating optics, plus probably not even understanding the land that you're doing the observation on. And you hold true that you can measure, what, a millimeter of Earth curve at these distances? Like, go ahead, just answer that, those two for me, your reasoning and logic.
So we'll work backwards. Sorry, I'll have to work backwards since you said a lot of stuff in there.
Well, two questions here. Here's an easy one. When I'm flying in my plane at 2,500 feet, I'm flying 500 miles. Why don't I have to account for any curvature or spin? In the same breath, you're arguing in defense of curvature standing on the ground.
Okay. In your plane, what would you have to do to account for curvature?
Okay, so you're reverting the question back on me. So, a question, I'll just reiterate again for you. When I fly my plane at 2,500 feet, 500 miles, why don't I have to account for any curvature or spin of the Earth? Why don't I have to account for any of it? Just give me an answer why I don't have to. Because I have other replies here, but I just want to know what your reasoning is why I don't have to. But you on the ground think that you can measure curvature.
Okay, so the answer is you don't have to.
Okay, and why don't I have to?
There's no reason that you should have to.
So there's no reason I should account for curvature or spin, but you're claiming that a distance of 2,500 feet, you can account for curvature of the Earth, correct?
Account, it seems you're trying to conflate accounting for on a plane with accounting for on the ground and saying, well, I can recognize it here, but I can't recognize it here. Therefore, something's wrong. It's not really a good way of going about it.
Oh, it's not. Is that not a good way for you to go about it? It's a fine way for me to go about it because I'm asking you a very easy question. When I'm flying a plane at 2,500 feet, 500 miles,
so I've heard the question.
Curvature spin. You gave me an answer. You said I don't have to. Great, I don't have to. My question is, why don't I have to?
Because there's the curve of the Earth. Let me back up a second. A plane flies via air pressure, right? Glides along. Right? Air pressure. Am I still here?
Yeah, keep talking.
I'm listening, bro. Just
go ahead. Bro. I mean, you're stuttering for some reason.
On a globe Earth where, all right, on a globe Earth where there's an atmosphere with air pressure, the planes fly along. Sorry, my push to talk's being weird. the plane only has to adjust for pressure. It sets it. I forget what the word is. Sets your
altimeter.
Well, when you set the altimeter, it sets the flaps and ailerons to certain angles, so it stays at a certain altitude. If it's when you experience turbulence, right, you're going to low and high pressure areas, right? If you want to climb, you go up into lower pressure areas. It takes more power to stay up there, right? That's why planes have service ceilings. Like most planes are like 50,000 feet or 35.
Angle of attack.
Sure, the angles, yeah, the angle's going to matter a little bit, but there's going to be a point where you can't go any higher because there's not enough air pressure up there. And that's how it works on the globe is the further away you get from the ground, there's less air pressure, which means your plane can't go any higher, right? And that each band of air pressure, if that's how you want to imagine it, or around the Earth, is generally just at a band. You know, at a certain altitude, it's 13 psi, and then 12 and 11 and 10 and 9, 8, 7, so on and so forth. So you're never going to, you're not at risk of flying off into space because there's not enough air pressure to get you up into space. All right. And there's no reason to tilt the nose down because if you tilt it down relative to your current level, your local level, you'll get closer to the ground. Right? So you fly level. Well, your angle of attack is adjusted ever so slightly. Yeah, it's up. Does any of that make sense?
Yeah,
that's your answer. Fair enough, man. Hey, it's just the first question I asked you is: when you are flying in an aircraft, do you observe a stationary plane Earth with elevation profiles, like in a map?
Do I with elevation profiles?
Is Negator a pilot? Are you a pilot?
No, I'm not. I mean, I observe elevation.
Do you? Okay, so when you let's say you have your little aircraft and you have a map with you, and you're setting it with a little plotter course, and you're using Euclidean. That map has two pieces of information for me that I have distance on it and I have elevation on it, right? So let's say I'm navigating around mountains. It's really important to have the height of these mountains, right, where I'm navigating by, correct? But see, the information is only applicable in linear equations, which is just rise and run and straight and up and down, right? Like there's no other application for this rotation or curvature that you suggest happens, right? Coriolis or whatever. My question to you is when you are in this aircraft and you are looking at a map, and the map, you look at reality, the map says that it's a stationary plane because that's what it is, and there's only distance and elevation, and then your observed reality at 2,500 feet matches the map. Would you not agree with that, or is there something wrong with that observation?
That because the map is flat, the Earth is flat?
Okay, so the map isn't flat. It's only flat because it's a map, but the information is not flat. It's got distance and it's got elevation information in it. So it's useful for distance and elevation perfectly for me operating a plane because I need to know distance and elevation. I don't really need to know anything else. As you stated earlier, I don't have to adjust for it. That's what you said. And then you gave me some of the plane works off of air pressure story. So that's fine. My question again to you, just to reiterate, is when I am flying this aircraft and I have a map and I'm at 2,500 feet and I observe a stationary plane Earth, it matches the map. Are you saying that it doesn't? Like it doesn't match the information on the map? It doesn't match what I see visually?
It sounds like you're assuming the Earth should be very, very obviously spherical. Is that right?
I'm not assuming anything. I'm just asking you a logical, like when you see something logical, which is you look at the map, it's got unbiased information. It doesn't care if the Earth's a ball or a flat, right? It just has information that's important to me. If I'm flying at 2,500 feet, it's important to me because if I want to navigate around the terrain, I want to know where I'm at on the map, right? Well, that map has distance and elevation information, and that's 500 miles easy. So my question to you is when you are in this aircraft, do you see a stationary plane Earth with elevation profiles like in a map? It's just yes or no question. That's it.
No, I don't see it as stationary. I don't see it as a plane. I do see it with elevation. I also understand that because it's so large that it's not going to be obviously spherical. And I'm also curious about why navigating on a globe Earth would be any different than navigating on a flat Earth.
Never said anything about being different. I'm just asking your rational thinking when you observe something. So on the map, when you look at a map that's got 1,000 miles terrain, 2,000 miles terrain, you're using linear equations for it, like straight lines and angles, right? There's no need to think of a ball at all. and you're not being biased to anything. You're just operating it at the simplest level, and the information is provided in the map is what you observe in reality. So my question to you is, when you have that information, as somebody flies a plane at 2,500 feet, 500 miles, when I hear somebody like you claim that they can measure a curvature between two theodolites 2,500 feet away, does that not sound slightly absurd to you?
Well,
Considering on the
you
map,
mentioned
hold on,
that
sorry, I'm almost done. Considering on the map, there's no divergence of verticals, right? For you to have any kind of curvature, you have to have diverging verticals. Well, in a map over 500, 600, 700 miles, there's no diverging verticals. It's not part of the equation.
But there's no reason to make a. Are you saying that the map should be curved itself, and I should wrap it around something if I want it to be accurate?
Well, if you're going to navigate around something that has a rate of drop, like you're claiming that the two theodolites measure over a distance of 2,500 feet, that is a physical drop that you're claiming to be measured, but an aircraft doesn't have to account for it according to you. So I'm trying to understand your logic. Is if the idea is if you measure increments here on Earth standing on the ground, then it would only be exponential over the distance the farther you go. That's only logical. But in reality, there's no compensation for that. In fact, the larger the distance you go, there is no compensation for curvature. So I'm just saying it's not there. So when you
Fed, you gotta be a little more. You gotta tie up your comments.
You're trying to tell me that you're compensating on the surface of the Earth.
Please stop talking over each other.
You're trying to tell me that you're compensating for an effect on the surface of the Earth. You're saying I observe this object below or a center neutral point of horizontal. It has a different elevation in profile, therefore the Earth must be curved. This is at a short distance. This is your logic and reasoning, right? But yet at 2,500 feet, I don't have to adjust for it. There's no. So the idea is that if I'm higher up and I see farther, there's going to be more compensation for curvature if you're claiming that it's measurable at a shorter distance. It only seems logical to infer that over the long distance at this. It would only be logical to infer that if you're measuring curvature at a short distance, the longer distance you have. The longer distance you have between 2 points, you would have to compensate for more of what you said you measured. And that's not applicable. It doesn't exist. It doesn't happen. So I'm trying to rationalize and understand your mind and how you can hold those two positions simultaneously.
Hey, Mod, can I just request that you ask FED to restate his position another dozen times in a row? I don't think I understood the first dozen times.
Go ahead. The floor is yours.
Yeah, I appreciate it. The bottom line is that measuring a difference does not mean the same as accounting for a difference in a plane. All right, it sounds like you're asserting that, in fact, it doesn't sound like you did assert that there should be a drop involved. Remember, you would only have to deal with a drop if the air pressure were changing, right? That would elevate your plane. But their air pressure follows the surface of the Earth, hence the plane. It's the plane follows the surface of the Earth.
Hold up. Let him finish. Doesn't matter. Let him finish, and then you can respond. Again.
It's like asking if I were if we rhetorically or theoretically lived on a globe Earth, how would I account for curvature while walking on the surface? Well, I would just walk on the surface. And yes, there would be a rate of drop. Yeah, I don't care. I'm just walking forward as I go. Same thing with a plane. The different bands of air pressure follow the surface of the Earth in a fairly parallel fashion. The plane just keeps flying at the right the right altitude that it wants to fly at, based on how it's got its flaps set to account for the air pressure below it. Never mind the fact that we're falling towards the Earth.
Why are you describing flying over a flat stationary plane?
I'm sorry, what?
I said, why are you describing flying over a stationary plane?
He actually asked me to talk about flying over the globe Earth. I'm not sure why you're talking about the stationary plane.
Yeah, but you're describing flying over a stationary plane, not a globe Earth. Why are you being so silly?
Right. It's almost like the two things are similar.
So you hold the position that it's like those two things are similar. Okay, great. Noted. Thanks, bud.
I have to agree. Like, just by flying a plane, you won't know whether the Earth is a globe or flat.
Well, you'll have indicators, right? And you have tools to use. And
when you use those
Like,
tools,
which one?
those tools there give you what you need, which is objective reality when you're flying the plane. Because if you didn't have objective reality to work in, then you wouldn't be flying in reality. And when you
What
fly
tool
in
in the
reality,
cockpit?
yeah,
What tool in the
doesn't matter
cockpit
what
tells
tool. The point is that when you're looking at the operation, there's no indication that you have to fly for any of things regarding a sphere. Zero. Nothing. Especially at 2,500 feet, 500 miles. Zero. Nada.
You don't have to
nothing.
do what?
Fucking hell,
Account for
Negator's still
sphere,
here.
Earth, or anything. Nothing.
Yeah, you don't account exactly. That's why
Right.
it's the same.
It's
not
objective reality, right? Again.
Yeah, my point is though,
So,
you can't
if you
distinguish
want your plane,
between flat and curved because you don't have to do anything to count
I know
for
that you hold
either.
that position. I know that you hold that position. But the
Well,
objective
if you're saying you
reality
can
is the
distinguish it,
argument.
then what tool do you look at?
Objective reality is the base. Okay, subjective reality is what the map also says. So if I use a map and I want to go a distance of 1,000 miles between 2 points, the map matches objective reality, which is
What is objective reality?
What I observably see and pragmatic use.
What you subjectively observe is objective reality?
The map is objective to what I perceive. I have to either look at the map to find where I'm at in reality, and what do I see? That the map is not biased.
The map is objective to what you subjectively
perceive. The map is
perceive.
objective reality because it's distance and elevation information. Okay?
That you
That's
perceive.
what it is. No, that's what's been measured between 2 points on a physical bodied Earth.
By whom?
Well, many people in the past, but over a period of time, you get more accurate.
Yeah, many people
GPS.
subjectively
Bob
perceive
Smith,
it.
two ground
percentage.
towers, two ground towers between. Two ground towers measure 2 different points. The point is that they have the ability to have 2 points measured, right? Well, when you navigate between those 2 points, which is easily done, repeatable, demonstratable, you're only applying 2 sets of information, where I'm leaving and where I'm going. And in that application, there's no curvature, no spin of the Earth, nada, nothing. Now you want to say that, okay, that's only at 500 miles. I need to go 3,000 miles or 7,000 miles to experience Coriolis and just experience curve of the Earth. That's what I've been told. Okay. Now, what you guys are going to find really interesting is I take that same question to airports and I ask pilots the same question.
Into this monologue.
So when you go to read the book and you read your guys' answers and read what's going on here, this fucking is going to be like a joke book.
Are we?
So really quickly,
who's fighting who here?
I don't know why you brought Coriolis into it, but I don't know what to tell you. You cannot distinguish between it being a globe or flat based on flying.
So
flying works the same regardless.
If you're
you have
going
lift,
to hold that
drag,
position,
thrust,
that is your position that you
angle
hold.
of attack.
You're
the one that's making the positive claim.
That's not what true what pilots say. You're full of shit.
That's a stupid
Again,
position.
You're gonna have to read my book because you're either paid to do this, dude, which I'm just proving by all the stuff that I catalog here. Yeah, dude.
Yeah, I'm paid still.
You're gonna get paid at some point, right? Why are you here so much? Trying to build up
Why
subscribers.
are you here so much?
Grow the channel. Because I'm documenting shit. I'm telling everybody I'm documenting, and I'm asking you questions that you asked answered 2 years ago. The point is objective reality is what a map is. The map has distance and elevation. It's not biased towards anything. I can use Euclidean geometry, straight lines and angles to navigate.
Let me ask you, which projections are not?
So listen, not anything of a ball. Now, when do I?
No, hold up. Before you move on to something else,
really
quickly.
Let me finish.
Pardon the interruption. No, pardon the interruption. You said objective reality is what the map is.
These are flat earthers. What's going on?
You said objective reality is what the map is, right?
The map is not biased. Okay. Do you think
which map? Which projection?
It doesn't matter. It's between.
It doesn't matter. You said one of them is the objective reality. Objective means there's only one.
Flying between 2 municipal airports and they're 100 miles apart, 150 miles apart. It doesn't matter. The point is that there are 2 points.
It matters if you say a map is an objective reality, and then there's so many different maps.
Yeah, it's a good point. Percentage. What
Distance
map you were relying on?
and elevation information. That's it. That's objective. It's objective. It's not subjective. They measure the distance between 2 points and the elevation of the topography of the land between those 2 points.
Let's see your map then.
How do they measure the distance between Ireland and New York?
Let's see your objective reality map. That's separate from all the different projections.
Yeah, objective reality. I'm talking about the information is objective in it, right? That's what I'm saying.
And yet they're all represented subjectively in different projections.
Go ahead. No, dude, at the end of the day, they're not biased between 2 points They have to have this relatively distance. They're not always 100% accurate, the way some maps are. The point is they have a known distance between 2 points. How you use the plotter, the application has to be based on something, or else you can't apply it. So if I'm going to apply a methodology, please tell me what methodology that I'm going to use when I'm flying an aircraft between 2 points, 500 miles, that I have to relate to curvature, just to show me. And if I do, that's fine.
Okay,
But
I have an answer.
There is none, because you can't distinguish between curvature and flat based on flying.
I'm trying to beg the question that it's flat because
the
of
problem
the
is when
pragmatic
you
use or
okay, 1
objective
second
reality.
percentage. Hey,
You're
on
saying
data,
it can do that as a ball as well.
I'll disengage. Go ahead, Pete.
That it can happen on a ball
when you're
as well.
when you're told data, here, hang on. Can I submit data? Take it
I'm
easy.
saying, hold on, Pete. I'm saying that you presented a claim that it's possible on a ball, and I'm asking for formulations and calculations to do it over 2,500 feet, 500 miles. If you can't do it percentage, you're a fucking tool.
Bro, again, you cannot distinguish between flat and curved. I'm not saying it's impossible or possible. I'm just saying you can't distinguish. That's a negative claim. That's a negative claim. You're the one that's saying that one is different than the other. You're making a positive claim that you can prove it's a flat Earth from that.
I tell you,
show us how. What
tool? Want it to be a curved surface, right? Because there's different anomalies, different things that you think, reifications that you believe, your presuppositions, right? This is your stance.
What are you talking about, man? Did I say any of that stuff?
If you're going to claim that it's a ball,
take it easy a second.
You said there's a tool you can look at to prove it. What tool?
Let me tell you the problem here.
Objective reality, something that's
not a tool, bro. That's something you just made up.
I told you, flat earthers are worse than flat earthers.
Yeah, you don't know objective reality because you're not God. You don't have omniscience to know what's objective.
Gentlemen, please take a breath.
Yeah,
Start
percentage.
over.
Take 5 airplanes and put them on a map. All those.
How about you just take 5?
According to your just arbitrary number, take 100. Put them all 50 miles apart from each other. You're telling me that all of their gyros are not going to be parallel to the plane at all points of position, which means on the map they're all using the same map. In present reality, in real time, how radar maps work, or people at terminal stations, how they analyze this information. You're telling me that all those gyroscopes are going to have pitched different elevations because you live on a ball, dude. Objective
so rule of
reality
thumb
says
for the
no.
audience. Rule of thumb for the audience. When someone says you're telling me,
all those gyros are horizontal on that radar map, dude.
When someone says you're telling me this, you're telling me that. Rule of thumb, they're probably straw manning you.
Are you a baller now, percentage? I mean, is this a Mandela effect?
I'm not a baller, but I'm a realist. Okay, you cannot distinguish between the Earth being a globe or flat based off of flying, because you fly the same way. You maintain your level. You can't distinguish between curved and flat by flying a plane.
You can. Radar and terminal stations, radar and airports, the municipal airports that I've seen, it's the technology is fundamental on a flat plane surface over a distance of 200 miles. So when you look at this information, you have 10 aircraft coming in. They're all at different heights, right? You're telling me that all of those gyros are angled to a percentage degree to account for curve?
When did you hear me say the word again? You're telling me straw man. Stop straw manning.
You moron. It has to physically happen.
Let's inject the reason here.
All right, time out. One more time. Take a deep breath.
Okay.
Relax. Pete, did you want to say something here?
Yes, I did. Let's inject temperance here. Dada, the problem as I see it anyway, with the distances, so let's imagine that we take a track around the equator and we connect cities or points that are 500 miles as listed officially, right, or whatever map you choose. How are we going to decide if that is the real distance, right, or if that is the transformed distance to adhere to a globe of a given circumference? I think that's the ultimate point here. If you're trusting the distances given, but yet the distance is much,
doesn't
must,
matter. If
all
you're
the
going to
points
sit
on the
here and
equator
use,
must match up to a 24,500 mile circumference.
Yeah, you're still going to use XY coordinates on a with a grid system that you're trying to quantify a massive area of land. Over the larger distance you go, the more inaccurate your formula gets, blah, blah, blah. The point is 500 miles, 2,500 feet. If I'm flying from terminal to terminal and they have a radar between all these stations, the gyroscopes between all of these airplanes would have to be at different pitches if they were navigating over. You're talking about air pressure curving, right?
But that's not how the radar shows it. Unless the radar is taking the curve of the Earth, right, over the 200 miles, because there's drop there. The tower is only what, maybe 50 feet in the air, 60 feet in the air. So you're telling me that they're going to take the curved Earth and translate it into the radar data. So they basically take all the pitched planes and put them on a level surface. They don't do that. No. So when I look at objective reality and a map, that's what's observed. Now, all I've been told by other pilots is that you have to go a longer distance in a bigger plane.
But percentage is not a globe earther, but maybe your point isn't sort of solid enough. My point remains that as I traveled from point to point, especially greater the distance, this is what's more significant here because we're talking about Earth-wide considerations, 500 miles along the equator will be a fixed distance from airport to airport. I'm sure there's an example there. But if that 500 miles is listed according to life on a spinning ball Earth, or a ball Earth, let's forget about the spinning part, well then either something is wrong anyway. Either the distance is wrong and manipulated to account for the circumference of the globe Earth, or else some other transformative function has been made and the distance is right, but the Earth is flat. You know what I mean? Do you know what I mean? It's a straight line distance as opposed to a curved distance. I just said to you, if these radar stations are 50, 60 feet in the air and the Earth is curved from them 200 miles away, they'd have to take that information and then make the information flat so that when they have all these planes, 1,500 feet, 2,000 feet, 3,000 feet, they're all pitched at different positions because they're coming around a curved Earth. And they have to take that information and flatten it. Give me a fucking break. No, I'm not saying that. There's no flat or ball earthers here. Neither percentage or myself are ball earthers. The point is that Jeremy and percentage hold the baller's position. They both defend the baller's position, whether acknowledging that it's an absurd position. They just say, well, on a curved surface, the gyroscopes will be all horizontal and parallel to each other because air pressure curves to the surface of the Earth. Again, if that is true, then the radar stations would have to take the curved Earth and then turn it into a flat surface. They don't.
Have you ever heard me say that? Or are you just putting words in my mouth?
Again, you and Jeremy hold the same position, bro.
You don't know what my position is. All I said was that you cannot distinguish from. Listen, you're wrong. Wait, stop interrupting, man. I'm not trying to moderate my own conversation. So let's just keep it like a back and forth. Let's keep it respectful. So in terms of my position, I'm just merely contending what you said about how you can fly. Just the mechanics of flying prove you're on a globe versus flat Earth. I disagree with that. Because
I said the terminal stations and how they scan for planes in the radius of their technology or their circumference of their technology. You're telling me
you said flying itself.
Again, at 200 miles, you're telling me that all these planes, 30, 40, 50 of them, all are pitched at different positions because of the curved Earth, and then they take the radar and flatten it and put everybody on a fucking plane that matches a map.
Who knows how they translate the information?
The map or the curved Earth?
That's not important because where I interjected was when you said flying can distinguish between it, and that's what I contended.
I just gave you proof.
No, that's not flying. That's the mapping of planes. That's not flying. Flying is being in the plane, in the cockpit. The fundamentals of. Can you please stop interrupting?
The mapping of the flying is observed as objective reality. There's no reason to navigate for it.
Okay, so we're not talking about flying then. We're talking about the mapping of flights.
We're talking about how they all work together to have a proof of or evidence that there is no drop, dip, or curve. Do you understand?
Do you agree with me then? Do you agree with me that,
if
flying alone
or dip or curve and the
can
plane
you stop
would appear
interrupting?
to the center of mass?
What is the point you guys are fighting over? I don't understand what percentage what you're fighting for.
I'm telling him that through flying alone, you can't distinguish between globe and Earth, globe and flat Earth.
There is no globe.
And he's trying to claim that you can.
There is no globe.
All right,
so
what he's saying. Don't you
again,
Peter?
That is a claim that you're making, so back up your claim.
Yeah.
Bro, you're the one that said that you can. That's why I interjected.
Again, I have no reason to navigate for a sphere Earth. I've given you pragmatic uses. You're telling me that a globe will have the same. You're making a claim. Show me how.
All right, so it sounds like
I just gave you an example. If you have a curved surface
I didn't
of an
interrupt
Earth,
you.
how does
Why are you
radar
interrupting
work
me?
on it?
Why are you interrupting me right now?
Because I gave you a scenario that is falsifiable.
Is there any mods that
testable,
other than me in the chat that want to moderate this?
Flatter Tab, you get the warning, bro.
You don't let me.
Let me move on to the point. No muting needed.
Hey, bro, you get the warning, bro.
Percentage, you're wrong.
Please,
Percentage, you're
just,
wrong. Because there's only
I
one
want to hear.
reality. In all planes that
Hold
ever
on,
flew over a stationary Earth surface.
Pete,
Flat
trying to moderate.
people.
Trying to moderate just a little bit.
Chill.
Right. So Flatter Tab, I'm like your number one biggest fan in here, but can't be talking over people, bro. So just try to be a little more cordial. I want to hear what you have to say. Want to hear your arguments, but I can't hear both people talking at the same time. My brain just can't
I'll be quick.
process it, bro.
I'll be quick. So I interjected when you said you can distinguish between a globe Earth and a flat Earth by flying alone. I interjected. I said, no, that's not the case. When you're flying, it seems the same. Okay? Now you're saying that it's not by flying alone, but by the mapping of flights between terminals. I never made any claims to that. Okay? So if you want to go there, that's fine. We can go there as long as we agree that by flying alone, the dynamics of flying, the mechanics of it, drag, thrust, lift, all that jazz, that you cannot distinguish between a globe Earth and a flat Earth. Can we agree on that?
So
and then move forward?
that is your weak escape point. Now, what you said is that it would be possible on both flat and a globe. That was a claim that you made.
I said it works the same.
If that was true, I said to you, then you have to present your claim. You said I didn't make that claim. Yes, you did. You said that it's possible both on a flat Earth and a globe to have the same effect. That's why you couldn't tell whether you're flying alone.
That is true.
That is your claim, buddy. And I
said, did I say that outside of a vacuum?
Stop. I said stop. I said if that is true, then that means the radar stations that have a circumference or a radius of 200 miles. And they have 15 different aircrafts over that radius. That means all of the planes are at different pitches, and that the radar has to flatten all those planes out to have a match the map that you have at flying at 2,500 feet.
All right.
So I gave you something that's pragmatic, that's objective reality, and just falsifiable. I've given you three things. You still hold the position that it's possible on a sphere. That is your claim. So then, in return, I asked you.
Sorry, man. We get it. We get it, Data. We've heard it. We understand. You have to allow space for percentage to respond to your argument. You can't just monologue, okay? Percentage, do you have a response?
Yeah, I was going to say, did I say what I said about it being possible on it working on both a globe Earth and a flat Earth in the same way? Did I say that in a vacuum? Or did I say that as a response to you saying that you can distinguish between the two just by flying alone?
You made the claim that it's possible both on a globe or a flat Earth. That's
when?
what you said.
By flying alone.
Maybe
as a response to you or in a vacuum?
10 minutes ago. The point is, if you want to reiterate your position, go ahead. Don't try to incorrectly state your position. Restate your position of how you feel now once I've asked you this question. Does the radar with a radius of 200 miles have information of a curved surface Earth? And if so, do they take that information and flatten it?
This is a red herring because I didn't speak to radar or terminals at all.
He's asking
I entered
you
the conversation,
bro.
I entered the conversation when you said you can distinguish by flying alone between a globe Earth and a flat Earth. I said it works the same way. You cannot distinguish. That's it.
How can you say it works the same way when the
If we agree on that, we can move forward to whatever radar, terminal, whatever conversation you want to have.
On your ball, buddy.
How can it work on a globe Earth when the globe Earth isn't real, though, percentage?
Theoretically, it would work the same way because flying has nothing to do with the ground. It has to do with the air that you're traveling in. And as long as you're remaining...
Which means the plane doesn't give a care of the shape of the Earth. That's why you can navigate up mountains and down valleys. According to your claim to Earth, my plane would... The plane doesn't give a fuck about the shape of the Earth or the center of it. It works
exactly.
off of air.
Thank you for restating my point.
Admitted you're right. And he doesn't even know he admitted you're right.
Again, that has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth being a ball. So
exactly.
If you're going to claim that it is possible on a ball, then you have to demonstrate it because you made a position. You made a position that it's possible both on flat and a ball. And
it works the same theoretically.
He's saying it's not conclusive. It's not
You're
conclusive.
claiming
Just jumping in a
you're
plane
claiming
that
it
you know
does
whether you're
work
on
the
a planet
same
or a
way, but
ball.
that's not true at all.
Okay, so let me
Bro,
step
you're
in
saying
real
it's
quick.
proof of a flat Earth.
I'm
Proof
not
means
saying that. I'm asking you if radar takes a 200-mile radius of all these aircrafts coming towards the airport. Is the radar flattening out the land?
Again, radar and the mapping of flights and between terminals and all that
You're not
stuff
listening.
was outside of the scope of our
No.
conversation.
You made
I
a claim
interjected when you said it
claim
was
that the globe-
a proof of
Hey,
flat Earth because you
Data.
can distinguish between the two. That's when I entered.
You made the
If you want to
claim
agree to that
that it's
it's
possible on
inconclusive
both.
by flying alone, I'm happy to move forward.
You
Okay,
made a
let's
claim
move
that it's
forward.
possible on
Now, you're
both,
being a
and I
stickler
said
here,
present your
percentage.
claim, and you still
Let's
have
move
not.
forward.
All right, well, I'll leave it at that. I'll disengage.
Yeah, so let me step in because I think you guys are kind of talking past each other. The original claim was, Data, you were claiming that solely based on just flying the plane, right? Just flying in the plane, that this can prove one way or the other, right? And Percentage is saying, no, based on either model, it wouldn't necessarily prove it one way or the other. And there was no claim initially about radar or anything like that, right? So
no,
it was
I
just
made the
physically
assertion
flying the
that
plane. You got to let me finish, man. So it was just physically flying the plane. So Percentage is making his point
no,
solely
I made
based
an
off air
assertion.
and the
No,
gradient. You got to
no,
let me finish,
again,
buddy.
you're
You
straw
got to let
manning
me
me. That's
finish,
not what
buddy.
it was,
I'm
dude.
not straw manning you.
I'll
You
moderate
got to
now.
let me finish, bro. You're
Get
gonna
to the
you're
greater
gonna get a
point,
warning
Dada.
eventually.
You have a book to sell. Come on.
Same with you, Pete. That doesn't mean it's time for you to talk, Pete.
Don't be telling me what to do,
per-
man.
seriously,
Go ahead.
you can't overtalk people, Pete. So
I'm
anyway,
pretty serious about that.
Percentage was saying solely based off of just flying the plane and dealing with air pressure differentials, right? That doesn't prove one way or the other the shape of the Earth, because on the ball you still have that pressure gradient, just happens to be curved. On the flat Earth you still have that pressure gradient, just happens to be flat. Now you brought in Data after the fact, after the
Nope.
initial claim,
I
the
always
claims
started
about
with
the radar,
pragmatic use,
which is a
linear.
relevant point. The claim about a radar is a relevant point. Just didn't have to do anything with Percentage's initial claim that just flying the airplane by itself doesn't prove one way or the other. Hopefully that clears up the argument.
So I presented my claim with pragmatic and objective reality. That's what I started with. That's why I mentioned a map being objectively true. In other words, it's not biased to whether we think the Earth's flat or a sphere. It's used pragmatically on distance and elevation. That was where I held my position, and I confirmed that objective reality by flight. That was my position. So I always started out with the map, distance and elevation, and used the aircraft to prove that objective reality. In other words, I can fly between those 2 points, and I can avoid the mountain heights and so forth, or at least know how high I can go in between points. That is objectively true and in pragmatic use. Then, because then he made the position that that's also possible true on a globe Earth, and then I reiterated with the radar after that.
I think you're making a greater point, which I'd love to hear as well. Would we agree any plane, it will orientate itself via the north center, around the north center. So if a plane is traveling from east to west, a straight line distance, foregoing that would be the quickest distance. But if the plane flies in a great circle route as it swings around the north center in a flat Earth reality, then is taking it elongated, a curved path where a straight line distance would be more suitable. And I think the curved line distance then is what you're given as the distances between these locations, but it's not the fastest straight line distance in reality over a flat plane.
Well, if you have wind and different velocity changes throughout a flight, then you're not going to fly in this completely straight, linear, calculated path, right? Conveniently, you can probably throw in a curved path there to shorten the distance between 2 points over time due to the variables like direction and wind and velocity and elevation.
You see what they've done, though, Dada, don't you? You see what they've done. Everything is navigated in reality around the north center. So they've created an ideal north because the actual magnetic north moves around. So they've created ideal north for reference point, and everything pretty much just swings around in this great circular route around the north center. But that's not the quickest distance, the journey between 2 points. If you go in a straight line, just cut the chord in the circle, then you get a real bird's eye crow view distance of the place. But they have to contort it and say that the curve is the actual distance. It's the quickest route between the 2 points. I think that's what they've done.
Well, you can finagle it, because even if I use the Haversine formula and I use Pythagoras and I use the longitude and latitude, there'll be discrepancy between the 2 points. But again, I'm still referencing a hypotenuse as my point, and that hypotenuse is a straight path. So it don't matter as long as I'm using a hypotenuse between 2 points. I'm having to calculate a straight path.
And that's fair enough. Yeah.
So even if I use the Haversine, it's a hypotenuse, and if I use the Pythagoras, it's a hypotenuse, and if I use just a right angle triangle to get the height of Polaris at any latitude on Earth, relatively I'll get the like what I've been doing is using stellarium to get using the Pythagorean formula, using the Haversine, and using just a right angle triangle like a celestial navigation, to get distances underneath the North Pole. And it's funny because they're all over. The longer the distance you go, the more inaccurate they get. The Haversine's pretty good, though. I'd have to say.
How high is it to Polaris, Dad? Of course, we're told.
Well, I wouldn't be needing the height in this case, but I would be getting the polar, like the geographical position. So I'd be getting a geographical north position, not Polaris.
That's fair enough.
So I'd get that geographical position, and then what I do is I'd get the latitude angle to Polaris, and then of course it just whatever the distance is divided by the tangent of the angle. I'd get well, I'd get the height that case, but I would get anyway. I would use that calculation to get a distance between 2 points, and so if I used a star map and I knew what star was above a city, and I was wanting to go from New York to Buffalo or New York to I don't know, Manitoba or something, Winnipeg, I could look at a chart and see if I could use information to get the distance between those 2 points. And using a right angle triangle, you get pretty damn close. Sometimes.
Wait, how would you accurately measure the distance between 2 points?
Well, you just get an angle, and you would get that angle to it, right? And you divide it by so you do it basically. You take that 90 degree or 89.60, divide it by or minus that angle. So you'd get that, you get that other angle, the co-altitude angle, right?
The Polaris?
Well, you just if you take any angle and minus by 90, multiply it by 60. So for instance, it's under the premise that you move one surface. Like if you take a circle, and I'm at the center point of that circle, and I move, this is of course theoretical based on, I haven't done this observation, but I've seen other people do this observation. In other words, they park their vehicle, they make an angle to Polaris, they drive 70 miles, and the angle changes 1 degree, right? So on the premise, if I take a flat circle, I'm at a center point and I move 70 miles, I'm still going to end up with a circle that has that 24,900 circumference, right?
Well, the problem is you're using when you're gauging Polaris, you're using solid body trigonometry.
Well, I'm just applying a flat circle, and I still have to have a
circumference. So how high is Polaris?
What about topography?
Well, that's the whole other equation added for better angle accuracy, right? So or distance or whatever, right? But you're gonna have.
But that matters.
Of course, it doesn't matter. You're not traveling in a straight line perfectly, right? You have topography, right? So it's going to be off, and just like I use like for instance, if I go to Stellarium, I'm in New York, and I measure the angle to Polaris, I mine it and take 90 or 89, 960 and minus the Polaris degree multiplied by 60 or 111 or whatever, if you want to do it in kilometers, you'll get pretty close. And the whole point is that that's straight lines and angles, right? That's not, you're working off of a circumference circle, which is obviously derived from the spherical Earth, but you're applying it on a flat surface to get the distance between those 2 points. And while it works, you're off. While it works, it'll get you that distance, but it'll still be off like 20 miles or 50 miles. But even other calculations that are spherical will be off. The only one that I've programmed is Haversine, and converting to radians and all that stuff is more accurate. But then again, it's just a straight line. They claim it's a spherical calculation. It's a circle calculation. Really, at the end of the day, it's calculating the side of a circle.
Yeah, okay. There's a problem with the map. I get what you're saying. Now, I think what they've done is the great switcheroo. They've made the Earth flat, and they've made the sky. They've made the Earth contoured and made the sky flat. This is why they tell you when you're looking at any objects in the sky, inverted commas objects, just treat them as point sources of infinite distance away, right? So fundamentally made the sky flat and contoured the Earth. But the great switcheroo, the Earth is flat, the sky is contoured. So therefore, every 69 miles per degree applies along the contour of the barrier itself. That's the way I look at it, all the way down to equatorial areas. But I think there's two barriers, and I think it should be clear to us that there is two barriers as well, because as we go north and south from the equator, we ultimately come to more inclement weather where there's lower pressure and we have cloud level, snow, inclement climes. So yes, I think that you have to use these translations, but yeah, we have to get it right as well. We have to decode what they already present, because they already fucking know it. So we just got to decode it in the right fashion. And anyway, hang on, please. So yeah, for all of us, and this is a Mandela effect, if anyone has heard it. But anyway, Polaris, how high have you made it? While you're thinking of that data, does all the flat earthers here understand now that the new science is that Polaris has always moved around the central pivotal point to I think it was 0.75 of a degree. So that's a moon and a half diameter either side of the central pivotal north axis. On a nightly basis. That's fucking mad. That's fucking mad.
Well, see, the thing is you don't need to know the height of Polaris to get the size of a circle if you're going to presuppose things and use a 360-degree numeric system. So, in other words, if I had like a what do you call it? With the old school angle measurements thing, not the quatrain, but it's the what's it called? Forget the name of it now. Anyway, just back in the day, they used to use these wooden angular measuring device. I can't remember the name of them. And if you measured at one position and traveled along, and you measured a degree change, well, all you'd have to know is, of course, your clocked distance between those 2 points, and multiply it by 360 to get a circumference size, right? So whether you invert that or it's flat, it would probably still work the same. The issue is that if you apply it to a curved surface, like using the Haversine formula, well then in a map, I can use the Haversine formula, but the map is flat. So when I use the Haversine formula and operate my aircraft between 2 points, the Haversine's not showing me that it's a surface of curved Earth in reality. When as it's claimed to be a curvature calculating, it's just using a hypotenuse to get distance between 2 points.
Sure. But surely the whole purpose of this then should be for you yourself to create a flat Earth map. So translate what the ball is presented.
There's no way in hell I'll
using the Haversine formula.
Listen,
yeah, but hang on, please. Hang on, please. That's surely that's what you have to do. Maybe that's your next book data, because if you can just translate everything that's given to us and using all of these different transformative functions, then a map will surely be forthcoming. A layout of the land in true flat Earth style, surely. That has to be what it's about. Who cares if it's fucking 520 miles to New York or 500 miles?
The way I view flat Earth now is much different from when I viewed it when I first was introduced to it. I believe it's a necessary education to allow people to realize that if you're going to believe something, it's really going to come down to whether or not you're willing to falsify your beliefs. And if you're not willing to falsify your beliefs, then you really don't believe in anything. And that's really what it comes down to. And there's a lot of people, you know, as you like the rabbit hole thing. I didn't know anything about the rabbit hole, right? And there's the Jesuits. I'm sure there's some Zionists over there, some Israeli spy guys and all that stuff, Russian guys. Like they must be having a wonderful time social engineering and using political sciences to develop. I don't know. It's what the outcome is pretty interesting. But there's definitely a Hebrew push, like in Israel, one push for Judaic Christians, and then there's a Muslim push here. It's very fascinating.
And then there's a Masonic Illuminati push as well, right? The truth of all matters.
Well, I don't know. I don't know anything about that stuff. Like I said, I when I got into it, I was like, well, I seen my friend. Like I made fun of my friend, dude, who sat in front of a computer, made fucking fun of him. Because he was talking to me about chemtrails. And I literally made fun of the guy. It's like, dude, you're spending all your time fucking in front of the computer. He's like, you don't understand.
And you turned into him, and much more.
And then yeah, that's the funny part. And so he started laughing at me years later. He's like, "Dude, you turned into me. Get away from it. Get away from it. Don't stop doing it."
Is he a flat earther though? Is he a flat
I said
earther,
to him,
Dada?
well, hold on, let me finish. I said to him, I said, well, look, I've decided to write about it because if I'm going to do it, and it's all fucking just psychological shit, then why not write about it? Because it won't be such a waste of time. And anyway, years later, when I saw him again, I said to him, hey, by the way, the Earth's flat, right? He said, no, it's not. No, it's not. Had a big fight. Didn't see him for like another year. Saw him again, and then I had a channel, whatever, some videos, whatever. I was like, hey, check this out. Da-da-da-da. And his brain hurt. He's like, dude, I need to take a nap. My fucking brain hurts.
And how's he doing now, bud? What's
hold
his
on.
position?
I'm getting there. And then I think another year later, so it took about 3 years, I think, maybe even 4 years. I didn't bug him. I just whatever, on his own thing. And then all of a sudden one day he just sends me a Gleason's map. And I fucking burst out laughing. So
he says you were right all along, but he was right all along as well.
Well, it's not about being right, because we're just tiny little people, Pete. If you're going to have a narrative and believe something esoteric, well, then you better be a fucking billionaire or part of the Illuminati.
You're a tiny little person. You have a tiny little mind. So you speak for yourself.
No, I'm just saying you are a tiny little person on a massive Earth. You have no idea where we are.
I don't say that you are that. I say you're a massive person on a tiny Earth, Dada. You're a great brain.
Okay, so
and
how about this?
How about let on as well?
Oh, that's very nice, Pete. I appreciate that. That's very nice.
It's true. It's fucking true. We already debunked Einstein years ago in our own brains. All of us flat earthers.
No, see, that's another thing that's false too.
Now we have to see the descriptive character. Now we have to see through the scripted character and look at for the clues, right, Dada?
I don't know, dude. The photoelectric frick's pretty cool, man, and there are some cool. There's some realizations that I've had on the concept of thought, that there is a barrier. Like I prided myself on being a writer in the past, like script writer, right? Like writing scenarios and scenes and movies and shit, right? So you'd have to be a good writer, you have to be able to let your brain go to all avenues of thought. At least that was the impression I got. Especially you can't be like narrow-minded and be a script writer. Anyway, I'm losing my point here.
You're dealing in fact now. You're trying to ascertain reality. Script writing, different matter. You're trying to make up some sort of coherent story that will.
Yeah, but you don't understand. You don't understand, Pete.
Yeah.
Pete, there's a lot of people that just will never go into the thought process of it all. Like,
how come?
To go into Einstein's mind as far as the thought experiment or the It takes an individual to do it. So to discredit Einstein 100%, I don't know. I maybe I felt that way in the beginning.
Okay. Let me tell you something then.
Because hold on. Because of course I can't prove any of the things that I'm told, but probably why I had a little bit of the maybe the view that I had is because, well, it was simplified in a manner that was just beyond absurd. But then when you actually go through the line of thinking, you can see where they it's not like it's unjustified. It's not like it's just
of course, man.
Okay, so give me the justification for Einstein's Rosen bridge. Right? Can we pinch space?
I can't offer you that. I can't offer that. I'm just saying that there are some, when you actually become, I think, more aware and you become educated in the language and the concept. It's not that I agree with everything, no, but as you like anything, you understand why they put themselves there. Now, your particular scenario, I can't answer you that one.
Okay, well, I can tell you something. This is my point about him being a scripted, crafted character. When we look about his raison d'etre, his reason to be, he came along with relativity, right? Maybe there's a rhyme in there somewhere, but. Yeah, I'm getting to the core of where I'm at this, right? Yeah, okay. What he did ultimately was kill Ether. He killed Ether on the back of Mitchell Morley experiment, and here's getting to the deeper layer, understanding that there are all sort of characters in play. Whatever they thought about the Earth in motion or not, or the ether, luminiferous ether / ether, they both agreed that the Earth was a ball, and this is a clue, a massive clue for us. And I'll just briefly detail how in my own brain that's possible. because the only way the ball can develop is with the initial mind deciding that the Earth's surface moves. That's the ball develops from there, from that leap from our reality, our experiential, empirical reality. So yes, that is the key. We have to decode these people, look at them as characters, and yes, of course, what they say is fascinating, but yeah, we know that they're wrong. And it's not that they're wrong. We throw it all out, Nathan Oakley style, and look at the world with new wonder. No, they're wrong, but their lie is built on the truth. So you have to decode them. Einstein is one stone. One stone. S tone is the TH, which is the philosopher's S tone. TH for Theo, right? Anyway, that's my point, ultimately, Data. And of course, you know this as well. We've talked many times in the past. Tell people about that party you were at that time, Data.
No. That's old news now. I've changed.
Go on. Go on. I would have given my left testicle. I actually give my left leg to be there. I have two left legs.
Well, just imagine yourself around people who burn money, more money in a day than people make sometimes in 10 years.
I wouldn't be them for the world. I wouldn't be them for the world. No peace of mind. No value system, ultimately. I wouldn't be them for the world, Dad, and I mean that.
That's half truth, but you know what's funny? Do you know how they compensate for it? Besides spending large buckets of money that I know of, they eventually end up adopting like for instance, they'll eventually, some of them, not all of them, pick a family and kids, and they become the godfather of the kids kind of thing. They're like, I want to be your godfather kid.
Patreon, a sponsor, yeah, I get it.
Because they don't end up. Some of them don't want kids, right?
Yeah,
So.
Yeah, I get it. That's why I'm saying I wouldn't beat them for the world, man. I wouldn't, honestly. And I have no fucking money. I have no money at all. I did have money in the past. I have no money now. But yeah, Dad, as you were talking about, I feel it on some sense anyway. Sometimes richer than ever, richer than ever before.
Well, if you're I wish that I don't know how old you are, but to 50, be able
bud.
to still nice.
Someone told me the other day I looked in my 30s, so I must be doing okay.
Well, to play guitar, and the only thing I hope that I'm able to do when I'm old and a curmudgeon, not that 50's old and curmudgeon, but is at least play guitar and do some just some riffs and just play a little bit of blues.
So you can't play guitar now, can you not?
Oh, I can play guitar now, yeah.
Nice one, bud. So you can do that now.
Oh yeah. You didn't know?
Oh, you're saying that you can still do it when you're 50? What the fuck are you talking about, man? I was in Buskin today.
No, that's not what he was talking about. You misunderstood him, Pete. So my grandpa, he's getting older, and I asked him, I was like, hey, how you doing? I haven't seen you in a while. My dad just passed away, so I showed up for the funeral. He said, well, I'll tell you what, I can still fish. So he's saying, that he's self-sufficient, right? He can still go out to the wilderness and provide his own food, right? So, yeah, I think that's pretty good. If you're in your 80s and you can still fish on your own, it's pretty tough match.
That's excellent.
Well, it's better than that would be better than playing guitar, because actually, if you could feed yourself at that age, that's pretty damn skippy, man.
Okay, well, Dad, I mean, you can't be in your 20s. You're probably early 40s, something like that. Late 30s, maybe. Doesn't matter.
The point is that when you're playing music and busking and you're enjoying life, that to me is your pocket. And when I come across people who have their pockets, they're usually happy and they feel rich. And so I was saying that I hope when I'm older, not that 50's curmudgeon, that I would have a pocket, because as I get older, things become less and less important. Like things, obviously, you just evolve, right? So things that like being a fisherman at 80 becomes way more important than anything else, right? And I think that's when you get your pocket, you find your happiness, your security. So I'm just hoping that I get that pocket when I'm that old.
Well, I don't be going down those lines, man. You're alive now. That's just your thoughts on what you might appreciate at 80. A lot of you were talking about these people being godfathers, adopting children or something, making up for all the shit that they did in their lives. It's sort of it's a scant consolation, but it's all they have. Every man must die, and as we approach death, which comes quicker than what we think, as I said, the reason I said that, listen, I'm miserable. How can anyone be fucking happy in these circumstances? But I meant that at certain times I feel that way. I was in Buskin today, a dour day in Limerick here, but I still had a great time. And especially with all the children passing, who's this guy? And I pay attention, right? I don't do it for the money so much, but I do appreciate that sort of passing. I also appreciate the ability just to sing out as well and be passionate about it. I don't think I mentioned Flat Earth to anyone today, but I do it regularly and generally anyway. But yeah, don't be worrying about what you'll be happy with when you're 80s. Deal with your mindset right now. If there's anything to put right from your past life, I reckon in general, just make inroads right now. You know what I mean? Don't wait for and just be happy fishing. Fishing is an easy sort of pastime in a sense. You might think of the calm fisherman. Read The Fisherman by W.B. Yeats. It's an idealization, but the mind of man follows us everywhere from cradle to grave. So that's what we have to come to terms with and clear our hearts. That's what we have to do at every moment.
I want everybody to kind of stop what they're doing and listen to me just for a few minutes. I'll be quick and concise. And I just wanted to say that yesterday I got some really bad information that my brother-in-law's father-in-law passed away. Now, this is a really interesting thing because he just got his life like in order after his wife died. He spent like many years like depressed, sitting on a couch watching TV, sitting in his chair, not doing anything. And recently he's gotten like a girlfriend. He lost like 160 pounds. He got in really good shape. He was building his own fence or repairing his fence, right? Doing lots of manly things. When we went to South Padre, he was at the beach 5 days in a row. That this guy was just in really good shape, right? And the doctor apparently was afraid of him getting chickenpox, right? Even though he had already had chickenpox, and you get the gist, right? Well, Tuesday, he received a medical intervention, and he died yesterday. Now, I want to point out that this is an older guy, right? He was in his 60s, but he didn't have close contact with any children or anybody who might be, let's say sick with the chickenpox. He didn't have any close contact with anybody like that. Even his grandchildren were, grown and had already had it, right? But the doctor was so scared that he might get it that they had to do this intervention. And he was putting away his laundry and killed over him and died in his own bathtub. And I just want to point out, how important life truly is. Like every second, like every person you meet, it's so important, and I think we kind of take it for granted. And it's time like these for me and my family that you really kind of see how the world really is, because he hadn't even been dead a day, and people were already coming over trying to get shit, trying to get monetary gain, and it's a sad world that we live in.
Well, hang on. Aren't you religious? So everyone is possibly going to paradise, and let's hope every heart is clear before.
So the sad part was people were coming over, unlock his bedroom. I want all the money out of the safe. It's mine anyway.
Oh, well, don't be worrying about that aspect of things. That low.
Yeah, man, it's shitty to hear that kind of stuff, man. Sorry to hear that.
Can I say something though? Remember, we all put up with this over Corona. Millions and millions and millions of older people died alone. It's a horrible thing to think about, and we just let it happen.
Yeah, all the in an old folks home where I'm at in BC here, dude. There was the harsh British Columbia. It was the harshest lockdown in most of the world here, dude.
Yeah,
people
just
alone,
to be clear,
man.
All in the back of a
hole. I'm not saying I know what killed him, right? He was an older guy, high blood pressure. Even though he was getting in better shape, when he went to see the doctor on Tuesday, the doctor told him that he was in the best shape he had ever seen him in his entire life. So if what the doctor said is true, then this guy was in really good shape and just dropped out of existence.
Was he vaccinated? I bet he was vaccinated, because there's
I
lots of
wasn't
people.
going to get into that, but if you heard what I said, a medical intervention because he was afraid to get the chickenpox.
Yeah, okay, that'll do.
That'll do.
That's the horror. That's the horror possibilities here, friends. I mean, let's not hide away from it. We can talk and we can wax lyrical about the spinning ball Earth versus flat Earth all day long, but there's realities happening in play. My next door neighbor had his second booster, and 2 hours afterwards, he had a massive heart attack only because he was closer to the home. Did he make it home? And otherwise he wouldn't have survived. But all of his family pretend now that it was just a coincidence that he had. Yeah.
Well, there's an autopsy ruled.
Oh, he survived, so he's okay.
No,
he survived. But
there's
the
an
point is
autopsy.
that it's yeah. Well, the point is that again, this is close to home. I talked to his two daughters. They know silently, but they can't say anything about it. Then that there is this massive correlation. But everyone else, including the doctors, because all the doctors say when they asked him, "Is there something to do with the injection I got?" The doctors in the hospital, heart attack doctors, said no, nothing at all. So therefore, they have to be right, and everyone else has to be wrong. Oh yeah. There's harsh fucking times to deal with in a sense, but I'm okay with it.
But
I'm okay with it.
like, I'm trying to ask everybody to look at the fundamentals. The doctor was scared that he was going to get a rash, so there was medical intervention done, right? Because, God forbid he would get like a skin rash, right? And then he took the medical intervention, and I'm not saying this is the cause of him dying, but he got very sick after this and got sicker and sicker and sicker.
Because it's an in-law of an in-law for you, Hank, then you should definitely mention this to your wife's family and then the immediate family, because they got to find out for sure what the intervention entails.
Well, the autopsy's being done.
Yeah, but well, I'm just saying for their own. That's an official autopsy. If there's a cover-up in play, then that'll all be taken care of. But your own whatever. I think he's nothing to you, right? It's just an in-law of an in-law. But
no,
he
was something to me. He was a good man. He was a military veteran. He was one of the most largest, fluffy, soft spoken. He was a good man. He was a teddy bear. He was an extremely kind, generous individual.
Right. My point is, though, that if you start looking into sort of controversy and you're not immediate family, you might tend to offend the immediate family who might follow the official autopsy. Or
the oldest daughter brought it up to me. The oldest daughter brought it up to me and said, she told the JP, yeah, she told the JP that there had to be an investigation done, that normally if it was an older guy like this, they wouldn't do any kind of investigation. But because the doctor had just said that he was in like the best shape that he's ever been in since he started seeing him, and then he just killed over while putting away his laundry. I mean, he was just putting away his laundry.
Well, look into the interventional medicine that he was given, and I guess, what am I going to say? Are you going to be prepared to fight the system? Is the whole family prepared to fight the system? Correlation is not causation, but fucking hell, there's so much wrong here. So much wrong.
But Pete, he would have signed. He would have signed the document, Pete. Pete, that's how they get you.
I was going to say maybe at the end of our day, our time is already set here, Reese. You know what I mean? And when we go, we got to go. In some senses, if I died tomorrow of a massive heart attack and went instantly, it's better than, I think, in my own brain, dying slowly of cancer and just having other people, looking after me. Maybe time is irrelevant.
I mean, I only reason I spoke now is, reminds me of one of the first recorded deaths here. Was a man who went in, and I think he was 57, and he went to the doctors and he had a full exam, including a cardiography, like a full scan of his heart. The doctor's like, not a problem, all the heart stuff, EKG, all that stuff. 6 days later, after his first shot, he was dead from a heart attack.
Fucking hell. Yeah.
So you've gone from having this perfect heart at to and then you compare that with all the sports stars and everything who are in their absolute prime, healing over the same way.
Right.
I mean, the whole thing just stinks, and I can use New Zealand, as a really, really good, thing. And I just want to tell you this: during the Delta stuff, we had 27 dead. Right, that's it. And the last person to die was
too much.
Sorry.
I was just going to say that. I respect the geo
server. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. Sorry about that. Yeah.
We know what YouTube stance and all of this is. Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry about that. Yeah. But yeah, just
It's all right.
just
I
to
started
compare
it.
it, just to compare it, I won't use any more words. Just to compare it, it's like, 27 versus, when we're not meant to
Right.
worry period. Now we've got over, last time I checked, over 2,000 passed away.
Maybe this is
It's
the point of
ridiculous.
YouTube. Maybe this is the point of YouTube and Discord in a sense. I remember if this was all about cooperation, it would have been called harmony, but it is called Discord for a reason. Is to keep us bottlenecked, so we can talk about certain things till the cows come home, but we can't talk about the more pertinent, vital things in our lives. And I think there is the psyop here, but I think there's a greater story as well.
I mean, the way we were divided was the saddest thing to see, right? I mean, that really brought out some true colors in people. People saying, "Oh, you need to go and live on an island if you don't want to be with me," doing this, and I mean, like completely just crazy, like just. But also, the patience level of people and the worry and all true colors really came out. Nobody who didn't want to, take part ever wished death upon people.
I just briefly, we all live our own day-to-day, moment-to-moment lives. During the heart of Corona, I was busking, just as I was busking today, so I was just playing songs, singing songs, and I play harmonica as well. But I was arrested because cops came over and asked me, I have a massive cake, I wonder how much I could set the what do you call it, the figure to. But just to cut it short, I stuck by my guns. They arrested me for not giving the name, and they charged me with drunk and disorderly, and then not giving the name up in the station, but they never told me that. But I spent 8 days in prison in the quarantine section of it because I wouldn't give a name because they just asked me. I said, "Do you suspect me of a crime?" No, I know, I'm not going to go into that. Anyway, the point is, I did not wear a mask. I did not wear a mask in court. I did not wear a mask when I got out of the paddy wagon taking me to the police station, and I would not take a corona test as well, so it tossed me straight into quarantine where I went on hunger strike for whatever the time I was in there. But the point is, that all of us, I'm sure, here have resisted our own way, and we see the obnoxious fucking nature and the obnoxious reactions as well from the people who we thought otherwise were level-headed in our real lives, but suddenly we find out different. They're so swayed, and I don't even blame them, Reese, as well. There's such a great influence by the media, the television, etc. So one lone person, no matter how sound or how connected you are in what you're saying, you're going against this monolith, and you're bound to be separated from the ones you care most about.
And so my point was, I don't know all the facts. I have my concerns and feelings, but just make sure that you tell your loved ones that you love them, because you're not guaranteed tomorrow. And it's just really upsetting for me to think the possibility that, he's gone because someone was afraid that he might catch the chicken pox. I don't know if that's the truth, but that's a really hard pill to swallow, because he's Mexican, right? And he's older, so they all got together and got the chicken pox on purpose. That's what we did when we were children.
I do find it interesting that it's sort of a history repeats itself 100 years ago, perhaps 100 years before that, and I don't know. I saw, was there something in 1620 as well? I mean, I don't know. Well, my conscience is clear on that because I did everything I could. I, spoke out as much as I could, and I was like Tourette's. I couldn't stop myself with people wearing masks. I'm like, get that bloody face diaper off. I still do it today. I just can't help myself. But I think that's the responsibility of some sort, isn't it? But they usually say something like, "Oh, I don't mind," and I go, "Well, I do mind," because you're walking us into this totalitarian system where we